our next-door neighbor. These seniors are inspiring people with incredible stories to share, and they love to see you. The smiles you get back are priceless. Delivering with Meals on Wheels is easy, and you don't have to drive like me for it to be quick. You can volunteer your lunch break once a week or just once a month. With 1 in 6 seniors facing hunger and many more living in isolation, your lunch break can make a real difference. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your flap. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit tunemin2x.org. That's tunemin2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The Knicks blow Game 1 to the Pacers in historic fashion. Halliburton throws up the Reggie Miller choke sign as at the Knicks what looked like an impossible lead to blow, just like 30 years ago with Reggie, who called the game on TV. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named the NBA MVP with 71 first-place votes out of 100, and Shai and the Thunder dismantled the Timberwolves in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Wolves star Anthony Edwards fined $50,000 for firing off profanity in the post-game presser, complaining about a lack of shots. And later tonight, before we dive inside baseball, we'll look to the future of the Tush Push in the NFL and reflect back on the life and legacy of the late Colts owner Jim Irsay on another action-packed Thursday night edition of Jabba and the Mouth.
That's going to give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name is coming from my eyes. Can't let it go.
You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth.
Welcome to a new show of Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. You can call us, like I always say, 631-672-3108. If you're a Knicks fan, You can't be happy today. You shouldn't be happy for the debacle we watched last night. It was absolutely demoralizing. I was so upset after last night. I was yelling at Speedy probably after the game, probably an hour and a half throughout the night before we moved on. I took him home, but we were setting up the studio. Obviously, Tommy is now our new producer, so it was a lot of shifting, a lot of moving around, a lot of work. 3.5 hours, I think it was. A long time, but we're very happy to be here, as we always are. Jabba, how are you, my friend?
Good, man. Just had Carter's first bullpen being back from his PRP, and so don't be surprised if he FaceTimes me when he was on the shitter, he said. So he said, give me 5. And so, but no, nice to be out watching the boys play baseball, and the weather's great here. I've been watching a lot of college baseball right now. It's just such a fun time for college baseball, and being able to watch all these tournaments. I don't like some of the way that the tournaments are set up, and then I'm watching baseball and I'm watching the Knicks just pee down right down their leg. And
pee down? I've never heard that before.
Pee right down.
Is this a Nebraska thing? You pee down on your
just
leg?
Pee right down on your leg. It's just laying there.
That's definitely a Nebraska thing. That's not a Long Island thing. You would never hear anybody. You would hear piss, not pee.
Told
Piss
you, my son's calling me right now.
There you go, Jabba. It looks like you're a very, very busy man. But, it's interesting because you sit here, and if you're a Knicks fan, you watch a game that was up and down. The Knicks had a 14-point lead with 4.5 minutes left, and you would have thought that the Knicks were going to pull away and win the game. But as we always say, the New York Knicks are very shifty, and they make you sick to your stomach. So we will get into that in just a few moments. But, it's so funny. It's been raining all day. It's been pouring all day. It looks like a monsoon outside here in Long Island. And everybody was talking about, well, when are we going to get rain again? When are we going to get rain again? We haven't had a rainstorm in about 3 weeks, a really bad one at least. We get a little drizzle here and a little drizzle there. It's bad over here with pollen. I mean, if you're allergic to pollen, you're allergic to grass, you don't want to live in Long
Island. Allergies are killing everybody here too. It's bad.
It's seriously, if you look at the pollen right now, if you look at your cars.
Oh, like on your cars? Yeah.
Oh, my God. It's like 3 layers of it this year. You can't even breathe. My sister's coughing. Every time I speak to her on the phone, she barely can finish a sentence before she coughs. It's really, really bad. And if you're a Long Islander, you're putting on your air conditioning right now when it's not even hot because you're trying to breathe in your house. It's like a vacuum cleaner of all the crazy stuff in the air. So I hate this time of year, springtime. I'm born in the spring because I'm born in April, but I can't stand this time because of the pollen. And I can't stand after the summer when the leaves are falling because then you have to clean all that crap that you have to deal with before the winter time. So my favorite time is the winter because everything's down and all you have to contend with maybe here in Long Island at some point is snow. But we haven't seen a lot of that for a long time too. So
do you guys get a lot of snow?
We used to. Not anymore. This year we got a couple of snowstorms, but nothing bad, nothing big. So unfortunately, with everything that's going on with the change of weather and global warming, it's been really, really bad here in New York. And hopefully that will change. But I'm not a weatherman, and I'm not going to assume that I can change the weather with a snap of my finger. But if I have the power, ladies and gentlemen, and I was God, I would absolutely do it. As a matter of fact, I probably keep the winter all year round. So my mom always tells me, if you want the winter all year round, go to Alaska but Alaska is not even cold all year round. It's 6 months in a year. I think it's dark, and the other 6 months it's light out. And the summer is really a summer over there. You're getting 80 degree, sometimes 78 degree weather. So unfortunately, I don't get that privilege. Antarctica would be the place I would have to go.
We don't either because we get bipolar. It was 90 degrees, and now this whole week we're going to get rain all weekend, and then it's going to be 60 to 70 degrees. So it's like you can't put away like your sweatshirts because at night, and then it's like you don't figure out like what it's like. Can I put stuff away? Can I not put stuff away?
Yeah.
It's bipolar. Hey, you'll understand that when we get in. Obviously, I was talking about college baseball.
Yes.
When we do a CWS one, and we'll get you guys down here, you'll see how bipolar this weather is here.
If yours is bipolar, we're on another level, because I don't understand this weather either. It doesn't make any sense. And then when the summer comes around, it's like 100 degrees. You're sweating your ass off, and I wish I was dead because I
Is
can't.
it humid there as it is here?
Oh my God, it's worse. We live right on the water, so
Oh, that's true.
the worst place to go in the summertime is Florida, and that's why I would never live there. If I had to, if we had to go down there and do the radio show down there, I would be pushed to go and do that. But I would advise anybody that wants me to move down there, you better pay me a lot of money, because I am not moving down to Florida unless you do that. But
Goody will do it.
Goody lives there. Goody wraps himself up with a blanket at 85-degree weather, and he says it's cold. I don't get it.
They literally complain about it all the time. Like, my assistant's down there who was with me throughout my career, and he's like, man, it's like 70. We got like long pants and jackets. And I'm like, what is wrong with you?
I don't get it. I would definitely not live over there unless you paid me a lot of money. Like I said, good luck on that. I could never do it. And everybody loves Miami. Go to Miami. Go to Sarasota. Go to one of these nice cities over there in Florida. I don't care where it is. I'm not going in the water, and I hate the goddamn beach. So, and I live on a beach. I mean, Long Island is a big, huge beach. There's like 8 beaches here in Long Island, and I don't go to any of them. So why would I want to move down to Florida and deal with the beach and the beach life over there? I used to surf, but I don't go in the water anymore because of sharks. That's a whole nother level. 9 o'clock, we will be talking to Memphis Grizzlies play-by-play broadcaster. He's been on our show before, and we're very happy to have him on. I'm sure he has his own take on the Memphis Grizzlies this year. Eric Hasseltine, he has been awesome on our show. So if you haven't heard him, and you want to hear him, well, you better listen to him at 9 o'clock. He is sensational. Great personality, knows his basketball. And I'm sure he has his own take of the Knicks' absolute debacle last night, which was absolutely crazy. Speaking of the Knicks, in game 1.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Conference finals. The Knicks lost to the Pacers in overtime after having a 14-point lead with 2 minutes and 51 seconds remaining in the game. There was a controversial call with the Knicks up by 5 with under 30 seconds to go, overturning a foul originally called against OG Anunoby, which led to the Pacers' 3-pointer. OG then missed a free throw, leading to Tyrese Haliburton hitting a game-tying buzzer beater, which almost looked like a game-winning shot, as we all watched and probably had our hearts watching him choke himself. There was also a goaltending call in overtime that was missed, which would have put the Knicks up by 6. Instead, leading to the Pacers starting a 7-0 run with a 3-pointer. Guard Aaron Nesmith hit 8 3-pointers in the game, a Pacers franchise record. That was the first time out of 978 NBA playoff games ever a team held a 14-point lead with under 3 minutes to go and lost the game. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if it's the Knicks breaking records that want to make you sick, well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. It absolutely made me sick. Reggie Miller calling the game, sitting there laughing. Tyrese Haliburton, after hitting that shot at the end of regulation, trying to choke himself and making himself look like Reggie Miller when he played the Knicks in, I think it was in 1993. Nothing made any Knick fan happy watching that debacle of a game. And
shouldn't you get home field advantage, like home court advantage with the bounce, and then they give it to Haliburton? Like, what are we doing?
I'm going to get into the home court advantage, because home court advantage doesn't work in the New York Knicks minds, except the New York Knicks fans that are absolutely lost after that game. Here's the facts. I watch every single Knick game in the playoffs. Every single one of them in the last 25 years. I haven't missed one playoff game in 25 years. And it doesn't matter where the Knicks are. For some reason, the NBA don't like them. They don't like them. I really believe that nobody over there, when it comes to the commissioner, the vice president of basketball operations, likes the New York Knicks. Because for some reason, they put these referees in charge of these games, and you wonder if they're actually giving the Knicks home court advantage. Usually, the home team has the advantage, not the New York Knicks. not in Madison Square Garden, as loud as the fans and how crazy the fans are and how the NBA really promotes New York basketball. For some damn reason, the New York Knicks never get the call.
How do they? But Errol, do they pick, like? And Speedy, you may know this better than I do from the basketball side of it. Do they pick the referees for postseason based upon evaluations through regular season, or how?
But I don't know exactly how the NBA is doing it now. I mean, it's been like that for years. But again, you don't know what Adam Silver with the LJA is running as far as the organization and the league, because the LJA has decided so many different things that make you shake your head, especially watching the lottery draft just a week ago and watching a team like the Mavericks win it after there was a chance of 1.8.
1.8, yeah.
1.8% chance that they were going to win the number one draft pick, and they get the number one draft pick. Why? Because Luka Doncic is playing with the LJA, LeBron James. Over there, the association is working in his favor. But honestly, getting back to this game, it's despicable. It's despicable. Watching Karl Anthony Towns, everybody says, well, look at the game. Look at the numbers Karl Anthony Towns had in game one. And this is what you want your big man superstar to have. Here's what I don't like about Karl Anthony Towns. When it comes down to a big shot, first of all, why is he shooting 40, 50-foot jumpers at the three-point line? Why isn't he not standing behind the line and shooting a normal three-pointer? It doesn't make any sense. He's not Steph Curry, okay? He's not. And he's got to stop believing that he is, because every single time I see this guy pick up, get a pass over there, 6-7 feet behind the three-point line, and he's chucking up threes. And 90% of the time, they don't go in. And then this guy gets fouled, and he's a 92 or 93% free throw shooter, and he misses big shots at the free throw line in the fourth quarter. It doesn't make any sense. And every single time I see this, it reminds me of the 94 Knicks. The bad luck the 94 Knicks had against the Rockets. This isn't even the finals. And I watched that New York Knicks team up 3-2 make so many common mistakes that this team has done really throughout the playoffs. Look at what they did against Detroit. Look at the games against the Celtics, the games that they lost against the Celtics. They were getting crushed and getting demolished. Even the games that they won coming back from 20 points. That is despicable. You're a great defensive team. You got a great player in OG Anunoby. OG plays an unbelievable defensive game throughout the Celtics series, especially in Game 6. And then all of a sudden, in game number 1, he disappears defensively against a Pacer team that's a shell of what the Celtics are. They're a shell of what the Celtics are. They're a good team. They're the hottest team right now going into the playoffs in basketball. The Pacers are. They're very well coached with Rick Carlisle. They've got this guy, Nesmith, who probably nobody knows who he is unless you watch the Pacers.
It was the Celtics draft pick, and Jeff hated it at the time.
Yeah, and this is a guy that was, 4th or 3rd in the league in three-point percentage? But nobody realized that until he was hitting three-pointer after three-pointer after three-pointer in the fourth quarter. It makes you sick to your stomach. It really does. And then you look at the Pacers team as a whole. This is not a very good roster. Nobody thinks that this all around is a better roster than the New York Knicks. And when you have Mikal Bridges and then Jalen Brunson, and by the way, Jalen Brunson, why are you getting into foul trouble? You don't play defense. Why are you defending anybody? Why are you out there fouling different people? Now, some of the fouls were uncalled for, and what they were doing to Jalen Brunson throughout the game was despicable. The referee should have been calling flagrant fouls. There were times in the game that guys were elbowing Jalen Brunson, and they were getting away with it. They hit him in the neck. They hit him in the face at least 3 times in the game. No flagrant fouls were called. And you have Tyrese Haliburton on the sidelines talking how great Mitchell Robinson is, but he forgets that his the under guy over there, their best player in Jalen Brunson, throughout the game was absolutely terminating him in every point of the offensive part of the game. The only problem with the New York Knicks is pretty simple. The Knicks, when they get these big leads, or they put themselves in a great position, or they have a good rotation, when they had guys like McBride on the court in the fourth quarter when they were up 14, why would you take McBride out? Why would you do that? It makes no sense. You're up 14 with 3 minutes left of the game. McBride's playing great defense. Haliburton has not done anything in the fourth quarter, really. And then you take him out to replace him with Jalen Brunson, who doesn't play a lick of defense. I'm not saying Jalen Brunson isn't a big part of this team. He's the captain of the team. He's the best offensive option. But when you're up 14, why even worry about the offensive side of the ball? Play defense. You're letting
that's what we talked about on coaching is like watching by feel and watching the game. Like I 100% agree with you. At that point, it's like, okay, he's in foul trouble. You're up 14. Why? Like, let's not mess up with what we got, even though your captain and your best player isn't in there, but you're still up 14. Why would you change that? And that goes to kind of what we talked about, right? Is he doing the, like, hey, they have to go in at this time and what have you? Or are you just watching the game and be like, play it by feel? Like, if they get in with 10, then yeah, okay, probably make a change. But right at that point, I 100% agree with you. Like, what are you doing?
First of all, you should never ask Tom Thibodeau to play it by feel. Because if he plays it by feel, he'll keep every single player, his starting lineup, in for the whole game, all 48 minutes. The guy makes no sense. His rotation makes no sense. Mitchell Robinson should be out there a lot more than he is. None of it makes sense. And I know he has a love fest for Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson. They're important pieces to the team. They don't play a lick of defense. Both of them don't play a lick of defense. And you have guys like Mikal Bridges, who gets himself into foul trouble, makes no sense. OG Anunoby, who at some points, I wonder if he's even playing in the game. He completely disappears in certain games when he's so talented. And then when he's getting hot, what does a guy like Tom Thibodeau do? He brings Jalen Brunson back when you have a hot player shooting the three and doing the things that he's been doing in the fourth quarter, which he hasn't done it the whole game because Jalen Brunson hogs the ball. That's the facts, Jack. That's why the Knicks never move the ball when he's on the court. It's the Jalen Brunson show. Now, he's much better than Carmelo Anthony. He is much better than he is. He hits big shots. He's Big Game J, whatever they call him, Big Game J on the, what's the show that they have? I don't know what their show is.
The Roommates.
The Roommates. Yeah. As we know, Josh Hart calls him Big Game J. That's what all the guys on that show that go on the show, that's what they call him. That's great. He's a great big-time shooter. But when it comes to the big-time parts of the game, when the Knicks need defense, he don't play a lick of it. And they need that defense if they expect to beat this Pacer team that's young, one, can go up and down the court as fast as any team right now in basketball. They don't give a crap, and they have nothing to lose. They have nothing to lose right now. They know they could beat the Knicks. They beat them last year. Yes, the Knicks weren't 100% healthy, and they're healthier this year. But they know they can beat them. And you have guys like Tyrese Haliburton, who is a cartoon character. He's dancing. He's SpongeBob SquarePants. He's dancing around, prancing around, holding his neck. Every time he hits a big shot, he's telling the New York Knicks fans to go kiss his ass. I mean, this is what this guy does. And if Knicks fans want to shut this guy up, go out there and beat him. Go out there and shut his mouth up. Don't go out there after the game and while you're on social media and TikTok saying, oh, if he ever walks out there and we see him in public, we're going to beat the hell out of him. You think he cares? This guy's making millions and millions of dollars. He doesn't care what the Knicks fans say. As long as the Knicks get knocked out of the playoffs and he's the reason why they do that, he don't give a crap. So New York Knicks fans, stop going on social media and giving him a reason to make jokes and laugh and put it on the little board over there in Indiana or in their locker room saying, look what I'm doing to the Knicks fans. Poke, poke, poke. I'll tell you what Tyrese Haliburton did that he shouldn't have done. He poked the bear. And we all know when you poke the bear, it's not a good thing. And we know after the New York Knicks game in game number 5, the Knicks were not happy. Jalen Brunson was not very happy. Josh Hart was absolutely, he was upset beyond I've ever seen Josh Hart upset. And what did he do at the press conference? He said, listen, if we play like that, we don't deserve to win. We're going to go out there. We're going to be a different team. After this game, you saw Jalen Brunson's face. Not only was he shocked, he was upset. He didn't even want to stay up there and answer any of the questions. And when you see a player like that and you see somebody like Jalen Brunson and he's the captain of the team, what do you think he's going to do after that press conference? He's going to go into that locker room and he's going to shut the door. They're going to have a team meeting, and it's not going to be a happy team meeting. Tom Thibodeau, he is a lot quieter than he used to be. I don't know if anybody knows Tom Thibodeau. I don't know personally, but I remember with the Chicago Bulls, when after he lost the game, he'd go out there, his face would be red, screaming at the press. He couldn't finish a sentence before he's mocking everybody. Not yesterday. He was calm and collective. He was upset. He said, listen, we are the better team. He pretty much said, we are the better team. We choked at the end of the game. We gave that game up. And that could cost the series, or get my team back into this series and let them realize that we're not going to just run through this team. This is going to be all the way to the end. This is going to be a race. This is a marathon, it's not going to happen in five games. It's not going to happen probably in 6 games. It could happen in 7 games. I just think that the Knicks need to understand something. This Pacer team is not going to go away. They're not going to go away. They're ants. That's what they are. And what does the ants do? They protect the queen. And when Rick Carlisle is out there speaking to the referees and calling, and that guy, you want to talk about an energetic guy at the press conference, go watch his press conferences. That guy's crazy. And you can see the way his team plays. They play just like him. He goes out there and he says, I don't give a crap. My team's going to go out there. We're going to play hard-nosed basketball, old-time basketball. And if you beat us fair and square. That's the way he goes out and plays the game. And that's what you want to see the Knicks do. But if Tom Thibodeau does not fight fire with fire, and he plays these baby games and lets this cartoon character go out there and embarrass the Knicks on their home floor, this series could go in 5. This team needs to wake up. They need to go in game 2. They need to show up on Friday and not even make this game close. They win it by double digits, and they make sure they know that when we go back to Indiana, it's not going to be one of those easy series at home. We're a better away team than we are at home.
Yeah, you also look at the way that their offense is structured too. Like, obviously, they're one of the fastest paced teams in the league. Yes, pun intended. I'm not going to go crazy with it like Josh did on his show, but they play at one of the highest rates in the league. They're the 7th ranked offense in the league in terms of offensive efficiency. And like you were saying with Nembhard, one of the biggest offensive 3-point shooting prowesses we've seen between Nembhard, Halliburton, Benedict Mathurin can shoot threes. Like, they have a lot of guys. Even Turner, for a big man, is one of the better ones in the league at shooting threes. So the Knicks had to realize that when it came to the defensive matchups late in the game, and they just didn't do it enough. I had a problem when we were talking about the Celtics blowing out the Knicks in game 3. They were not guarding the top of the key threes whatsoever. I saw a lot of that problem come into effect in this game too. And I think the rotation, like we were talking about earlier with bringing Jalen Brunson in, if you're going to bring Brunson in, take Towns out. Like, you could have done that, put Robinson at 5, put OG at the 4, so Robinson's not guarding the perimeter either.
Rotate the defense a little bit more. I don't get it.
Why do you think, though, Mitchell needs to play more than 20 minutes a game?
Yeah.
Yes, and I also don't think he should be switching as much on the perimeter, because he got toasted in overtime and late in the fourth quarter against guys driving in the hoop. That's how the Pacers were able to get the free throws.
Mitchell Robinson is healthy. You know how he's healthy? Because he's going out there at the perimeter and he's defending the point guards. He is all over the place. That's how you know Mitchell Robinson's 100% healthy, because when Mitch is healthy, he's all over the place. He's jumping, he's running all over the place. That's what you want to see a young big man play. And he is 27 years old. He had a major injury last year. He was out for a significant amount of time. He comes back. The first 2 weeks him back, he's played very light basketball. And now finally he's got his legs under him. This is when you want to see Mitchell Robinson take over games. I don't want to see Karl-Anthony Towns out there in the fourth quarter. I want to see your best defensive player out there rebounding, offensive rebounding, and getting into these guys' faces, making sure they know. Remember Tim Hardaway Jr. against the Detroit Pistons? When every time Mitchell Robinson was out there at the, around the perimeter, or even at the free throw line, when he's standing there waiting for the free throw to go up, he's talking to Tim Hardaway Jr., getting him pissed off. He's getting into their heads. That's what Mitchell Robinson is good at. He gets into people's heads, and that's why he is an important piece to their defense, the anchor of where this defense could go, and they want to be a champion. If they want to win a championship, Mitchell Robinson needs to be Mitchell Robinson.
Do you like it? Do you like them switching on the perimeter too, with Mitchell?
Referring to Jabba, like the switching defense is good with the wings, because the wings are versatile enough to make it work. Josh Hart can defend a 3 and maybe sometimes a smaller 4 if he has to. OG could defend a 2, 3, and a 4. Like, those are the switches you want to have. Not Mitchell Robinson go out on the perimeter where he looks like Rudy. Rudy Gobert in the past too with Utah. Teams did this to the playoffs all the time. Switched him on the perimeter. Phoenix did it very well. The Clippers did it very well with Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. Like that's the matchups you don't want because Rudy Gobert did not look as good in the perimeter. And Mitchell Robinson was the same kind of way. And he got toasted in the end of that game on defense. And yes, the minutes we were talking about, yes, should be a lot higher. Mitchell Robinson should be playing the 5 a lot more, especially since he's done better hitting his free throws now. And there's a rule in place now where you can actually pick your free throw shooter that the Knicks found a loophole in with the NBA rule book. So Mitchell Robinson, as long as he doesn't have the ball in his hands, they could pick a different free throw shooter for that kind of thing. So those are the matchups that they have to pay attention to. And I don't think they did enough of it in the game. I would have played, how I would have played the end of the game. If you want to bring
Speedy, hold on. So is that with the Haka Mitch? They can pick if he doesn't have the ball?
If he doesn't have the ball in the inbounding, yeah. That's
okay.
What the loophole that they found later in the series against the Celtics when the Celtics were doing it a ton in game 2. They found that loophole. Now, what I would have done, if you're going to put Brunson in the last 5 minutes, take Towns out because he's not as good defensively. Robinson plays the 5, then OG at the 4. Then you have McBride stay in the game at the 2 with Hart at the 3. Like have a defensive line or Bridges at the 3. Have a defensive lineup like that where you could guard the perimeter.
If you're up 14, it doesn't matter. That's the point.
It shouldn't. Yeah.
Even if Mitch is playing, it doesn't matter. Hack a Mitch, hack a this, hack a that. It doesn't matter if he's on the court. As long as they're up 14 and they got the defense and they can rebound the ball, that's all that matters. I don't want to hear about, well, they need Brunson on the court. They need Karl Anthony Towns on the court. They don't need offense. That's the problem with the Knicks. They're always trying to compile points. Compiling points against the Pacers are not going to work because we've seen Rick Carlisle do that with the Dallas Mavericks. The Dallas Mavericks, when they won their championship, you know what made them so good? It's their team defense. That's what they did. They had Jason Kidd. They had Dirk. Even Dirk Nowitzki played some kind of defense. That's what they're going to need. They had players that could defend the perimeter and rebound the ball. That's why Dallas beat Miami. And if the Knicks plan to beat this young Pacer gritty team and you want to stick it right up Mr. Tyrese Haliburton's ass, this is what you got to do. You got to put Mitchell Robinson on Tyrese Haliburton, and you need to foul his ass and let him know that I am not going to let you go up there for an easy layup. I'm not going to let you go up and shoot an easy 3. You're going to feel every single time my wrath if you do that. Who cares if he fouls out? It doesn't matter. You need that aggressive play. The Knicks got to play aggressive because that's what the Pacers are going to do against the Knicks.
I'll do you one better, Errol. Not only would I have Mitch help out on every single thing that he's coming on down in the drive and give him a hard foul, I'd have Deuce McBride follow him around the court the entire night and not let him breathe. Pick him up full court. This is what needs to be done. And then when he gets tired, you put Bridges on him. And then when he gets tired, you put someone else on him and you make him work so hard that he's a sieve defensively. Because look, Brunson already destroyed him. It was 41 points. And it wasn't a hard 41. And then I think he got tired late in the game. That's my worry right now. These minutes are piling up. Towns and Brunson's shots were consistently short in overtime. And that's why they were missing and late in the game. That's not what you want to see. That's tired legs. That's why you're short. That's the last thing as a team you want to see happen at this point in the year. They need to keep it going for another 3 weeks to have that energy with those legs. So I'm a little worried in a shootout with them. But again, let's just play better defense because defense was not played last night. And I'm 100% with you. No reason for Towns to have been out there at that point in the game when you could have put Mitch in there. You could have found a way to make sure they wouldn't switch Mitch onto the top of the pick and roll or something. He just needed to be, because Carlisle's smart. You said it. Like Carlisle, he knows the game inside and out. He knows how to get he's a champion. He knows how to get a guy like Mitch out of his way if you're not careful. And they got him out of his way when he was in, so Tibbs didn't really have an answer. He's like, I'll just go with my 5 guys. We're winning anyway. I mean, there was a stat, Errol, that the Knicks were a 99.96% chance to win that game with a couple of minutes left. If that's what it's going to take
Tom Brady
for the Pacers to win.
Tom Brady like.
I think it's actually worse. If that's what it takes for the Pacers to win, I still like the Knicks' chances this series.
I think a lot of people like the Knicks' chances in this series because you watch the Knicks play as good a basketball as we've seen the Knicks play in the fourth quarter. They played very well until the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, and they didn't even need Jalen Brunson to help them do that. Jalen Brunson was not on the court when the Knicks went on that what was it, 12-1 run or 12-2 run, and it was OG Anunoby, it was Miles McBride, it was these guys, the guys that were secondary players right behind Jalen Brunson that were taking over the game. OG Anunoby did not have one of his better games, but in the fourth quarter, when you needed OG to hit a three, he hit a three. When you needed OG to go up there and dunk the ball, he dunked the ball. That's what you want to see, aggressive type of playing. And I want to see more of Karl-Anthony Towns going to the hole, not shooting up 60-foot jumpers. I don't get Karl-Anthony Towns. Everybody looks at his line of scoring. Wow, he had a great game. But guess what, guys? When it came down to the big parts of the game, was Karl-Anthony Towns really playing well? The answer was no. He wasn't playing well. And when Jalen Brunson isn't on the court, you expect a guy like Karl-Anthony Towns to take over the game. And he can't. He's not that type of player. And I've said this many, many times, and you guys remember this. I said the most important player on this team is Karl-Anthony Towns. Did I not say that? I've been saying that for a very long time. And here's the reason why I think Karl-Anthony Towns is more important than Jalen Brunson and every single one, OG Anunoby, is because Karl-Anthony Towns has one thing the Knicks have not had in such – I don't even remember the last time the Knicks had it. They have a big man that is very athletic, that can go to the hole, shoot threes, and get fouled and go to the free throw line and shoot 92% at the free throw line. Could you remember a New York Knicks player or big man that's ever done that?
I've got one.
Who?
And it was like a year and a half of Porzingis before he got hurt and was on and off the court.
Let's
Those
not
numbers he had. He was that good of a foul shooter.
Let's never talk about that idiot. Let's not even.
That was the hope, though. Like, we always wanted that guy. And ironically, same draft. Same draft, ironically, and they won games at the end of the year and got a worse draft position. You know, this is like the New York tradition. All my favorite teams end up screwing themselves that way. We ended up with Towns anyway, and he's a flawed player, but he has so much talent, and he does things that other teams can't stop. So as long as we make him a weapon and not a liability.
How do you make him a weapon? How do you make him a weapon?
Well, I think you saw it in that run, right? You have him taking up space, and you have the other forwards and wings handle the ball.
Go to the hole. Go to the hole and draw fouls. You're a big man. There's nobody on that team.
He's a stretch five, though. He's a stretch five. He's the best outside shooting big man in the league by far.
But look what he did against the Celtics in Game 6. Look what he did in Game 6. What did he do that was so important in that game? Was go to the hole and draw fouls. That's what Jaylen Brown got into foul trouble. Why? Because at points he had to shift over to the Karl-Anthony Towns and try to defend him. That's how we got into foul trouble.
When he's hitting that shot, though, that's when teams have to play up on him in the perimeter, and then he can blow by them.
And then he can do that too, but he's not that great with his back to the basket. But if he's hitting a shot and then being able to get in and validate what he's doing where they have to come pressure him, then he's better at that, drawing fouls. But I just don't think he's that great with his back to the basket of trying to get in and draw fouls like that.
There's one thing that could solve this team that they are facing, and I don't know if they can pull it off because it didn't look good when they tried it last series, when they play them both together, when they play Robinson and Towns together. Because theoretically, they should cover each other's weaknesses with their strengths. Robinson can rim protect when Towns can't. Towns can do the outside shooting and the more of the offensive game, and Robinson can just get layups and alley-oops. That's all he needs to do on offense. But that hasn't worked yet.
Jamie Lee in the comment section said, that's what surprised me the most, a Thibodeau team giving up on defense at the end of the game. Yeah, they did, and they never adjusted.
Stop. Tom Thibodeau's defense hasn't been good with the Knicks for 2 years. Right. This has been It's been
league average defense.
Up and down.
Which for Thibodeau is bad, because he's always been that guy, right? He was the defensive coordinator of the Celtics championship teams when they faced Kobe with KG. That's who he was.
Thibodeau came to this team. When Thibodeau came to this team was a top 5 defense for almost 3 years. Top 5. It was that good of a defense. Now you add OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, and Josh Hart, and you have Mitchell Robinson. You have 4 elite defenders. And, Miles McBride, too, who's really an elite defender at the point guard position. You have 5 guys that could defend multiple positions, and you're letting this Pacer team run all over you when you have a 14, 15-point lead with 5 minutes left of the game? Embarrassing on your home court in front of all those great movie stars and ex-Knicks jumping around. But by the way, I don't want to see John Starks anymore. I don't want to see him anymore. Because as much as I love you, John, I remember nothing more than those 17 bricks in Game 7 against the Rockets. I don't want to see you out there.
It was 10, but it felt like 17.
It was the second most bricks built in.
It was 17 in my eyes.
It was the third most bricks ever built in New York basketball. Julius Randle second, Ben Simmons is first.
It was embarrassing.
Ben Simmons definitely
it's embarrassing. By the way, Carmelo Anthony never won with the Knicks. Stephon Marbury never won with the Knicks. Patrick Ewing never won with the Knicks. Go on. J.R. Smith was there, never won with the Knicks. Give me a break. I don't want to. I saw J.R. Smith when I went to commercial. I was like, isn't that J.R. Smith, Speedy? Yep. He was standing right there. He was like,
J.R. Smith just loves a good party. Let's face it. We
100%.
J.R. Smith.
I could care less.
Hey, Errol, one of our guys, that's a regular listener, my boy Tommy, he was just like, he literally was like, stay out of foul trouble. And that's on Tibbs, exactly what you said. It's like, why in that aspect are you bringing him in? And I agree with you guys at 100% on that aspect. This is a little bit probably on Tibbs more so than some of the little bit of bad play towards the end of the game.
Well, yeah, again, you look, there's many different adjustments that I think Thibodeau could have made in the timeouts. But again, at the same time, like they're on the players too. Like I think the lineup was bad the way they did it. But I think when you look at the adjustments to guarding the perimeter, you can let them get inside baskets for 2. So you could foul them. You could do other things if you're getting beat on the threes. You don't want to have them come back with threes. That's why this scenario was so rare. First time in 978 games that a 14-point lead was blown.
I don't even care how many games and how many playoff series there have been since this has happened. It doesn't really matter. Here's the problem. It happens only to the Knicks. It only happens to the Knicks.
Y'all are struggling up there. Y'all are struggling.
It only, I sat there.
Should have heard him yesterday.
Speedy I was standing right in front of my 65-inch TV in my living room, and I told Speedy with 5 minutes left of the game when they were up 14, they're going to lose this game. They're going to lose this game. I don't even want to watch this. I'm pacing back and forth. And as every single 3 went in by Nesmith, I was telling Speedy, this game is over. I'm telling you, Halliburton's going to hit a game winner, and we're going to watch this team absolutely choke. And what happens? He practically hits a 3. And by the way, what are the chances that something hits off the rim 15 feet in the air and falls in? And
I mean, you got to have perfect spin on the ball. He can shoot, but that's like a video game thing. That's like
you should only get that at home, not on the road.
I know, right? Look, Nesmith isn't going to go 8 for 9 from 3 again this series. I'm pretty confident in saying that. That ties a Pacers record. Pretty sure it was Reggie. Right? I'm not worried about that. I'm worried that they don't play enough defense and that they don't, they get themselves into foul trouble and they play dumb games like this.
That's not even what I'm worried about. You know what I'm worried about?
If they stay in foul trouble, they're a better team. They just got to play defense.
I'm worried.
And I'm not worried.
I'm worried about them watching them go down the way they did in game number 1, and it's caught in their brains. And if they go up at any point in the fourth quarter, it's going to be in their minds that they're going to lose the lead, and that's what happens.
Outside of Game 6 of the Celtics series, though, what game did they have a big lead like that they had to keep? I think that was the first time all playoffs they had a lead like that.
It's the exact opposite. They were getting blown out, and then they come back, and now it's exactly
they came back games 1 and 2 of the Celtics series. Now a little taste of their own medicine coming back on them. It better be a freaking wake up call, because if it's not, you're right. It could go south.
I think you're a Knicks fan, and that's what a Knicks fan would say. It's better be a wake-up call. I don't think it's a wake-up call for
they outplayed them the whole game except for the last 6 minutes.
We've seen this before. What are you guys, blind? You don't remember some of the games we've seen in the past?
And I think what Errol is getting at is the Pacers had a clutch identity, too. They came back down 10-3 times against
Look at what they did against the Cavaliers. Yeah. The Cavaliers were the best team in the East all season long. They go in to Cleveland and completely turn them over. The Cavalier fans knew the series was over after Halliburton hit that 3-pointer in game 1. The series was over. And what did he do in game 1 against the Knicks? He hit practically the same shot, and it went in, even though it took him to overtime. And the Knicks had a chance to stop that choking sensation that he had in the fourth quarter. The problem is, and I see it from you, you're a Knicks fan, and all the Knicks fans out there. Oh, I listened to Josh's show, Game On, before our show, and he says, listen, I still believe that we're the better team. I still think we have enough to beat this team. Here's what I think. I don't think anything because the word think always comes into my vocabulary when I think about the Knicks. Think. And when that word comes up in any Knicks mouth, it means they're going to lose. Think about it. They always lose. And that's what bothers me about this team and the way they lost in game one.
This is a different team, though, man. This team, they haven't done this. They haven't had to keep a lead like that. This team is a better team than the Pacers. They are better at almost every position. I don't think there's a position that they have a starter that's not better than their guy. On the bench, maybe we could talk about it. But on the front court, I think Cat's better than Turner. I think OG's better than... Well, let's say OG has some trouble with Siakam, but I thought OG and Siakam, they'll play to a draw. I think
They know each other well.
they obviously know each other very well from Toronto days. Look, Bridges is better than whoever they got. Hart's better than whoever they got. And Brunson is better than Halliburton. That's how I see it. And that team should win.
And you know
And
how
they almost did.
You know how I see it? The Cavaliers by far were better than them.
I think the Knicks would have taken care of the Cavaliers too.
The Cavaliers were that much better than they were, and what happened to the Cavaliers in that series? They lost.
Knicks
lost
in 6.
They
No
lost.
problem.
Okay, no problem. I'm going to tell you this right now. The Knicks better show up.
It'll be 2-2 heading back, and then they're going to take 5 at home in a blowout, and then just rain on their parade in 6 in Indy. I'm going to love every second of
This is
it.
a true Giant fan. This is a true Giant fan, ladies and gentlemen. This
Giant
is a guy.
fan, Knicks fan.
This is a guy that never ever turns on his team. But here's what I'm going to say. I don't care if I'm a Knicks fan. I don't.
You with all your multiple teams that you like.
Multiple teams. What am I? Why? Because I like Philadelphia. Because I grew up a McNabb fan. What else? I'm a Knicks fan.
You
I'm
can't
a
have
Yankees.
2 teams. I mean, like you could kind of have 2 teams.
No, I don't.
He just changed hockey teams over the course of his life.
First of all, I was 11 years old or 12 years old when I became a Florida Panther fan because I was a Van Beesbrook fan. Right. And when he went to the Islanders, I became an Islander fan. I've been an Islander fan really since I was 15, 16 years old.
So I feel like, Errol, people our age, and I'm going to lump myself in with you because I'm feeling old as hell. I think we used to be more only team fan type guys. I think you were kind of an outlier when we were growing up. But nowadays, I think kids are like you, where they follow players a lot more than they follow teams.
We started that all the time.
Hold on one second. I follow players. I followed one player.
Well, you did McNabb, you did Van Beesbrook, and so it's 2 of your key sports.
First of all, I was a Donovan McNabb fan when I was a kid. I watched college football, and for some reason, I was a Syracuse fan growing up. So when Donovan McNabb was coming up from high school and I heard about him, I became a big fan of his. And I said to myself, wherever he goes, wherever he's drafted, I'm going to root on for that team. And the Jets were always bad.
We should get him on the show, for the record. We should get Nathan on getting him on the show.
I will say this. Donovan McNabb was this close of joining our show when we were at the Super Bowl.
I know.
He passed us, and he was this close. And Donovan McNabb, I've interviewed him before. I met him in Miami at the Super Bowl. And he was so gracious because he had a big, huge bouncer, guys. He was huge. He was like 6'8", and he was pushing people away. And as soon as he walked past me and I gave him a couple of numbers that I remember him in Syracuse, he turned around, he smiled at me, and he just turned around and started speaking to me. And I had a picture with him. We spoke about 15 minutes, and I'm like, where are you going, man? And he says, I'm getting the hell out of here. I don't want to deal with the people. So, and that's a true story about Donovan McNabb. I love Donovan McNabb, but I didn't follow players.
I'm saying like you follow your favorite team.
I had favorite players. I did
from the favorite player. I was always this is the team. It's not the name on the back. It's the number. It's the jersey on the front.
I was a Jet fan, but I was a Donovan McNabb fan. I was a Jet fan, and
I can understand why the Jets could do something like that to you. But
you know who my favorite Knick was of all time? It was Charles Oakley. He was my favorite Knick of all time. And my favorite team growing up out of all the sports was the Knicks. I was a hockey player, and it was the Knicks. I was a diehard Knicks fan. I bled orange, blue, and white. That's what I bled.
You know how many times I used to take that like baseline turnaround fadeaway that Ewing tried to do and say Ewing as I airballed it every time, basically.
Overrated New York Knicks.
Oh, but he was still 20-10. Let's face it, he was for a very long time 20-10.
Stop this.
And played really good interior defense.
Stop with this Patrick Ewing crap. If I saw Patrick in front of me right now, I would do this. I would mock him like Tyrese Halliburton. I would grab my neck and say he was a choke artist because that's all he was. I love Patrick Ewing, but I don't want to hear from Nick fans. He's the greatest big man the Knicks have ever had. That's a lie. That's a lie. Remember Willis Reed? Does anybody remember him? Come on, guys. Even DeBusschere, who was practically, 6'8", 6'9", or something around. He was a better big man. In those times, that was a big man. I would say DeBusschere is a better player. It doesn't matter. I'm tired of hearing.
I'm not disagreeing with possibly DeBusschere being better because DeBusschere is a Hall of Famer. So
he's a Hall of Famer.
No, I know, but we're arguing Hall of Fame versus Hall of Fame. Obviously, we're kind of picking hairs.
Everybody's a Hall of Fame in the NBA now. Everybody goes to the Hall of Fame. It makes you sick. It makes you sick. Everybody. I mean, right now, practically the whole league's a Hall of Famer. Every single one of those
LeBron
teams.
will make sure J.J. Redick will get in the Hall of Fame.
Nesmith is going to be a Hall of Famer because he hit 8.
Well, if he hits 8 out of 9 every freaking game, he might as well be.
Give me
I mean,
a break.
it's crazy. I mean, there's some guys that are. There's a guy that I think is a surefire Hall of Famer, Errol, that didn't get the MVP for some reason this year. Can you freaking believe that?
That's what I think. I think.
Great segue though, Fish. Good work.
It figures with the New York Knicks and everybody that's probably listening to us right now and saying, this guy's nuts. You're a Knick hater. No, I'm not a Knick hater. I'm an honest Knick fan. And I'm just telling you guys, when you hear you think, that worries me. That worries me. Knick fans, when you hear any Knick fan like Mr. Fisherman over there says.
I never said I think. I said I'm very confident they're going to win in 6. You're just making shit up.
You said, I think. That's what you said.
Oh, my goodness. I think you took 6 letters and said that changed my entire opinion.
You said, I think. Did you not?
I said I'm very confident.
No, you didn't use
They
those.
barely beat them. They had a .04 chance to beat them with 3 minutes left. That's like having pocket aces and 4 of a kind and getting beat with a royal flush on the last card. You know how many times that happens? Once in 17 lifetimes. We just saw one of the most rare basketball games that ever happens.
This doesn't want to do any more betting.
You're a joker. That's what you are. I got to get off this.
Yeah, Joker should have been MVP in my opinion.
Alexander won an NBA MVP award this past week. Yes, it was yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, beating Nikola Jokic and Giannis for that wonderful award. Shai got 71 out of 100 first place votes, while Jokic got 29 of them. Shai also got 913 total votes compared to Jokic with 787 and Giannis 480. Despite finishing second in the MVP voting, Jokic joins Bill Russell and Larry Bird as the only 3 players to finish first or second in MVP votings 5 consecutive years. Shai was the 10th player in NBA history to win an MVP when leading the league in scoring and leading his team with 260 wins. 9 of those 10 players won NBA MVPs, with the lone exception being Karl Malone winning an MVP over Michael Jordan in 96 and 97 that season. Jokic finished the season with a triple-double, averaging 29.6 points per game, 12.7 rebounds per game, and 10.2 assists per game. Shai finished the season with 32.7 points per game, 5 rebounds per game, and 6.4 assists per game. By the way, congratulations to Shai Alexander. I'm not going to take any shots at the kid. Very well deserved. I love the kid. I love everything about his story, coming from Kentucky, a guy that really wasn't even a superstar over there when he was there. A lot of people were questioning if the guy was going to transition into the NBA the way he did. So it's an amazing story. And if you know anything about Shai Alexander, he's a Canadian player, and a lot of Canadians that come into the NBA are really not successful. They're really not. Could you name the last Canadian that won an MVP?
Steve Nash.
Steve Nash was the last one. He's the only one. He was the only one from Canada that's won an MVP, and he won 2 of them. Shai Alexander has a chance to win 3, maybe even 4 of them. He is a special player. But I'm sorry, Jokic was the best player in the NBA all season long. There's no question that he was. To average a triple-double as a big man and the way he did it in a Western Conference, that is more impressive than scoring 32 points.
But you brought this up, Errol. It's what the NBA or the LGA, however you want to call it.
Oh, LJA.
They didn't want to give it to him. Like, how do you not give a guy that is a big man averaging a triple-double, because he's already got his MVPs, right? And as you stated on this show plenty of times, and you're 100% right because you call it. It's like he should get another one, but they're not going to give it to him because they want this other avenue of a guy. Which dope. He's a great player. Dope what he did for his teammates, buying them all Rolexes. Like, good for him. Like, that's awesome because it shows that he understands how important his teammates are, whether he's doing it to show face or that's who he is. I don't know him as a person, so I can't speak on that, but it's great that he did that to his teammates. But I agree with you 100%. You called it from the beginning when we started talking about this, that he was going to get the MVP, but Jokic is the best player. When you average a triple-double in the standards that he's doing it, position that he's doing it, without a doubt, like he's going to be in the conversation every year because we haven't seen a big man like that do what he does.
He's the greatest big man we've seen really since Tim Duncan. Honestly, if you go back at the positions that both of them play, and obviously he plays a 5. Tim Duncan played the 4 and a 5, but Tim Duncan revolutionized the game the way he did as an anchored defender, and he was boring to watch, but he did it so well.
He made the bank shot sexy.
He made everything sexy because he always won. And if you ask Greg Popovich, when was the last time Greg Popovich won a championship? You can't remember because Tim Duncan was on that team. And I'm sorry, Greg Popovich was only as good as the player that he coached, and that was Tim Duncan. As far as I'm concerned, Jokic is the best player in the NBA. There's no argument to that. I think Shai absolutely believes that too. The fact is, the NBA has been doing this for a long, long time. This is factual. The NBA is not going to give these guys back-to-back-to-back MVPs because if that was the case, LeBron James should have won 5 of them in a row. Michael Jordan should have won 10 of them in a row. Michael Jordan was by far the best player in the NBA for like 10 or 11 years straight. And if Michael Jordan didn't retire the 2 years after his father died, he probably wins 7, 8, maybe even 9 championships in a row. The guy was unbelievable, the greatest basketball player of all time. Shai Alexander, he kind of is unique on the game and the way he plays the game. He's a great offensive player. He reminds me a lot like an offensive Kobe Bryant. The guy can do everything on the basketball court. He can shoot threes. We've seen him shoot fadeaway threes. The guy is an absolute offensive phenomenon. He's also an unbelievable defender. I think people forget how good Shai is defensively. Kobe Bryant was a great two-way player. Michael Jordan was a great two-way player. Shai Alexander, when he came into the league, nobody knew how good his offensive game was going to transition there. His game really coming to the NBA, and as why he was such a high draft pick, was his defensive style of game. And why do you think guys like Calipari actually recruited him? It wasn't because of his offensive side of the game. It was his defensive prowess. And look what he's turned out to be. We've seen players come into the league and transition their games. We mentioned the Spider. When he came into the league, he was a defensive player. Louisville, Pitino recruited him because of his defensive prowess. When he came into the NBA and he was drafted 13th or 14th, the Knicks wanted him. When he came into the league, he transitioned his game at Utah to an offensive style of game. He kind of took away from the defensive side of the game and transitioned into that style of NBA game that a lot of these players are playing now. Kawhi Leonard, when he came into the
league. But do you think they value defense when they come into the league as much as they used to?
Especially because you're not going to get
Of course.
There's a lot of great shooters in college that are just going to be either undersized or not athletic enough to be in the NBA. With defense, it usually requires a lot of athleticism.
Here's the problem. We mentioned Karl Malone, okay? Karl Malone never played a lick of defense. Anybody watch the Utah Jazz in the olden days? Was anybody a Utah Jazz fan? He never played the mailman. That's why they called him the mailman. Does anybody know why they called him the mailman?
I actually watched Utah because that's where my dad went to
college.
Because
he delivered.
That's right. He delivered, and he never delivered a championship. That's what I always said. And John Stockton was one of the greatest point guards of all time.
Yes.
I was a Jeff Hornacek fan.
Yeah,
well,
it was basically you get it into him and or kick it out to Hornacek, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Guess what? I did like Jeff Hornacek until he coached the New York Knicks. Right. Then I couldn't stand looking at him.
I had to throw that in there.
Team too. Look, I agree with Jabba. I think great offense beats great defense in the NBA. Like you can hit a really hard shot over someone playing perfect defense. That happens all the time in the NBA. So I think when they draft, they're always looking for offense first. But defense, super duper important in the scheme. Shai Alexander has shot 52% from the field this year. and he's a 3-point shooter. And he shot 37.5 from 3, but you know how many shots were that close to the rack compared to the average person? Jalen Brunson, who has a great shooting percentage, shoots 48.9. That's how good Alexander was this year shooting the ball. So the reason why you got to give him this award is he just hit every shot. It just felt like he would hit every shot. Comparatively, look, a great interior guy is going to shoot like 60% from the
When
field.
was the
But
last
a guard?
time- When was the last time you seen a player get a triple-double and not win the MVP?
I know. Well, I mean, Russell Westbrook.
Westbrook, James Harden. Both those players won the MVP. And by the way, they weren't even the leading scorers of the league when they won the MVP. So don't give me that crap. That's why he deserves it.
Well,
Don't do that to
his
me.
team won. So here's the thing, though. You know the reason why he got it over Jokic
Why is
isn't
that?
just the stats. It's because you always give the MVP to the team on the historic team with the amount of wins.
Disagree.
68 wins compared to 52. You're giving it to the guy on the 68 win team if it's close. And that's how it's been in the NBA forever. They've always done that.
So Fish, what does MVP mean then?
Well, that's the great debate, right, Jabba? Like,
That's what
is it
everyone
most
debates after
valuable to
sport.
your team? Because, like, if it's most valuable to your team, it's Jokic. Because without Jokic, that team wins 20 games.
Right.
I mean, Porter's washed up.
Oh,
Murray's good every other game.
Russell Westbrook won the MVP, right? Was his team
Not both seasons that he had it.
Doesn't matter. When he won an MVP, was his team the best team in the NBA?
No, well, I think it's big difference. I think.
Ace,
Look,
you-
I would have voted for Jokic.
read-
I'm just
I-
trying to be the devil's advocate
James
and try to
Harden
explain
was
this.
James
Harden
Harden?
won MVP.
I'm just saying, was James Harden? Was he on the best team when he won the MVP? No, that's a bunch of crap. It's a
Well,
bunch of
if Chris
crap.
Paul doesn't get hurt
The NBA,
in
the
that
NBA.
conference finals,
Screw them all.
and they beat Steph.
Freaking
Look,
dunk.
we all know that was better than the finals that year when it was Chris Paul and James Harden on that Houston team versus that Steph team. And that was, I think Durant was that. Is that one of the Durant
Durant's
years?
first year. Yep, Durant's first year.
That was a really close series, and then Chris Paul blew out his hamstring, and then it was a walk-off, right? It was like nothing there, and Harden didn't show up Game 7. It was over.
Just like
Before that happened, they were even, man. I think Harden had the ability to win that year if Paul stayed healthy.
Maybe, but James Harden's not going to be able to do it.
Coulda.
But
should.
I mean, I'm just saying. Look,
I'm tired of hearing this.
Alexander, 32 points a game,
Sell this
52% from the
whoever
field.
you think doesn't know basketball. That's a bunch of crap. And for you to think for 1 second Jokic shouldn't have won the MVP just shows you how much you want to lick his ass. Right, Speedy?
I'm not licking anyone's ass, but I will reference the comparison with Russell Westbrook's triple-double year that he did win and Nikola Jokic. Like, Russell Westbrook's triple-double year, he deserves to win. I know people were saying LeBron at the time, and there was like, I forget who the third candidate was, but people were saying because Russell Westbrook was doing it in a very, I guess, inefficient way for an MVP. Jokic is doing it in a hyper-efficient way for an MVP candidate.
Anyone!
That's where I think the voters miss it. Now, Shai had some very efficient stats, and Brett Siegel, when we had him on the show a month ago, mentioned some of his.
I'm not doing any
point guard
freaking
is
time.
really insane for the amount of volume that he's shooting. But Jokic's, between the true shooting percentages, between the efficiency he had with inside, is some of historic numbers for a big man that you hadn't seen probably since Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain. Like, it's crazy the numbers he was putting up, and he's averaging a triple-double.
The fact that anybody puts, and I'm saying this, Shai Alexander in the same conversation as Larry Bird is despicable. Okay, he is not Larry Bird, and I've one season putting up these numbers, and that's fine. I'm not saying that Shai Alexander is not great, and he had a great season last year. He's a great offensive talent. He's great defensively. He wasn't the best player in the league. He wasn't. Let me ask you guys a question: if Shai doesn't play on OKC, do they make the playoffs?
Yeah,
I think they do.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this question: if Jokic was not playing on the Nuggets, do they make the playoffs?
No, they're a lottery team without Jokic.
They're a lottery team. So what, when you look at these kind of things that I'm kind of expressing to compare and contrast these players, who would you take as your MVP knowing that?
Look, if it's me,
Answer the question. Answer the goddamn question. Just spit it out. Stop it, Fish. What are we trying to catch it with a hook? You want me to throw the worm in the water? I mean, seriously.
Think again with
Speedy will shut down.
I've already told you I'm playing devil's advocate. I've for weeks have said Jokic should win this over Shai. I've said that for weeks. I'm just trying to tell you why he won, because obviously more than 2/3 of the NBA feels differently than us. Because that's 71 first place votes that went to him. So that 67 would be 2/3. It's more than 2/3 of the league that feels that way. And the only thing I came up with, Errol, is the shooting percentage and the fact that he was the best player on the team with the best record by far.
You just gave it. I had to come up with a reasoning because I couldn't find one. That's I'm trying to.
It's a sports show. I gotta distribute the conversation. We can't just agree with each other.
Here's my reasoning. I think the NBA is lame. I think the NBA knows who the best player in the league is, and they're really robbing the best player in the league for an award that he should have won every single year for the past 5-6 years.
But that's exactly what we were talking about, and Speedy said the same thing. That's in every sport. What does MVP mean? Because as we just stated, and what we agree on, and Fish being the devil's advocate, because we don't talk about stuff we all agree on. There has to be some prolonged stuff.
I don't want it to be similar.
No, not at all. But it comes down to exactly what does that truly genuinely mean.
I'm going to tell you.
But as we said, without Joker, they're a lottery pick. They're not even in the playoffs. Shai, they probably get it. They still probably get 60 to 62 wins, probably.
I don't know, 60, 62. I think they win about 45, 43, somewhere around there. They have a good team. They have a very good roster. Hartenstein's a good big man. We've seen how good he's played for them. He's been a really big anchor and one of the best off-season acquisitions throughout the league. I will say what MVP should be called. It should be called MVC, Most Valuable Chump. That's what it should be called, because that's what the NBA is selling to us. Us as fans being chumps. That's what we are. We are chumps. We actually have to
know why they do it, though.
I'm a chump. Screw you, Adam Silver. LJA, go to hell. LeBron James, you idiot. Go to hell. Lakers, Luka Doncic, and all you Peabody bastards.
The LJA,
what a crap.
Top 5 awards.
What crap are we dealing with here with
look
the
a lot
NBA?
different. Obviously, LeBron would give the MVP to
man,
himself. His son's number 2.
I have lost
JJ
my
Redick's
will.
number 3. Nico Harrison's number 4. And
no clue.
And Kyrie Irving's number 5.
I'm tired. I'm tired. I argue this all the time because this is what the NBA does to me. I want to believe that the NBA has a reasoning behind something, but the only reasoning that comes to my head every single day that I think about it is LeBron freaking James. He goes to his barbershops. He invites all his sickos, and I mean sickos. Anybody that knows what I'm talking about, the P. Diddy's of the world, and the
easy on that.
I'm just telling the truth here. We've seen him hang out in the barbershop, as we all know, and they like to talk about things on camera, but after the camera, they're talking about something else.
Are you telling me he's in the Illuminati, Errol?
I don't know what they're into. I don't want to even say what I really think they're into.
Yeah, let's maybe keep that for like the Patreon.
I'm just trying to be honest. Fans, if you're listening, and I'm sure you are, I'm just being honest. I'm an honest guy, and you probably hate it. Anyways, the Thunder dominate the Timberwolves 114-88 to take a 1-0 series lead in the Western Conference Finals. After the Timberwolves led by 4 at halftime, the Thunder outscored the Timberwolves by 26 points in the second half. The Thunder had 4 players with double figures, while the Timberwolves just had 2, including Julius Randle leading the team with 28 points. Anthony Edwards was fined $50,000 for using profanity during his post-game interview. Edwards used the F-bomb when complaining about the fact that he only took 13 shots during the game. Edwards just had 18 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 assists in game number 1's loss. Here's what I'm going to say about Anthony Edwards. Stop talking and just play. Because every time you speak, it makes me want to hurl. Everything that you say, everything that you do as a leader of this team shows your non-leadership skills after the game. You don't want to take responsibility. You want to blame everybody else, and you want to say that you only had 13 shots. How about this? You want more than 13 shots? Get in position so you can get a shot. Stop trying to dunk the ball. Stop dancing and prancing around the referees when you get fouled and crying the river like Karl Anthony Towns. That's why you guys are buddies. That's why I call you the Timber Bullies. That's what you are. You're a bully. That's what you are, Anthony. You don't want to take responsibility when you want to be you don't want to be the face of the United States basketball, but you want to take responsibility when you're not getting the ball, and you want to say that you're not getting a ball. That's why your team didn't win. You didn't win because you're not a team player. If you actually step back and realize what team means, it doesn't mean Anthony Edwards. The Timberwolves as a team does not mean Anthony Edwards. And by the way, Alex Rodriguez, where the hell are you when you have a player with this kind of confidence? We all know, Alex, you were a great player. You're one of the greatest of your era. And you know you got to step back as a leader and an owner of a team after that game, we're watching that debacle of the game, and pull Anthony Edwards to the side and say, listen, you haven't won nothing, buddy. I was the best player in the league for over 12 years, and I didn't win a championship until I went to the Yankees. And it took me 5 years to do that with guys like Jabba Chamberlain and Derek Jeter and all those bullies over there in New York.
Jabba had to save the bullpen.
I'm just saying it. You got to be a champion. And if you want to be a champion, and you got to be a champion, you got to find a way to be a leader. And you going up there and cursing and prancing when all these kids are buying your jersey and buying your sneakers and doing that in front of the press shows you you're not mature enough to be here in the NBA and making millions and millions of dollars. I love the fact that he's come out and said that he doesn't go out there and spend his money on nice jewelry and buy, these crazy cars, that he's saving his money because he doesn't want to go broke. I love his whole demeanor when it comes to saving money and trying to be a professional. What I don't like about Anthony Edwards is I don't like his bragging. I don't like him coming out and talking about how much money he's making through endorsements and how much him as a player, and as he moves forward as a player, he could make and become a billionaire before the age of 30. I don't want to know about that. All I want to know is, when are you going to win a championship? When are you going to lead your team to a finals and actually have a chance to win a championship? Because we've seen it back-to-back years, and we might see it back-to-back years where you're going to lose. And I'm going to say this. I got to give a shout-out to Julius Randle. I got to give a shout-out to this guy. Because as a New York Knicks...
Hold on. Hold on. You're calling him by his name and not the bricklayer?
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say
okay.
it. I'm an honest guy, and I watch the game. He is, as a Knicks fan has always called him, and I'm one of them, called him the bricklayer. I got to give him credit. When this guy has been a laughingstock here in New York because he doesn't show up to playoff games and in the big games, and he loved to throw Jalen Brunson under the bus and say that he was the better player on the team, he's gone out there. He's been a team leader over there with the Timberwolves, and he's played well. And I think he's really transitioned into a team leader over there with the Timberwolves. You would expect that Anthony Edwards is the leading voice of that locker room. It's not. It's Julius Randle. And it's crazy because after the game, when they're interviewing Julius Randle says, we got to play better, especially me. I got to play better. I got to get these guys to play better. If I play at the top of my game and they're playing at the top of their game, there should be no reason why we shouldn't win. And by the way, Julius Randle is a comedian. He likes to make jokes, and you can see him and Anthony Edwards at the press conference. But Julius Randle is not going to go out there and curse, use the F-bomb, and things like that. That shows the maturity of Julius Randle. It shows the non-maturity of a guy like Anthony Edwards. And it just bothers me because I don't know if the Timberwolves will ever get over the hump with this guy as their leader.
Yeah, you also look at the comments that he's made in the past, too. Like, obviously, some of them are crazy. Some of them are fan-driven, too. Obviously, we took the Michael Jordan one. That was more fan-driven than I think it was him-driven. The Olympics one definitely maybe was a little stretched to call himself the truth. Fine. This one is more on stuff you can control, too. Like, why is you're blaming that you only took 13 shots in the game? It's not like people were stealing the ball from you and hogging the ball. It's not like you had Carmelo Anthony dribbling the entire shot clock from Julius Randle or Dante DiVincenzo or somebody like that. You had enough time to shoot more than 13 shots. This is something you can control. I'm going to do something we haven't done in a while, is actually protect Stephon Diggs in comparison. Remember Stephon Diggs complaining about the targets? Yeah, he shouldn't be doing that, but he's not controlling it. The offensive coordinator, the coaching, and Josh Allen's controlling it. Anthony Edwards, he's controlling it when he's holding the ball a bunch of the time. So you can't complain you only took 13 shots when you're the one holding the ball. You're not a big man. You're not a power forward, a stretch forward.
He's a baby.
Yeah, complaining about not getting the ball enough inside because you're not bringing the ball up. You're bringing the ball up and you're complaining you're only getting 13 shots. That's ridiculous to me. I mean, come on. Like, you want to curse out reporters questioning, oh, I only got 13 shots, and you want to take shots at them for saying why he's that? You're the one controlling it. Chris Finch isn't taking the ball out of your hand, and other guy, Julius Randle's like going back to 2021 Julius Randle where he's hogging the ball forever. That wasn't the case in that game. That's not why you lost the game, Anthony. Like, you took 13 shots.
Spank it, Speedy. Spank it, Speedy.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. He seemed like he was trying to metaphorically spank the reporters.
I like anal.
These are uncalled for. And it's absolutely uncalled for. Yes, I'm sure.
Metaphoric.
You're 100% right, though, because we've had this conversation when Ant has said, he doesn't want to be the face. I think this just kind of shows exactly why, because he can't be the face, because look at how he handles certain things and the way he handles it. Like, there are certain guys in certain sports that just know how to handle media in certain ways. But he has shown over and over that not only does he not want to be the face, but he's not even a leader of the team as one of the best basketball players that we have in the NBA, right? Like, one of the most athletics that we have. And to do the things that he does, but then to subside that, being on the other side where it's like, no, I just want to be me. I don't want to do anything. Well, if you want to lead the team to win, exactly what Errol said, it's like they're not going to win a championship if he doesn't take ownership and leadership of that team and be who he should be, because you are that dude. Like, you are that dude. And I don't care whether you want to admit it or not and be the face. You don't have to be the face, right? Mike Trout came out when he was doing in baseball. He said, I don't want to be the face because I just want to do me and I want to be me. But when it comes to the NBA, it's a little different. And he just hasn't shown leadership or anything to show us where we could even be like, that's the guy that we want to be the face of this game right now. Because there's a passing of the torch in every generation, and we get generational talent. And he could be that. If he would just embrace it instead of pushing it away and trying to not be somebody that he's not. Like, you can go into these interviews and be pissed off. That's fine. Like, I understand that. But when you go and you're dropping expletives and whatever, like, that's just not necessary. That's just the maturation of you becoming a player. Maybe it gets better in a few years. Maybe when he grows up and somebody gets in his ear and you see what can happen, you just don't know. But right now, no chance. And, LeBron saying that, he's going to be the face, which that is a great, great compliment, right? But you don't embrace it or take it for what it's worth, because as much as people like or don't like LeBron, he handles the media very well, and he says what he just doesn't do the things that I think, and this is just me personally, where I wouldn't want that to be the face of the NBA.
Isn't there like a crazy ceiling and a crazy floor for him?
100%
in his career.
Which in most cases, I defended him a lot of the time, but I can't hear.
So I'm glad everyone's coming around to the dark side, which was my opinion on Anthony Edwards for a while now, because I just worry about his lack of maturity. And he's now in the league 5 years, right?
Ram jam.
There's a guy that played in the league 6 years and was like really great, young guy who was going to take over back in the day, Errol, when I was in high school, so in the early 2000s. And he fell off a cliff because if you don't mature in time, your athleticism doesn't stay as you get older. You lose some of it. So if you don't start playing the game in a way where the ball gets back to you enough that you take enough shots, and you run sets well, so you get the ball at the end of them, let's face it, that's on you. If you start with the ball and you don't end up with it, what are you talking about? Like, you're the one starting the play. You've initiated offense. What are we even talking about with that? So my guy that I'm worried about as the floor, what if he's Stevie Franchise? Stevie Franchise was a super dunker, was an all-star every year, and then the athleticism went a little bit, lost the shot a little bit, and he was basically an afterthought. Ended up on the Knicks as an afterthought, of course, on those horrible Knicks teams, and was out of the league in less than 10 years. That is the floor for him because he has the athleticism. Will his maturity catch up in time? And then obviously Stevie franchise suffered a bad knee. We're not saying anything like that's going to happen. But that's the worst case scenario, right? Someone who's already rising to that level. Brandon Roy was a great player for 5 years.
First of all, Anthony Edwards is a much better player than Stevie Franchise.
Sure.
Better player. I mean, you're talking about a top 3 player right now in the NBA. You could argue he's just as good as Jokic. He's just as good as Shai Alexander. He is that good. I don't know why anybody doesn't think that he is. The problem with him is he thinks he's the best that ever was. He compares himself, and I know he doesn't want to say it, but he compares himself to Michael Jordan. He's not Michael Jordan because Michael Jordan did nothing but win. What has this guy won? He's won nothing. He had Karl Anthony Towns. He has had a good roster really since he was drafted. Has he ever gotten over the hump? By the way, he used to have Jimmy Buckets on his team. It was Jimmy Buckets, Karl Anthony Towns, and him. And they still couldn't win with Tom Thibodeau, by the way, who's the defensive guru. So I don't want to hear it anymore. As far as I'm concerned, Anthony Edwards, go out there and play the game. Show everybody that you should be considered the best player in the league. And until you do that, you're never going to be. And by the way, Kevin Durant, that was his god. That was his favorite player growing up. Ask Kevin Durant how long it took him to win a championship. It took him from going from one team to another. Does Anthony Edwards have to do that to win a championship? And I'm not taking shots at Kevin Durant. He was the best player on that Golden State Warrior team. But he had to jump from one team to another and not be the leader of the team to go with Steph Curry and be the other guy, even though he was the best player. Does Anthony Edwards have to do that in the future to win a championship? To me, that doesn't make you the best. That makes you really a top 5 player at best. And that's where he's looked at by a lot of players in the league. He's not a top 3 player because he's come out and said that he doesn't want to be the face of the NBA. He doesn't want to be the face of Team USA basketball. He just wants to play basketball and play his video games. Take your video games and shove it up your ass, bro. Take it and shove it up your ass. That to me, video games is not going to tell me what type of player you are and what the type of player you're going to be in the future. What it does tell me is that you don't care about the game as much as you should, because you should be like Kobe Bryant at 5 o'clock in the morning, going to the gyms and shooting up those threes and those free throws and trying to make yourself better in the gym than going out there and playing video games till 4 o'clock in the morning after you're playing an NBA playoff game. So it's pathetic.
And that's the difference we talked about with talent versus leadership. And I think it's even more prevalent in the NBA than it is with any other sport. Because obviously in football, you want to have leaderships be emphasized at certain positions too. Obviously, what you're saying?
I don't play video games, but what I've heard recently, not in this series, that when he was losing or he lost the game in the last series, I think it was one game that they lost in the last series, he was playing video games till 5 o'clock in the morning after that game.
I think there was one of the play-in games.
There was a
early
story.
in his career too, where that was like that.
He was up to all hours of the night playing video games because it shows you that he was mocking the team that he was playing, that he didn't think they were much of a challenge. So he said, you know what? I don't care. I don't have to sleep. I can go out there and play my game and beat them hands down. To me, it's despicable. And if you're a leader or you're a part of an organization that doesn't have leadership that can control this guy, then you don't have a team. And you're never going to win a championship.
Right. And that's what you and Fish were debating on Monday. By the way, check out our clips on our social media. Just posted earlier today, debating Anthony Edwards' leadership, if it's enough to be able to do it. And again, there's a difference with leadership and talent that comes. Now, I gave him the credit for being able to lead over somebody like Julius Randle, somebody over like Rudy Gobert that's had issues with their other teams in the past. And now this seems like the whole reverse thing where you're going to throw them under the bus inadvertently by saying, oh, I only took 13 shots. That's not him.
Breaking news.
That's not.
I'm putting you on a leash now.
Anything. Yes. And Anthony Edwards should be put on a leash from those types of comments, metaphorically speaking, not physically like where Rudy Gobert stuff like that, but like metaphorically speaking, saying it's not our fault that that you didn't get as much shots in the game as you're doing. Like in baseball, like there's uncontrollable aspects you have. If you have a 5-hitter or something that can only get to the plate 5 times, you're not going to say, "Oh, I didn't get enough plate appearances. I was going to win the top 4 guys in the same." I was talking about with football with Stephon Diggs, like. There's only some controllable aspects that a game plan is going to have where you're being peppered with targets all the time.
Ooh,
in basketball,
I need a gin and tonic.
In basketball, there's 5 guys in the court. There's not as much things to be able to steal that kind of thing where you're only shooting 13 shots. I'm not saying you have to shoot 33 shots, but there should be some kind of a balance in a playoff game that's already led to this point and created good things. And he just doesn't have that. And Kevin Durant, you were talking about it. Maybe it was the same kind of way at the beginning of his career where you were questioning his leadership. And then the whole, if you can't beat him, join him things. He joins Golden State. And then they win the championship.
That's what's going to happen to Anthony Edwards.
And it's definitely possible.
I think that's what's going to happen.
Obviously, it's not going to happen this year because he just signed the contract.
No.
But 2-3 years down the road, it's definitely possible.
Alex Rodriguez is running that team, and so is Loria.
Jeff Lurie.
Jeff Lurie.
No, Jeff Lurie's the Eagles owner.
No.
Jeffrey
Mark
Lurie.
Lurie.
Mark Lurie, whatever his name is. He used to own the Miami
Marlins.
Yes. So I will say this: if Jeff it's Jeff, right? If he's running that organization,
is it Mark?
Mark, Jeff, whatever, whoever owned the Marlins, we all know what that team did after they won a championship. They sold their players, so that's what they're going to do. Eventually, Anthony Edwards is going to be a piece that he's going to sell away after he sells the team. And same thing with Alex Rodriguez. They bought the team for like under $2 billion or at $2 billion.
$1.5.
Yeah, so
$1.5 billion.
$1.5 billion. They got an NBA team, and they're going to sell it for $6 or $7 billion. It's an absolute slam dunk. And honestly, it was one of the probably best moves Alex Rodriguez has ever done in his career when it comes to business deals. So he's sitting there pretty. He owns a basketball team with one of the best players in the league, and he's going to sell them away just like we've seen it before. Mark.
Hey, remember he owns the WNBA team as well.
That's right. Mark always has a price. If you got that?
Yeah, which is all
Mark Price. You got it? Basketball?
Yes.
I don't remember that.
One of the best free throw shooters ever.
I'm just saying. Mark always has a price.
Java, I wonder if the Timberwolves are on pace to have one spending spree offseason like the great Marlins team of 2011 buying Burley and Jose Reyes.
Yeah. Well, they had to because they got in trouble the year before because they didn't spend anything and their payroll was like.
Well, they didn't sign a single player.
Million.
That's crazy. I think the Cardinals are on pace for that this offseason too. Until they finally, I think, got one like in February or something like that.
Cardinals are playing baseball, but we're not getting into baseball right now. I will say this: if they don't win tonight, I think the Timberwolves are done. They have to win this game tonight if they plan to go back home and make this I think the Timberwolves should win this series. If Anthony Edwards is playing at the top of his game and the way Julius Randle is playing, they should win this series. I think they're the better team. I really do. I know everybody likes OKC and the talent that they have. I still think Anthony Edwards is the best player in this series. As good as Shai Alexander is, Anthony Edwards can take over a game like we've never seen a player do since Michael Jordan. I've seen this guy completely dominate a game and just do everything on a basketball court. If he figures this out and starts to play his game and shuts his mouth and plays that dominant fashion play type of basketball, then I think they're better than Shai Alexander's OKC Thunder. But the way we've seen it over the last couple of months and really for the last 3 years of this guy is his own worst enemy. And I think this is going to be a big problem moving forward in this series because OKC is licking their lips and OKC has a chance to win their first title since their expansion, chances with Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, and Serge Ibaka. This is a team that actually can win with less talent. So
watching the game right now, Errol, it's early in the game, and Jalen Williams just went down with an injury. Could muck things up a little bit for OKC. Don't know how bad it is, but they did take him out for a minute, so we'll see what happens with him. Look, you're absolutely right. If they can't win this game, they're in a lot of trouble. Look, they'll go home, but there's so much shooting on that OKC team and so much ball movement and movement without the ball, especially from the forward and center position with Hardenstein. For a guy like Gobert to keep up with, for a guy like Randall, who we know loses guys to keep up with, it's going to be a tall order. I don't think they match up very well at all. Chet's going to give Randall problems if he's going to be on the outside. On the inside, Hardenstein can give him problems. It's just not a great matchup for Minnesota, in my opinion. And Edwards, think about it. If he initiated the offense, why didn't he get the ball back? Because they're face guarding him and when he's supposed to get the ball back because the coach knows. Because the coach is a good coach. So guess what? You're going to have to take the ball into your own hands and lead. And if not, you're not going to win. And I think we're finding out right now he's never going to be the best player on a championship team. Can he be the second best player on a championship team? I bet he could. But is he going to be that guy? I don't think he has it in him to be that guy.
Well, great players find a way to win. And by the way, Anthony Edwards is playing a good team basketball game right now. I'm watching the game. He's passing the ball. He's using his teammate around him, something that we know Jalen Brunson has not done in game number 1. So if we see,
yet they're still down 10, you know, like it's just like, and you know, Shai, just as we said, does a turnaround fadeaway on DiVincenzo off the glass like Tim Duncan, and it's just. This is a problem for them. They cannot compete with that shooting. It's
early. It's early. I believe still the Timberwolves are they're a very aggressive team, and they're very well coached. And if they can win this game and they can go back home to Minnesota, they can win this series. I do. And they're very hard to beat in Minnesota, just as well as OKC is when they're at home. I think OKC has only lost 6 games at home all season long or something of that magnitude. So I'm not going to sit here and say this series is over. I know it's 1 game to none. I know you don't think the Knicks series is over, but you think as you use the word think.
What are you even talking about?
You said it. You want me to go back to what you said?
Listen,
you did say that. I think.
I got so many things I'd love to say, but they're political, so I'm not going to. It's just very eerily similar to someone who doesn't listen. When they've been told 99 times one thing and you heard one thing out of the other one of 100 and you stick with the one.
Now the real question, does Joey's bag of donuts come with bagel holes?
Oh, don't worry. When we get to our sports minute later, Joey Bag of Donuts is making a return. Don't you dare worry about that.
Well, I worry about everything.
I think we should. I was gonna say I would worry about everything that goes through that guy's mind.
Well, you have to worry about what goes through my mind. I mean, seriously.
I always do.
There are a lot of things that come out of my mind that offset.
I don't have the energy to worry about what's going on in your mind, dude. There's a lot going on up there.
There are things that I do offset that probably will get people worried, But nevertheless, I don't want to mention those crazy things. You have to know me off air to know that. If you think I'm crazy on air, I'm a lot worse off air. But nevertheless, I know and I understand the game of basketball, and I do believe Anthony Edwards is as good as Shai Alexander when it comes to this game. And if Anthony Edwards wants to beat OKC, he's going to have to play his dominant fashion of basketball. And he didn't do that against Luka Doncic last year, and that's why they lost against the Mavericks. And he's not doing it right now against OKC. But again, it's still early, and anything is possible. By the way, we're still waiting for Eric Castleton.
He's going to come in around 9:15. He said
All
he
right.
got stuck in traffic.
But are you dancing? Are you going to dance for us tonight? Have you ever?
I didn't lose a bet.
I mean, seriously, could you do something for us tonight?
If I lose that.
No bet. Could you sing us a song tonight?
If you sing your song.
What do you want me to sing? If you want me to scare you away.
Your specialty.
Well, what's my specialty? Mr. Big?
Yeah.
You want me to sing Mr. Big?
We want to get signed. We don't want to get canceled. Come on now.
Well, he could be signed to a record producer after he hears this.
We have
voice.
analytics on our show. If that didn't get us canceled, I don't think a song.
I'm telling you, that's what's going to get us picked up. There's going to be like, I don't know, AdamandEve.com or something wanting to put us on their.
Adam and Eve?
Is that
the network
Spice Network?
The Spice Network?
This is going back in time.
We could sell segments. We could sell segments. You would love it.
Oh yeah, I'll get myself arrested if I ever go on the Spice Network. I'm serious. I'd be picked up in handcuffs before the show is even over if you put me on the Spice Network.
God, we could do our
I don't even know it still exists.
We could do our hypothetical broadcast in jail where we're bringing up with Pete Bursick 2 years ago.
I'll steal Tommy's little beanie and I'll put it over my private area and I'll just be completely naked on the show. What do you guys think about that?
Like a Chili Peppers album cover. Very cool.
I guess so. I mean, I'll be chilied out of out of sync, if you know what I mean.
Fish and Jabba.
My Willy chili, if you know what I mean.
Willy chili.
You better hope it's not cold in there.
It's cold. It's
well, he wants winter year round. You heard him.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not. Tommy's the only person I know in this world that wears a beanie in the summertime. It's not even summer yet, but I've seen this kid wear a beanie in the summertime. He's the only one I've actually seen that. I've seen that do. So I don't do those kind of things. On this show I wear hats, but outside of the show, if I'm not out and about just hanging out, or DJing, I am wearing my hair is up. I spiked out of spiked out of leash, and I'm a freak on a leash. Okay,
Oh,
freak
the
on a
leash.
leash.
Oh,
I'm
good,
a freak on a leash.
good song.
Yes.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my two hole, I'm
Nathan
good.
knows a thing or two about those leashes.
Talk about that if I'm on the Spice Channel. The 2-hole will be, Tommy's favorite area to put his cheeks. What do you think? What do you think, Tommy? I think it's true. I think Tommy is
plead the fifth on this one right now.
Well, he's pleading the fifth because he doesn't believe it to be true. But if we actually,
It's good you know your rights, though.
Well,
I'm gonna reach out to Dude Wipes because I think we're gonna need a sponsorship.
Pull it out of my ass.
Just so we can have Tommy Poops endorse them.
Not a hot lady.
The amount of time that
here's
he's on
the commercial,
toilet.
Jabba. It's a real simple commercial for Dude Wipes. It's just
God.
Tommy sitting on the bowl, and then like a second camera shot, he turns his face and gives a thumbs up right to the camera.
And holds his Dude Wipes.
And he holds it, Dude Wipes.
Say that.
For good enough for me, good enough for you.
I gotta have the dude wipes there, present, and the thumbs up too.
That was dynamite, Errol. That was great.
You had the fart sound as Tommy's thumb was going up and down.
Tommy likes to shut.
We lost sound on a little bit.
Blue sound.
Now we got you.
There he is. He's lost. I have to. You know what we got to do? We got to make a Christmas album, Jabba in the Mouth Christmas album, where we can add our own takes to Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. What do you guys think about that? I could definitely put something together. Have Jabba, dancing in the background. He's a little cartoon character, and Speedy, I don't know, riding Rudolph or something, right behind him, right?
I don't know. Nathan might have to coordinate the.
No, he's not riding behind me. Don't put that on me.
Are you reading the sleigh job?
No, don't put that on me. Speedy is not in my back door. Excuse me.
On my ass.
We need to have we'll have Nathan lead the sled though, because the sled that attaches the reindeer it'll be just like a leash.
Lick it and stick it.
Look, Fish has it covered already.
Look at Jabba. It looks like he's about to eat something.
I am a legend.
I'm definitely a legend.
Ferrell's elf from Elf.
Speedy,
Like this.
that actually fits you. Why am I the one with the woman? Why am I the woman with the big breasts? I don't get it.
You were probably talking about them.
Well, I do like.
Probably what it was.
By the way, if I actually had breasts like that, I would probably walk around naked. I probably would. I'm not lying. So I'm just speaking the truth here.
Yeah,
but
we know you're shameless.
Well, that's true.
Give me that chicken curry.
I like the chicken curry. I mean, we all know Nathan likes chicken curry. There's a lot of things that Nathan likes that kind of scares me, by the way. But that's a whole nother story, and we're a sports radio show, and I don't want to get myself into trouble because if I do, I'll probably never get signed by anybody. But nevertheless, we're waiting for our friend Eric Hasseltine. He is a really great personality. He does such a great job for the Memphis Grizzlies. And when we get him in here, we're definitely going to we're not going to discourage him. We'll definitely push him to the mountains, and hopefully the mountains don't collapse, because usually when I'm on the mountains, they definitely collapse. Anyways, but before we get him on, I might as well do my deuce of the day. Let's do it.
But before you get there, would you ever climb a mountain? Like try to?
Not a log. I don't have a log, but
Do we want to do that again? What were you going to say, Java? Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, would you ever, like, somebody was talking about like climbing Mount Everest? Like, would you ever like try to do that?
Never. First of all, who do we have on the
Mark
show?
Patterson.
Mark Patterson has climbed every single dangerous mountain known to man. And after hearing what he had to go through, you will never see me climb a mountain that
All
dangerous.
the dead bodies up there and
Never.
everything
Never.
that you
Five
got
of
to just like walk over
Five of
because there's
them.
nothing else you could do
Five
about
of them,
it.
the five of them, the first one he described, and there were many others after. He said,
Well, they
Oh.
use them as landmarks now. You know
To
what I
see
mean?
how high you are? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, here's Bill. We're up to Bill.
Well, it's
Tomorrow
milestone
it'll be
for
Jimmy.
those people, but then they don't. Then they end up dying.
Actually, there was an AEW wrestler named Darby Allin just completed his climb to Mount Everest all the way at the top.
Wow.
And did the Diamond Dallas Page diamond cutter symbol at the top of Mount Everest.
Good for
just the
him.
other
Is he as
day.
big as he was wrestler too? Because that's got to be hard, I would matchup for someone that size.
Fish, did you hear what he?
Darby Allin's small.
Yeah, he is a smaller dude, but he did have like a whole team that helped him, but which is pretty
Oh,
understandable.
you have to.
Of course, yeah. But my thing is, Fish, did you see that he planted the AEW flag on top of Mount Everest?
Yep, that means that they can do shows up there now. I can't wait for the first show on top of Everest.
Still going to be an empty
Great.
crowd. Still going to be no fans in the stadium.
It'll be an empty crowd, and by the time they get to the top, they'll be
Bunch
blown
of-
off the mountain. So good for
Bunch
them.
of Hicks too.
I have no Woody.
All right. Well, that's probably true. I mean, in many different ways. Anyways, we call this the deuce of the day. Go ahead, Speedy. I mean, I'm sorry. What
The deuce of the day.
What the hell was that?
It's not a lock. I don't have a lock, but I'm
Well, that was interesting, ladies and gentlemen. My deuce of the day goes to the Steelers. As Alex Highsmith was on a podcast recently, he said some interesting things about the Aaron Rodgers situation. He says Aaron Rodgers' weight isn't a distraction to all of us. If he does sign, well, he'll definitely be a boost, but we're not sure, but we're going to be excited if he does. Here's what I'm going to say about the great Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers does what Aaron Rodgers wants. That's why the New York Jets organization and Aaron Glenn and ownership did not want him there this coming season. He is not a good Samaritan for an organization, especially a young organization with a new coach. And now he's going to a team like Mike Tomlin. I guess they have a love fest, and Mike Tomlin probably told everybody, including Aaron Rodgers, hey, come to the team whenever you want. OTAs will be over. You can come practice with the team before the season, and we'll be fine. The problem right now with Aaron Rodgers is if Aaron Rodgers does not go and sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers and decides to part ways and retire, who do the Steelers have as their starting quarterback? I mean, seriously, they're waiting for Aaron Rodgers to make a decision, and OTAs are what? 2 months, a month and a half away? This is not a good sign, ladies and gentlemen, if you're a Steelers fan. And anybody that thinks this is a good sign for the Steelers organization and Mike Tomlin with this defense, one of the elite defenses in the league, only spells trouble. And you know what I think about this? I think not only this is the deuce of the day, this is an absolute debacle for an organization that supposedly is a top organization and one of the best organizations run in all of the NFL. This family, the Rooney family, and even a family over there that's running the New York Football Giants that are very well respected throughout the league. They have been nothing but a debacle. A Pittsburgh Steelers organization that hasn't gotten out of the first round in 8 seasons. And now a New York Giants team that hasn't won a Super Bowl or hasn't even come close to a Super Bowl since 2011. Just an absolute crock. So my deuce of the day goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers and this Aaron Rodgers debacle. So there you go. Thank you for all. By the way, I don't know if it was Highsmith, but it was another defensive player.
Cameron Hayward.
Cameron Hayward said, I think it was a couple of weeks ago after the Super Bowl, says, if Aaron Rodgers comes to this team, it'll be an absolute debacle, and the organization is making a huge mistake. And now you have Highsmith, one of their best linebackers, one of their best defensive players, saying, hey, we're gonna welcome him with open arms. Is this team actually on the same path? Do they actually know what they're friggin' doing? I mean, I don't know what this team and this organization is trying to do. They've made so many mistakes. They drafted Kenny Pickett. He's no longer with this organization. They bring in Russell Wilson. They bring in Justin Fields. They had a good young quarterback. All they had to do was start him throughout the season last year and not bring in Russell Wilson in the middle of a season. And maybe Justin Fields signs with them. And instead, they got Aaron friggin' Rodgers. Or do they? We don't know. So I don't know what's going on with this organization. I don't get it. But you know what? Thank God it's not the New York Jets. Thank God the Jets are not in the tabloids with the Aaron Rodgers saga.
I thought we could get through a segment without having the Jets reference or something.
I haven't
mentioned the Jets, I think.
I haven't spoken about the Jets in weeks. I know
it's been a few. I was proud of you. I'm giving you a compliment.
First of all,
I'm giving you a compliment.
If I ever speak about the Jets, it's not good. Okay, so I don't know. I don't know why anybody thinks that when I speak about the Jets, it's good. It's a good story. It's usually bad. But yeah, thank God the Jets are not the laughing stock right now in the offseason. It is the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have nothing. Who is their quarterback if he doesn't sign with them? Is it
Mason Rudolph?
Mason Rudolph? I think it's Mason Rudolph.
Yeah.
They're arguably the worst team in the NFL next year if Mason Rudolph is their starting quarterback. And maybe they're looking to lose, and maybe this is Mike Tomlin's farewell tour, because then they get the number 1 pick next year with the quarterback class very, very good next year.
Nathan says to not forget about Will Howard, the great Will Howard.
Could you stop, Nathan? What are you, lost?
Imagine Will Howard's the starting quarterback there this next year.
Even Wes, who's a huge Ohio State Buckeyes fan, couldn't stand Will Howard.
Will Howard? Is that where we're coming to? This is where we're coming? I mean, seriously, I don't understand the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think the Browns they're in better position to have a better season with the quarterback debacle they have over there than the Pittsburgh Steelers. At least they have 4 quarterbacks. Why didn't they sign Joe Flacco? Joe Flacco was, again, sitting on his parents' sofa. And now he's over there with the Browns, and they have, 4 starting quarterbacks? Whatever they have over there. Well, they got 3. And one
they got 4 healthy and 1 that's on IR with Watson.
Well, hold on one second. They got 4 of them. They drafted 2 of them, and one of them that's probably going to be on the practice squad after making $6 million last year is making $4 million after being drafted in the 5th round this past year. You know who I'm talking about?
Your boy
Shador is. I got to figure out a nickname for Shador Sanders. I got to get a nickname.
You didn't find one yet, like you did with the Gremlin?
Well, he looks like a gremlin. I mean, anybody has anybody seen what Travis Hunter looks like? I mean, seriously, I'm not trying to.
We all have.
I mean, when he smiles, he looks like a gremlin. I mean, he really does. I mean, by the way, they're coming out with Gremlins 3 finally after 25 years. So maybe he stars as one of the lead roles in that movie. I mean, that would be cool, right? Then everybody would be giving me the head. They'd be giving me the compliments because I gave him the nickname Gremlin. I give everybody a nickname. I just never get credit for anything I do on this show, ever. I mean, I've called things and I've said, by the way, where's Bambi? I mean, I forgot. He's in San Francisco. How's that debacle going to last this coming season? By the way, where are you, Owen? Where's the compliments from that one, baby?
If your theory's true of the 49ers firing Kyle Shanahan, maybe he'll take over as interim coach and resurrect himself.
That's Eric. He's definitely a hassle time. Anyway, when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, he's hanging out in his car. He's he's driving in terrible traffic, it seems like, but he's smiling. He's happy. We love when he's smiling because he's got some good takes and good content. When we come back, the one and only play-by-play for the Memphis Grizzlies, Eric Hasseltine.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. A few stories before we get into the scores going on around the world tonight. Roger Penske fired 3 of his top executives at Team Penske after 2 of his race cars were found to be illegal in a qualifying race for the Indy 500. Team President Tim Cindric, IndyCar Managing Director Ron Ruzowski, and IndyCar General Manager Kyle Moyer were removed from their positions for the embarrassment the scandal has brought upon the 20-time Indy 500 winning owner. Nothing is more important than the integrity of our sport and our race teams. According to Penske, we have had organizational failures during the last 2 years, and we had to make necessary changes. I apologize to our fans, our partners, and our organization for letting them down. The violation, an illegally modified, unauthorized spec part on 2 Penske cars, did not force the cars out of the qualifying races, as the racing world seemed satisfied with the in-house justice distributed by Legend Penske. The Indy 500 race will occur this Sunday. We have news that is not shocking to most people who know Red Sox fans. Reliever Liam Hendriks took to social media to express his displeasure at Red Sox fans who reached out after a poor performance on the mound. Just as an FYI, threats against me and my wife's life are horrible and cruel. You need help, according to Hendricks in a post. Another post, leaving comments and telling me to commit suicide and how you wish I died from cancer is disgusting and vile. maybe you should step back and reevaluate your life's purpose before hiding behind a screen and attacking players and their families. Whether you do it from fake accounts or are dumb enough to do it from your real account, I think I speak for all players who have had to deal with this in their career when I say enough is enough. Stay classy, Boston. And NFL Hard Knocks is back, and this time they will be chronicling the Buffalo Bills training camp. Hard Knocks reportedly has settled on Buffalo as rules were changed allowing playoff teams to participate in the docu-series. The mid-season version of Hard Knocks will feature the entire NFC East in a departure from its following just one team. Hard Knocks in-season will debut in December. This will bring the Giants and general manager Joe Shane back into HBO's crosshairs after what can only be described as a disastrous one-off show last year on Hard Knocks offseason. Hopefully for Giants fans, Joey Bag of Donuts over there has learned from his mistakes. Guys, in the NBA right now, almost tied up. It's 37-36. Timberwolves took a quick lead over the Thunder. 8:17 remaining in the first half in a timeout by OKC to stop the rally and the bleeding. And to a surprise not to many of us on the show, Florida is giving it to Carolina 3-0 early in the second period. Goals by Bennett, Kachuk, and Forsling. They are up 1-0 in that series already. And in baseball, still going on right now in a rain delay. The Brewers are up 5-3 on the Pirates in the bottom of the sixth. End of the eighth, the Nationals have a 7-6 lead on the Braves. In the bottom of the fourth, it is 2-2 Mariners in Astros. Final earlier today, the Yankees shut out the Texas Rangers behind a great start by Carlos Rodon and his sixth win, 1-0. Luke Weaver, his seventh save. Evaldi, tough luck loser. He falls to 4-3 despite a 1.6 ERA. Other finals earlier today, the Blue Jays beat the Padres in extras 7-6 in Toronto in 11 innings. The Phillies beat the Rockies, shut them out. The Rockies keep losing 2-0 Phillies in that win. The Angels top the Athletics 10-5, and the Guardians beat the Tigers 7-0. The Orioles and Red Sox have been rained out. Guys, we are coming at you live on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube, on our Jabba in the Mouth handle, and on Facebook and Instagram under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
I'm putting you on a leash now. Got a hot lady. I farted. Do you want to jerk me off?
I do not want to jerk you off. 631 672 3108 is the number to call.
I have no sack.
He doesn't have any sack. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and the speedster, Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the one and only Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Before we get our guest in, he's hanging out in his car and hopefully not doing anything crazy. Well, let's stay away from that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are brought to you by the one and only Ice Shaker. Go to iceshaker.com and shop all their official license collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy your free shopping or shipping or shopping or whatever the hell you want. $50 or more, you get free. Go to iceshaker.com to check out all their great products and deals. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want your Memphis Grizzlies wonderful Ice Shaker with the nice little shotgun in the back of it, ladies and gentlemen, go to Ice Shaker and get your Memphis Grizzlies Ice Shaker. If you're a New York Knicks fan and you like to lay up absolute duds in a Game 1 Eastern Conference Finals, you can get one. And Carl Anthony Towns, the flopping bastard he is, go get your Ice Shaker. And if you want to see the one and only Anthony Edwards cry because he only gets 13 shots, and you want to get an absolute debacle of an Anthony Edwards Ice Shaker, you can go to iceshaker.com and get one of those. I know Anthony Edwards would. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting calmly and carefully in his car and hanging out, as he always does. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now talking to our friend, Memphis Grizzlies play-by-play broadcaster, Eric Hasseltine. Eric, what's up, buddy?
Well, you asked if I'm doing anything crazy. Yeah, I'm doing something crazy. I'm sitting in a car in Memphis. Do you know our carjacking rates? So if you see somebody roll up to my window, just give me a heads up.
Oh, well, just listen, I don't know what you're doing in your car. And if you're trying to, you know what's crazy when I do this all the time. I live in New York. I hate it when you go into certain towns and you stop at a stop sign and there are people standing on the side of the road. They're trying to wash your windows or doing whatever that. What's going on right now? Did we lose him? Is he gone? I
think we lost him.
See what happens when you're sitting in your car and
he's in Memphis. We do we need to call somebody because he just left us.
Hopefully he's okay. I mean, he was hanging out, maybe hiding. Oh, there he is. He's popping back in there. Oh, there it's coming. It's just got a little picture. It's there it is. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on over there? Is there a storm going on over there? Is there a tornado? He's moving. He's moving, ladies and gentlemen. He's trying to find better Wi-Fi somewhere. You got to be.
I can't hear anything.
You can't hear us, Eric. You can't hear us, Speedy.
Why can't I hear you guys?
All right. You know what you're gonna do? You're gonna have to help him out. We're
gonna call you.
Eric, you know what we got to do? We're going to have to call you. You could stay on the video. We'll call you or something. He's on his phone. You can't do that. Man, that's horrible. Here, Eric, let's go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll go to commercial.
Boy, fellas.
And we'll get Eric back on. Speedy, let's go to a quick break. Push it in.
I don't know why I can't hear you guys.
I don't know what's going on. We'll get you in and get you out. Let's go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have Eric Hasseltine. Go ahead. Break.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Wheels on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. As a volunteer, you deliver a hot, nutritious meal and a friendly hello to someone just like your mother, grandfather, or next door neighbor. These seniors are inspiring people with incredible stories to share, and they love to see you. The smiles you get back are priceless. Delivering with Meals on Wheels is easy, and you don't have to drive like me for it to be quick. You can volunteer your lunch break once a week or just once a month. With 1 in 6 seniors facing hunger and many more living in isolation, your lunch break can make a real difference. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your fly. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit tunein2x.org. That's tunein2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Any questions?
What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy PD. I want to apologize to the fans. We have a little bit of difficulties. We have a new producer. We would like to apologize for this time. We would like to apologize also for Eric. He's right now he's traveling over there in Memphis, but we have him on the audio end. Eric, could you hear us?
I got you great. I apologize. That's on me, fellas. I got a little delayed dad taxi stuff tonight. I was trying to get back to the house, but on my way now. So.
That's fine. And we want to apologize. I know you're a busy guy, and we're just happy that we're happy that you're joining us, because I know you're a busy guy. But guess what? The season is over, and you don't have to watch that debacle as we've watched throughout the season. The Memphis Grizzlies go up and down. I am a big Ja Morant fan, and I want to get into the Ja Morant story. Your thoughts to Ja Morant's season this year, coming back from all the accolades, and then during the season, I mean, at the end of the season, the shooting up in the air with his hand gestures. What are your thoughts to Ja Morant's season 1, and what are your thoughts to Ja Morant doing the things that he did offset as well?
Well, I think when you start with the season, you have to go back to that he tore his labrum last year. And so I felt like he came back early. Now, obviously, medical personnel will tell you whether he's good to go or not, and he'll tell you whether he's good to go. But if you ask a pro athlete that wants to be a star, they're going to want to play any chance they get. So his shot just didn't look the same, and, the shoulder soreness. And then it really kind of unraveled. You got frustrated fans. You got a lot of people chattering in social media. And I thought some of it appeared to get to him. And so there was some frustration, a new offense, a change in the assistant coaches. And one of the guys that left was his workout guy. And I equated it like this, guys. And I've said this, I'm not afraid to say it. And it's nothing against the guy that took the departed coach's place. But when I watched him work out with the guy that left, whose name was Blake Ahern, or is Blake Ahern, he looked like he was having fun. When I watched him with the new guy, it looked like he was just doing it because he had to. I equated it to a kid getting an ice cream cone to a kid getting a stick of broccoli. It just didn't look the same. And so you switch the offense. Now you're all 5 out. It's more ball movement and less one guy dominating the possession. You drafted a 7'3", 300-pound center to set screens for a guy, and now you're literally not setting any screens. So I think there was some frustration. I think the coaching staff was put in a really difficult place by deciding to change the assistant coaches, even though the head coach didn't seemingly want to do that, but he went along with it. And then everybody questioned whether or not the coach was a sitting duck, which he turned out to be when they fired him with 9 games left. And, that's a front office's decision to make. But when your star player isn't down with it, you got a problem. Now, with the other antics that you're talking about, my belief is this. Look, it's never a right to be a professional athlete. It's a privilege. You've earned that privilege with God-given talent. But the league can still tell you, hey, these are our rules. Whether you like them or not, you can choose to break them. That's fine, but there are penalties. And so I'm not saying that Josh shouldn't do the things he wants to do, but if you do something they tell you to stop doing, then be prepared for the consequences. And I don't think, obviously, that this is, a situation where other guys don't make the same gestures, because they do. But other guys weren't suspended twice for brandishing a firearm on social media. And so there's got to be some sort of awareness with that. Now, the way I saw it, just from my eyes, was the first time he did it and the Warriors complained about it. My guess is, and I'm not privy, I'm just totally guessing, that they probably got a phone call that said, hey, stop pointing your fingers at your opponents. So the next game, he pointed them at Scottie Pippen Jr. every play. And that's his teammate. So he's like, all right, I did exactly what you said. I didn't point them at my opponent. I pointed them at my teammate. And then reportedly there was a warning saying, if you do it again, then, there's going to be consequences. So after that, he got fined, and they went to I'm throwing word bombs and doing the grenade thing, which everybody kind of chuckled at. And you see his influence, because you got kids now doing that in, AAU ball. They just had a big Nike EYBL tournament here. I can't tell you how many text messages I got from people at the event going, this kid just did the Ja word bomb. And I'm like, okay, great. You know what? It's summertime. We got swept. I'm doing something else. I don't care. But I think the guy showed at times, again, he's one of the most talented players in the league. I think he has an opportunity to earn that back. He said all the right things at the end of the year about the new coach, Tuomas Isalo. He seems to really get along with them. They're going to bring Zach Edey out to Summer League. They made that announcement to get him to understand the offense. And if Zach understands the offense, that gives him someone in that role that Steven Adams played for years, which allowed Ja to really get downhill and break down defenses. And that just wasn't happening last year. Now, they played fast. They scored a ton of points, and it was a different system. But the one thing I think you guys would understand and know about is when you throw something different at a league, it takes them a minute to catch up. But about game 40, when teams had seen the tape and seen what the offense was doing, and the Warriors were the first team to kind of write the game plan, we saw nothing but shell zone defense and nobody protecting the middle because the Grizzlies weren't going to attack the middle. They never did, and they weren't going to be in the paint. They were going to be on the perimeter. They might get Jaren Jackson to score up a big that he could overpower, but other than that, it was pass, chuck it up from beyond the line, or get all the way to the rim on a breakaway. So teams figured it out, and when they figured it out, the offense kind of stagnated. And then they got to the second half of their schedule, which was loaded with playoff teams, and they did not produce victories. And so despite the fact they won 48 games, made the playoffs, at one point this was the number 2 team in the West. And I vividly remember a night where they were playing Oklahoma City, and we're like, okay, here's your test. This is clearly the best team in the West. You're right now in the 2 spot. Where do you stand? And a 23-point loss later, he went, maybe this is some of this fattening up on the bad teams that you saw early in the schedule and teams that aren't going to be in the playoff picture. And then they go play a really, really good game, but make a mistake and still find a way to win. And you went, all right, you beat the Timberwolves twice, and you could have beaten the Rockets 2 out of the 3 losses that you had. And you threw a game away here, but you're blowing out these other teams. But after the All-Star break, I think the team that kind of got them is now the team that's making the most noise in the NBA, and it's Indiana. They put a 50-point third quarter on them, and we all kind of looked at each other and went, well, that escalated in a hurry, fellas. And the second half after that was kind of just it was a rough go, to say the least.
Eric, why are you trying to hurt our feelings? You had to bring up the Pacers. You had to bring up we were good. Me and you were good. And then you had to bring up the Indiana Pacers and piss me off.
Yeah, well, you can blame us for giving them confidence, I guess. Look, don't foul. Up 3 with 14 seconds. Let them take the shot.
Dude, that was the luckiest roll I've ever seen a player have in a playoff game. I mean, that went up. That hit off the back of the rim and went 15 feet in the air and went right in. It spun right into the rim. I mean, what are the chances that happening?
Very little. But this is the third time they seem to do something like this. But I just thought Thibodeau made a mistake fouling that early. So, and again, and because you're basically putting all the pressure on your free throw shooter. 6 seconds, I'm all for it. 14, I went a little early. Just let the guy take an off-balance 3 and get the possession, give it to Brunson. But I'm not an NBA coach. So look, our season ended in a 4-0 sweep. So who am I to say anything? What the hell do I know?
Well, you've been the Grizzlies play-by-play guy for a long time, so you know something, obviously, or they wouldn't be keeping you in that position.
I know I'm old. And I've seen a lot of crappy basketball over the years.
Well, hold on, Eric. How old are you?
907. No, 52.
You're 52, so you're only what? You're 9 years older than me. You're not that old, Eric. Stop making yourself older than you should be, because then you're making me as ancient as you. Okay, please.
Hey, I'm still dating 35 and under. I'm good.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about, Eric. He's a sugar daddy.
Well, yeah, hey, I'll be whatever they want me to be, as long as they come home. We're good.
Good for you, Eric. I've never met you, but I already like you. That's fantastic.
So, Eric,
what kind of laugh is that? What are you, a crow or something? What the hell is that? Go ahead, Speedy, spit it out.
All right, so another guy that's making headlines is the guy that used to be with your team, Dillon Brooks, and Draymond Green definitely feuding. We've seen Dillon Brooks feuding with a bunch of other guys. What is your thoughts of the whole rivalry with the two of them, both when he was with Memphis with you and now seeing it in this postseason?
Oh, gosh. Look, I got along with Dillon. Dillon's a different dude. He's that guy that when you see him outside the gym, you're cool, everything's fine. You see him in the gym, this guy would walk by you and not even blink. I don't even think he saw anybody around him when he got to the arena. And I thought he embraced that Dillon the villain role but maybe took it too far. I love the way he played, but when Dylan Brooks tried to be more than Dylan Brooks was when the Grizzlies kind of had issues. And it was a wild stat when he was here. When he scored 20 or more points, like the Grizzlies were like 23-4. But the only times he scored 20 points was when he took less than 15 shots. And that doesn't make sense. You're like, this doesn't add up. So he would be trying to get to 20 and failing and taking bad shots. Now, when those two teams met, there was some rivalry there. And then Dylan, look, in the heat of the moment, he made a bad decision. He was not going to block Gary Payton's shot on a breakaway. I remember vividly watching him go up and going, what are you doing? Because Gary Payton has what they call the bounce, as you guys know.
Mhm.
And Dylan is not that bouncy. And when he was a step behind, it's kind of one of those ones, you want to foul him, fine, but you don't try to go up hard. And Payton falls, breaks his wrist. And, of course, the next thing I know, I'm walking through San Francisco before game 3, and everybody's driving by me going, hey, man, you're number one, except it's not number one. It's the middle finger salute. And I'm like, oh. I go, oh, I get it. I got a Grizzlies shirt on. I forgot not to put this on this morning. Like, we literally were warned when we went out there for game 3 in that series, like, hey, you might not want to wear the team gear around the city. And I was like, what are you talking about? San Francisco, nobody cares. Yeah, turns out they do. Because we could walk to our hotel from the arena, and it was beautiful out. And I'm like, all right, I'll just walk back. And I'm hearing like, hey, yo, buddy. And I'm like, who are you talking to? Like, why are you yelling at me? Like, I grew up out here. I'm like, nobody does this. I'm not in New York where I expect that stuff, and I respect it. But then Draymond, I thought, he really kind of stoked it all up when he said, look, if the Grizzlies are relying, I think the quote was, if the Grizzlies are relying on this idiot to give them a championship, there's not going to be a parade in their city ever. And that was the whole big John Morant, there's going to a parade in my city thing he was playing off of. And Dylan took that to heart, and then he did it with LeBron. He did it with Steph. And, he just gets under your skin. But the one thing I will give the guy a ton of credit for is he's a hell of a defender. And I think in a lot of ways, nobody will admit it, he's got a lot of respect for the way Draymond plays. Draymond plays physical. He plays tough. He goes at officials. I mean, I laughed when Nikola Jokic got thrown out of a game, and they said, well, he used profanity at an official. And I said, that's how Draymond Green addresses you guys. How does he say it? Like, he doesn't call you by your name. He's like, hey, dude, like, it's, hey, MFer, like, and that's what he calls you. But they understand that. And I'll tell you, like, I had a conversation with an official outside the arena. We just ran into each other. He goes, hey, tell Dylan 30 seconds into the game, he doesn't need to be complaining about every call. And I was like, you know Dylan. And he goes, yeah, we all know Dylan. And I went, okay, that'll be fun. So I like that rivalry with them. I think there's more room in our game for dislike. I mean, Java will tell you, I'm sure, when you played the Red Sox, you didn't exactly want to go over and, like, give them bro hugs. If they, were yapping, they were going to get one in the ear hole. And, back in the day, if you came across the lane, I become friends with Rick Mahorn. He'll tell you the same thing. He's working for the Pistons. He's like, if you came in the lane and I set a screen and you kept coming, I was going to let you know, like, I'm going to hit you. You're not going to not feel me. And I think there's room for more of that. And the league this year allowed guys to be more physical, and some guys couldn't take it. And Dylan was embracing that to the point where I was like, yo, man, that, like, when he did it like Desmond Bain, I'm like, that was your best friend here. Why are you, like, knocking him to the floor? And I'm like, wait, you're not on the same team. When the ball goes in the air, I don't want you to be my friend. I want to kick your butt. And I respect that about him.
Eric, I love that you brought that up, because I wanted to ask you a question, because we see it from afar. You see it up front. And the thing for me is, like, for you and, like, obviously dealing with commentary and all the other stuff, like, when you see things and you have these interactions and you see it on the court, do you think there needs to be more guys that embrace that, like, hey, you're in the league, I'm going to give you what you need? And do you think that Ja at the same time is kind of like he's in between that, because he's like, I'm going to be me and I'm going to do my thing? Or do you think he needs to kind of take a step back and be like, just understand the game and how good he is?
You know, I think for Ja, it all happened so fast. It's one of those rocket ships to stardom situations where, you know, you come from Murray State, you burst on the scene, you have an amazing NCAA tournament, and all of a sudden you're going to be an NBA lottery pick in a very small town, and the bright lights are there. I think you let people be who they can be. I've always said this about a professional athlete. Look, if I had the God-given ability to play any professional sport, you give me my pick, whether it's shortstop for the Yankees, quarterback for my favorite team, the Packers, or any NFL team. I'm 24 years old, and I've got millions of dollars in my pocket, or I'm a point guard for the Lakers, and every girl in the building wants my number and wants to talk to me. And with social media, they're coming at you from 9 million different directions. Hey, go live your life. Be a 24-year-old stud. Have a blast. Do your thing until it affects your play on the court. You know, when Ja got named to the All-Star team, you got people coming out of the woodwork, and that's part of the downfall of social media. These guys are making a pile of money from the exposure, but they also are subject to all the criticism. Well, Ja gets on the plane. He's celebrating his first All-Star appearance, breaks out the bottle of Patron. He's taking a hit of it. His dad's taking a hit of it. He tries to hand it to a security guard who I'm very good friends with, and he goes, "Hey, I'm on the job." And he's like, "Not on the plane, you're not." But I know his security guard doesn't drink. And everybody's like, "Come on, man, you're a role model for kids. You can't drink tequila out of the bottle." I'm like, "Why not?" He's of legal drinking age. He's not operating a car. He's flying to the All-Star game. It's not like he has a game tomorrow. Let him celebrate. But if you take it too far and now you're doing things that are putting yourselves in harm's way, like be yourself to a point where you're not endangering yourself. And look, I'm not gonna sugarcoat the way things are in Memphis right now, guys. It's rough. I mean, they're sending 1,500 FBI agents here to try to help clean it up because the crime rate is not good. The violent crime rate is not good. I mean, we had 3,500 cars stolen in a year. Do the math. That's a lot every day. And people here are just in that, hey, we're a blue-collar, grinded-out city, and there's been a big change since, the pandemic, and people are out of work and people are struggling. And so, there's an easy way to make money, and we all know breaking the law can do that. But when you put yourself in harm's way, and the point I'm bringing up is I know about 75 people that have firearms in their vehicles. They have a license to carry them. They're legal here, but they're not getting on social media and showing that. And they're also not getting on social media with 6 million followers going live, singing to a song and brandishing that after they've been suspended. That's where I go, yo, you can be yourself. I don't have a problem with it, as long as you don't put yourself in harm's way. And to me, I always said this: if you feel like you need to bring a gun to the club you're going to, go to a different club.
Don't go
Just
there.
go to a different one. Find one. Or if you feel like you need to have that kind of protection, or you want to go to the club where all the ladies are, I'm pretty sure you have enough money to rent out the entire floor of the team hotel and bring them to you. And then nobody knows. And then don't turn on the Instagram live. There's a way to go about it. But I can't tell people how to live their life, because if I sat here and told you guys when I was 25 years old I didn't do dumb stuff all the time, I'd be the biggest liar on the planet. I did things that I probably should have gotten in more trouble for that I didn't. I got lucky. Unfortunately, now for an athlete of that magnitude and of that kind of notoriety, you're going to get recognized and you're going to have a target. And now you're talking about being around circles where in this city, and I'm not trying to say we're like the hardest place on the planet or anything like that, but that type of life in this city is very real. And these guys don't care that you're an NBA star. If you go in there and cross the wrong guys, you got problems. And people have kind of made that very clear to him. So
it's
be yourself, but don't throw it all away.
It's crazy. You said 3,500 cars. It's better than 3,500 bodies. So I would say that. But
not far off there either.
Well, that's probably true too. But it's crazy. I got a chance recently to watch the Gilbert Arenas 30 for 30. And if nobody,
so did I.
And I didn't really get a chance to watch that because it's been out for a while, but it's now on Hulu. If anybody has Hulu, get it. If you have a chance to go watch it on the Disney, whatever, the Disney app, it's great. 30 for 30. It's sensational. It's also on Netflix as well. It's interesting because I didn't know the story behind it until I got a chance. And I used to blame Gilbert Arenas for the gun situation. And it kind of was, but it wasn't. And the story is with the NBA has really taken a big handle on this because of that Gilbert Arenas story. And Gilbert Arenas was only suspended for 50 games. And obviously the back end of it is there's an NBA player, a part of that story, that went to jail for a significant amount of time because he killed somebody. So because of the whole Gilbert Arenas story. So the fact is that the NBA is doing the right thing, trying to get John Morant to kind of try to clean this thing up before it gets worse. And where he might not have a career or might do something stupid where he could be going to jail for the next 25 to life type of, situation. So it's a terrible thing that Gilbert Arenas has. I mean, the Gilbert Arenas story, but it's even more when you have a young player of this magnitude, John Morant, who is a superstar, one of the biggest electrifying players in the NBA, and he can't control his self on the court as well as off the court. As everybody knows, we are talking to Memphis Grizzlies play-by-play broadcaster Eric Hasseltine. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me give you a side note to that. The documentary Shooting Guards.
Yes.
Both of those guys were in Memphis at different times. Javaris Crittenden before we were the team that sent him to Washington. And then Gilbert came to us after. And
I know that.
I was so shocked with the Javaris Crittenden story.
Yes.
When I had interactions with that guy, we on our broadcast, we stopped doing the before the game. You have, team broadcasters will go, hey, we're talking to, let's say we're interviewing Jabba before a game. And it's like, hey, Jabba, you guys face the Red Sox today. How tough is it to get Alex or to get Nomar Garcia-Parra out at that time? And you're like, well, it's hard. He's hitting 347. What do you think? It's easy. I'm just going to throw him a 87-mile-an-hour cookie fastball. I've got to move the ball in. I got to move it out. I got to change speeds. I got to see where his hitting zone is today. It's the same. It's like, what am I going to say to a guy? What's it like to guard Kobe Bryant? Well, it's hard, dummy. He's Kobe Bryant. What do you think? So Javaris and I had some honest conversations. He was really bummed out. He didn't get picked by Atlanta that year, and they went with AC Law instead with the second pick. We actually thought they were going to take Mike Conley that year. Instead, he fell into our lap. And so Javaris, when he was here, was nothing but a gentleman, was great. I saw no signs of that. And I remember somebody telling me, going, hey, that guy, like when he was in LA, was kind of tied to the Crips. And I was like, you're kidding. Like, no way. Like that, you just you don't get that sense from him. He was just super easygoing, polished. And when you saw the documentary, it's like, it's because he had nobody there to lean on, and these guys made him feel welcome. We get Gilbert after, and all that prankster stuff you saw in that documentary. He still had some of that, but it was a lot more guarded. And I think he felt responsibility.
It was his fault
for the fact.
It was
for the fact that he thinks he's being funny, not knowing that Javaris is going like, hey, where I'm from in Atlanta and with my boys that I run in LA, we don't joke around about this stuff.
Yeah.
And so I'm watching this documentary and I'm going, how wild is it that both of those guys, when I walk into the arena every day, we have every team picture, and I've shown my son who's 13 years old, and he's like, who is this guy? And I go, well, that guy made a big mistake, dude. That guy, some guy stole from him. He went after him, shot, missed him, or hit a woman, and did real jail time. And about Gilbert, one of the greatest players of his time.
Yes, he was.
We got him at the tail end of his career. And so, yeah, that documentary, it really changed how people look at it. And so, the big question with Ja when that thing happened in Denver was, did he bring the gun on the plane?
Right.
And you're like, well, I can't answer that. I don't know if it was on the plane or if it was in his luggage going underneath. Nobody knows. Nobody knows if he had it. Somebody with him in Denver handed it to him. I don't know.
Eric,
I know he screamed, so.
Eric, the problem is with the NBA is with that whole story with Gilbert Arenas, he was actually buying guns in different states and flying them in
and flying them back
in an NBA plane. And that's why he was suspended for 50 games. He wasn't suspended for the fact that he brought a loaded gun to a locker room.
Right.
I mean, that to me it tells me that the NBA has no control over their players. And with the whole Adam Silver, and I say this, and everybody knows on this show, I don't call it the NBA, I call it the LJA, LeBron James Association, because ever since LeBron James has come to this league, he controls it. He controls the league and the pace. Is it a coinky dink that LeBron James gets Luka Doncic at the trade deadline and the Mavericks win the draft, the lottery draft? They had a 1.8% chance of winning the lottery, and they win the lottery. But you watch the NHL, by the way, and we watch the lottery. They actually do it in front of the television, like in front of the screen. In the NBA, they close the door. Do you think it's a coinky dink that the Mavericks won the draft after losing their best player and practically giving them away to the Lakers for absolutely a bag of balls?
See, the only reason the only thing that I can't get down with the conspiracy theory on the draft is you got to get 13 other teams to go, yeah, we're cool if we don't get Cooper Flag. We're okay with it. And it's $1 billion, multi-billion-dollar company that now you're saying, I'm with you. But they went back to the years, the Patrick Ewing draft, and growing up in the Bay Area, we're in Golden State, the worst team in the league. We're like, oh my gosh, we might get Patrick Ewing. And the word was that they put the Knicks plaque in the freezer, and if David Stern felt cold, he was going to pull that envelope. So every time he touched it, it was cold. He grabbed another one, and the Warriors ended up with Chris Mullin, which was great. But I think look, you're talking about Nico Harrison. This is the same guy that in a meeting when he was with Nike called him Stephen Curry and said, hey, Stephen, nice to meet you. And he goes, yeah, I think I'm going to go to Under Armour, who just sent Kent Bazemore, an undrafted guy out of Old Dominion, like 5 cases of gear to give away. And Nike's sweating me over getting some extra golf stuff for my dad. I'm going to switch brands here. And that was that summer where Under Armour got, who they get, Bryce Harper, Steph Curry, Jordan Spieth, and all this. Under Armour goes, yeah, hey, here we go. Let's bring it on. So I just, look, LeBron is the guy that stirs everything up. There's no doubt about it.
LJA.
But
I want you to do that when you're on live.
LJA.
LJA. Don't call it the NBA anymore. The LJA.
Next year, next Lakers Grizzlies broadcast. This is the LJA production.
I like collecting a paycheck every 2 weeks. So I might have to do that on the download with you guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Man. Could you imagine?
I don't need Adam Silver mad at me. I think he's got some. Adam Silver's got some hidden fight in him. When we had our broadcast meetings this year. He came in, and I swear I just thought he was this mild-mannered guy. And this dude just went to town with, it was like almost Jerry West-like.
He's one of the ugliest men you'll ever see, dude. He's got the biggest friggin' ears. His nose sticks out like freaking Pinocchio. And the guy really kisses. Dude, he might as well get on his hands and knees and kiss LeBron James's ass, because that's what he does. Every single time LeBron James is out there on social media, it's okay. It's okay, LeBron. You can do whatever you want. But if it was somebody else, or Kevin Durant with his Twitter feeds, all 7 or 8 of them hiding behind his Twitter feeds, it's pathetic, dude. And here's another thing. Do we remember the Kyrie Irving antics, the anti-Semitic views that he had? Isn't Adam Silver Jewish? And he just,
I believe so. He
just brushed it under the rug. Who cares? Who cares? There's no Holocaust. Seriously, it's pathetic. Adam Silver needs to, and I used to like Adam Silver. I don't know him personally. You probably met him, and that's great. All the people love him, and everybody thinks he's bringing in all this money, and that's great. And me and you can run the NBA and bring in all these great sponsorships and advertisements. Stop it with the Roger Goodell and all these other guys. The fact is, this guy lets the players run the league. That is the problem right now in the NBA. I've said this many, many times. If the NBA wants to be taken seriously again, they got to stop letting these players build their Fab 3 and make the league feel like, okay, well, I want to play in LA, so I'm going to make a dominant team in LA, or I'm going to play in Miami because I want to play for Pat Riley. So I'm going to bring in Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, and LeBron James. To me, the NBA has made a mockery of the league. And now this is a 3-point contest now. In the regular season, it's chuck up threes. Let's be Steph Curry. There's only one Steph Curry. So I just think it's just pathetic. I think the NBA is crap, and nobody cares about the regular season anymore. It's all about the playoffs.
It's changed a lot. You're not wrong about that. And I grew up in a time, and when the 80s NBA, it was fast. They scored. They didn't have a 3-point line. I mean, you go look at some of Larry Bird's numbers, and you imagine if they had actually embraced the three. I think in one of his in the early days of the 3-point line, I think there was a year Larry Bird took a total of 82 threes. I mean, like, you're like, this is the best shooter in the game right now, and Casey Jones is telling him, yo, dude, that's not a good shot. Step inside, take a 15-footer. Whereas I will never forget this. We were in Houston, and Mike D'Antoni was coaching the Rockets at the time, and I want to say it was Nene was playing for them. And Mike D'Antoni was pretty strict about not taking a 15-footer. And you see, this dude is not a 3-point shooter, but he takes the ball and backs out into the corner and shoots a 3, and somebody goes, why did you shoot that? He goes, because I didn't want to get yelled at in practice for taking a shot that didn't work in our analytics. And I'm like, huh? It's an open 15-footer. One of the things to me that makes Shai Gilgeous-Alexander so dangerous is this dude embraces that elbow jump shot. It's like, you're going to give me a 15-footer. I'm an NBA player. I'm going to make this more often than not, and I'm going to take 2 points. And I would lose my mind sometimes on our broadcast this year where we'd have a 3-on-1 break down by 6, and guys pull up from 27 feet. I'm like, yo, nobody had any chance of stopping you getting a layup. Take the 2 points, get back, get another stop. And if you have another fast break, take another layup. If you get into your offense and the play dictates a 3-point shot, that's great. But hunting threes can be dangerous. Now, it can also lead to massive comebacks. So I get it. But, I mean, not to bring up a bad subject, Tyrese Halliburton had a layup to tie that game. Instead, he gets very lucky, stepping all the way back, thinking he shot 3, gets the bounce of a lifetime. Whereas if you go back at the end of that, let's just say that shot misses, and you're going, dude, why didn't you just tie the game? Why didn't you just take the layup that you had? You had the man on skates. You had a lean. You might get an and one. You might get fouled, get 2 shots, miss one, whatever. But why didn't you go all the way to the basket? Because that's not the way kids are now. And I'll tell you what, watching some of these youth basketball tournaments, and I'm around the game a lot outside of my job, and I saw some youth leagues, and I'm like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. If you gave me 5 kids, one of them being one of the better players on the court, the other 4 knowing how to play team basketball, I'm going to kick every team's in this league's ass, because we're going to set back screens, we're going to set base-to-base screens, we're going to play defense, and we're going to pass the basketball. And I promise we'll win every game in this league by 15. And the one coach that did it in the league I was kind of supervising at a facility here, they won every game by 20 points. And everybody's like, how are you beating everybody? You don't have the best athletes. It's like, because we play basketball. We don't play shooting contests. We don't play, let me get a breakaway and try to dunk when I can't even barely get over the rim, even though I want to try to look cool. And, that's part of it. That's this, the image now for these guys. And I feel, I get it. They're young. There's so much money off the court. But to me, when game time comes, who gives a flying what your outfit was walking?
Go ahead, pull the trigger. Say it, Eric.
I can't.
I'm just kidding.
But, look, Jerry West was the greatest weaver of the 4-letter bomb I've ever heard. In fact, one day at a practice, thought I was the TV guy, and they said something that pissed him off. And he wove the F word into a paragraph that I'm pretty sure the only other words involved in said paragraph were you, us, them, and paycheck and sign. And basically every other word was F-er, F-er, or MF-er. And I was like, wow, that was impressive. And I didn't walk away scared. I was like, I'm impressed. And then you see the Showtime piece, and he goes, that's not who I am. I'm not angry like that. And I raised my hand. I said, I beg to differ. I have evidence of the contrary. But watching that, you just want to go, what are we doing? What are we teaching kids? And, learn how to play the game. And you watch, to me, that's why to me, Oklahoma City is so dangerous. They play the game. They play the game of basketball. They play as a team. They move the ball. They share the basketball. They don't just constantly settle for threes. They will move and defend. I mean, and what planet did we ever think Alex Caruso would be a bright star in the playoffs? When this dude, he walks out there, if that dude walked into an open gym in Memphis, they'd be like, yo, who's the white boy? He can't play. And he would kick everybody's ass because he would play defense and be able to shoot. but he plays hard. And I think we've just gotten away from some of that because of all the extra stuff. And, you know, look, it makes me sound like the old guy in my neighborhood yelling, "Get off my lawn." But I like the game when the game is played with ball movement. And all these people that used to kill the Warriors, and they're like, "Oh, I hate the Warriors." They like for 19 out of 20 years, they didn't make the playoffs. They grew their team organically, right?
Right.
They get a bag full of money when the TV contract comes. So Kevin Durant goes, "Hey, I want to go play with them because I played with Steph in the Olympics." Now everybody hates them. But you watch the way they play, they move the basketball. They share the basketball. They're embracing a little bit of the new style, but they will still go to the basket. And you watch Steph and like all these people like, "Oh, I hate Steph Curry." And the first thing I say is, why? Why do you hate a guy that does everything the right way? Why do you hate a guy that goes through the same dribble routine every day?
I plead the
works his ass off every.
Eric,
he's-
ask
because he-
Errol
he-
about Steph Curry. Ask Errol about Steph Curry.
Plead the fifth. Plead the fifth. I plead the fifth.
Ask Errol about Steph Curry because
Why don't you ask your question? I'm not going to get into this. We got a lot of other segments to go. I'm not going to. Eric and me can talk off air or another show. Okay, we'll get Eric on the video feed a lot sooner than later, and we can talk about this. Yes, we'll get him on the show again in the next couple of weeks. Go ahead.
No, Eric, mine is honestly like you see it from a different perspective. And the one thing you've answered a lot of questions that we've all had in our private chat and certain things. But what do you think, like, when you get guys to that standard of how they can be great, how do you think the people around them, and you see their following, you see their entourage and what have you, how much do you think that affects kind of what they do? Are they yes men? Do they call them out? And how do you think that plays a part in who they are or what they become?
Okay, I was having a hard time hearing the question. Can you relay the question to me real quick?
Yeah, no, I just said the entourage that they have and the people around them. Do you think that plays a part in who they are and what they become, or are they playing up to that part?
Yeah, that's a great question because I'm sure you saw a lot of it. And, it's hard to walk away from your friends. Like your friends are your friends, the guys you grew up with, and you find a boatload of success and you want to take care of people. And I get that. But look, some of your guys have to, understand that you're not running up and down your block anymore and, protecting each other's backs. There's a brand, there's an image, there's a different lifestyle ahead, and the quote unquote keeping it real, you have to evolve. I'm sorry. Like I have a friend of mine that if you would have picked the one guy out of my friend group that was going to become a near billionaire, he would have been the last guy I picked, but he did. And we don't see him as much. He has business meetings. He has exclusive places he goes. And as much as he'll hang out with all of us again, and none of us are, sticking our fingers in our ears at a nice restaurant or anything, but like he invites you out and you might meet a billionaire, you might meet Tony Romo, you might meet a guy that, is just a regular dude. And in the end, we're all regular people. But when you are a guy that is in the public image, and the between an unknown billionaire and an athlete billionaire is astronomical. So if you can't, as somebody's buddy, realize that, then to me, you got the athlete himself. To me, like, let's use Ja as an example. His best buddy is the one everybody's kind of pointing the finger at. And he's the one who got kicked out of our arena for a year because he walked onto the court. And I said, I'm like, look, you can't walk on the court. I know he's your boy. I know two guys on the team are talking trash to him. You want to protect him? We got guys for that. That's not your role, boy. Right? And the funny thing was, the guy wanted to challenge James Johnson. He's like pointing at James Johnson, who was playing for the Pacers. James Johnson's a 7th degree black belt. And on the air, I said, and I knew who it was, but I couldn't throw him under the bus. And I go, well, there's a fan that apparently wants to fight James Johnson, and that would be the last mistake he ever makes, because James will knock him out where he stands, and he may not ever get up. And James is a big dude. Like, you forget, like, some of these fans that talk trash to NBA players, MLB players, NFL players, you're like, yo, dude, that guy's 6'5" and 250 pounds. You're 5'11", 180. He trains his body every single day. You pound Coors Light and eat Cheetos like they're going out of style. He's going to break you in half before you blink. I don't care.
Well,
like, it doesn't matter.
Well, we
I
know
mean, some guys.
We know they're athletes, but there's the Greg Hardys of the world that you just want to. Yeah, he tries to get into the mixed martial arts world, and
Hey,
he
Memphis
tries.
is own. Yeah,
Yeah.
But look, I wouldn't want to fight Greg Hardy, but I wouldn't want to fight Greg Hardy, but I sure as hell would rather fight Greg Hardy than a true professional fighter.
Yeah, that Greg
They know
Hardy's
how to hurt you.
Greg Hardy's a bitch. He beats up women. He's a bitch. Okay, and he's just a big mongrel, whatever they call him. To me. I don't even know why he even stepped into the octagon, because every single time he stepped in the octagon,
was all right.
He was horrible, man.
But
Gastineau?
What happened?
Mark Gastineau tried to.
All right, Mark Gastineau doesn't have a brain. Okay, I mean, Mark Gastineau doesn't even know his name.
Is there a crazier human being on the planet? By the way, by the way, the Jets 30 for 30 was great.
It was.
Those guys back there.
All right,
I loved it.
Yes, thank you.
No, but
I mean, when you have an entourage, to me, and look, we had one of the most tragic stories ever with the Lorenzen Wright murder by his ex-wife and her lover.
Horrible story.
But Ren, before that, one of the reasons the money was running out, he could never say no to his buddies. And his buddies didn't necessarily get him in trouble, but you're paying your buddies to basically be your buddy. Like, if I go win the Powerball tomorrow, and believe me, I'd love to, I don't expect 5 of my buddies to be on my doorstep going, so do I get an $80,000 a year contract now? I'll be like, hell no, dude, you go get a job and we can hang out. I'll pay for every night out. I'll pay for dinners. I'll pay for trips. But you better be working.
Stop it, Eric.
You better have a job.
Eric, if you won the lottery and you had like $200 million, you're definitely giving everyone. I always said this, and we gotta let you go, Eric. But I wish we could keep you on the whole show. But I want to say something, man. If you made $250 or $200 million in a lottery and you got all your friends, I always said this: I'm giving every one of my friends $3 million. $250 million, $200 million. What are you going to do with that money? I mean, seriously, you're not going to die with it. You save some for your kids and your family, and you enjoy your life. I mean, seriously, you only live once. Illuminati, baby.
Like I say, you help your friends. I'll tell you this, and I know you got to let me go. If I won the lottery, you know the weirdest thing I would do? I would have a brand new pair of socks for every day.
Well,
every single day I'd put on new socks.
I think you'd have a girl every single day.
Well, she would be putting on the socks for me.
You beat Steven Seagal. You have a different girl in every room.
Well, God bless.
By the way, that's a great way to end it. She would be putting on his socks.
Yeah, I mean, anyways, Eric, you're fantastic. Let's get you on the show. The season's almost over. Let's get you on in like a month, and we'll get you on
anytime.
And you'll stay on, and we'll talk a little basketball. We'll talk some football with you. You stay on, you hang out. You'll be a guest on the show for the whole show. How about that?
I would love it, guys. Thank you so much. I apologize for all the confusion, and I love the candor and the honesty of the program. Always appreciate being on.
Thank you, Eric.
Absolutely.
Eric Hasseltine. He's fantastic. The one and only, the Grizzlies maniac. Oh, well, I'm the maniac. He's just the Grizzly, He's the Grizzly Bear. Anyway, he was fantastic. Thank you to Eric Hasseltine. I know he's a very busy man, and his video wasn't working very, very well, but he came on the audio end of it, and he gave us really, really good content. Speedy, a lot of stuff you can chop up. And post it up on social media.
I remember there was one time he was in his car. I think the second time he was on the show, but it didn't cut out like that. And I think he did actually mention that Lorenzen, right? The experience.
Oh, dude, that's another horrible thing.
Yeah, he was telling the story from his perspective. He encountered some of the stuff.
Well, I was studying. There was different things that came out about it. She just, by the way, his wife just got indicted, and she's jailed for 25 years to life. I mean, it was a long, long time before they can pin it on her. And then it took like 10 years before she got indicted. It's a horrible, horrible story. And Lorenzo Wright was one of the nicest people. I never met Lorenzo, but obviously Eric did, and said he was one of the nicest, most caring people you'll ever meet. So anyways, let's get into it. We got a lot to go. We call this King of the Hill.
Here's the king of the hill.
This, Bobby, is the belt line. You never, ever hit below that.
Not that kind of king of the hill, you dumb. Ready? This is king of the hill.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do this every single week. How many weeks have we done this? It's been 2?
Is this the third week, I think?
I think it's third week.
Yeah, well, so it's been 2 weeks, and now this is third.
It's third week.
Yeah, so guys, welcome to King of the Hill. This is a competition where everyone competes to have a chance to take on the king. And the king has been the king the entire time. Errol has won every single one of these. And we have 3 rounds. And basically, there's different trivia tonight is NFL themed on who's going to compete. Errol, as the king, will decide who are the 2 finalists to make it to the joust in round 2, different topic. And Errol will pick who he faces in the final round. And then all of us, as if it's a democracy, will vote on if the king stays the king or not. You guys ready to play King of the Hill?
Let's
Sure,
go.
Yes, yay, we're all ready. Yay.
We want us to cheer here.
Good for me or good for you?
It's
good for both.
It's
You
good
got
for all.
you got a million drops. You could have put anything.
All
right.
Here, I got one for
A
you.
lot of hot ladies.
There you go. Let's
Yeah, where is Nithin?
Where
Get
is
in here,
Nithin?
Nithin.
Tell them to come on camera, Nithin. The wit.
Do you want to jerk me off?
Nithin. Get in here, man.
Nithin, you got to stop, duty dodging. Errol.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Whatever. If he wants to play, he can play, but...
Can I touch
All right, so guys, here we go. First round, we have the peasant fight. All of
My
us
dog
peasants
went
will
to
find
pussycat.
a chance to fight over the best running backs in NFL history. The way it goes, it's just going to go one person, say a running back, explain why briefly, next person goes. And we're just going to name 3. And we will randomly start with whoever the king decides to start with.
All right, I'm going to go Speedy.
All right, I'm going to go Barry Sanders. I think Barry Sanders, we've talked about it a lot, it played on a really crappy offensive line. They had one potential Hall of Famer with Lamas Brown, but they had no quarterback. They had barely any offensive line, and he was putting up the numbers like crazy. Basically, definitely the most athletic, shiftiest running backs I've ever seen either. And again, it's so much on such a bad team. I got to go him.
Fish.
Sweetness. Walter Payton absolutely has to be considered one of the greatest running backs of all time. 85 Bears, not to mention everything he did earlier in his career on teams that maybe weren't as successful. Kind of the pioneer of the modern running back, Walter Payton.
Jabba.
I'm going to go Gale Sayers. Gale Sayers, obviously, from being from Nebraska, doing what he did and how he accomplished all the things. He was comeback player of the year, offensive player of the year, scoring leader in 65, just an absolute dynamic player.
All right, Mr. You know what? Tommy Oops himself.
I'm going to go with O.J. Simpson. Look, man, O.J. Simpson has been one of the best running back, or was one of the best running backs of all time.
Killer pick.
Right, I mean, the way I think,
Hey, I see what you did there. I see what you did there, Fish.
I caught on. But basically, you know,
Tommy,
I'm gonna,
I can only see half your face, Tommy.
I'm gonna put my face in the camera here. We're gonna move my mic over a little bit. It's on this camera right here. Let's move this a little bit. But
All right. So
yeah,
tell us
basically,
about why the juice is loose on your list.
well, like you said, it's a very killer pick. I mean, really one of the most dominant running backs of all time. Really just put nobody knew how to stat pad the patch. Nobody knew how to stat the stat sheet like Mr. O.J. Simpson over here.
Freeze?
And oh nope, I should be still going. Can you still see me? No. Nope.
We got
Am I
you,
even
Tommy.
better now? All right, there we go. Perfect.
All right,
Yeah.
end this, like, please. With
Oh,
the
yeah,
OJ.
honestly, very, very dominant. And O.J. Simpson. There we go.
All right, back to Speedy.
All right, I'll go Ladainian Tomlinson. I would think the best running back in the 2000s. Pass catching guy, in addition to being one of the most electric runners. I think his secondary moves from his juke to his spin was some of the best we've ever seen on the Chargers. Really resurrecting that Chargers team from. I know they had a Super Bowl run, but they were like pretty a poverty franchise after Dan Fouts retired. Besides that one Super Bowl, kind of resurrecting them. I think the most electric one I've ever seen in my time watching football as a pure runner and also a receiver.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with the receiver part, but best in the early 2000s, I'm going with Adrian Peterson. Adrian Peterson, one of the best running backs I've ever seen in my entire life. Bruising running back through the tackles with lightning speed. Came back from an ACL in, 6 months to run for 2,000 yards. One of the most amazing feats of athleticism anyone's ever done. I'll still never forget him torturing all the Giants every single time they faced him. I went to one of the games where he scored 3 touchdowns on us.
Chargers always blew out the Giants.
Well, that too, but I mean.
Sorry, I was on a phone call.
All right, no one cares, Nathan. You're eliminated.
Don't have to tell anybody that. Go ahead.
Nobody cares.
All right. Stop.
Adrian Peterson. Moving on to Jabba.
I'm going to go Jim Brown. I'm going to go Jim Brown because of what he's accomplished, and people don't understand, too. He was a champion in 64, most valuable player 3 times. Also, they don't understand that he was literally one of the best lacrosse players ever, too, at the University of Syracuse. And what he did is absolutely amazing. 8-time first-team All-Pro. Jim Brown has to be there.
All right, Tommy.
I am going with Marshall Faulk. Marshall Faulk, a 3-time in a row Offensive Player of the Year. 1 time being an NFL MVP. The man was phenomenal. He was very, very much a key piece into that St. Louis team, and very, very, like I said, a key piece in just overall reinventing that team and getting them to a Super Bowl. And Marshall Faulk, just dominant running back in the early 2000s, early or late 90s. So I'm going with Marshall Faulk.
Nathan, give me one. Give me one running back that you would think is one of the greatest of all time.
I'm gonna go with my guy Emmitt Smith, obviously. 3-time Super Bowl champion, most valuable player, 14 first-time All-Pro, 8-time Pro Bowl. I'm going Emmitt Smith, man. One of the best ever to do it.
All right, Speedy, give me your final one.
All right, last one. I'm going to go with Curtis Martin. Curtis Martin, one of the best running backs, late 90s, early 2000s with the Jets, steady with the Jets for a while with Bill Parcells there and all the different coaching and quarterback turnover that they had over there. Very consistent year to year, very efficient runner as well, and a fantastic skill set as well.
I'm going to go with a screwball because Nathan stole my pick. Of course he did. I'll go with someone who didn't play to normally have these stats, and normally you wouldn't mention him if he wasn't the greatest anyone's ever seen do it. It was Bo Jackson. Bo Jackson, the most impressive running back most people have ever seen. Bo over the top is still something people that remember. Over the top is a phrase that is coined, that he created when he was a running back in college. He is one of the most powerful and impressive athletes we've ever seen in multiple sports, but especially on the football field at running back. Bo Jackson. Jabba.
I'm going to go Earl Campbell.
Ooh.
I'm going to go Earl Campbell and the fact of kind of what he presented and the way he did it. Obviously playing at Texas, won the Heisman, unanimous All-American, obviously most valuable player in 79. He ran, that was like the big pads when it started happening. And Earl Campbell was an absolute monster.
All right, Tommy, finish us up.
I'm going with Eric Dickerson. Not really just one of the best running backs of all time. One of the, honestly, very unfortunate that he didn't get the most playoff success, which is why, he unfortunately didn't get himself a ring. But, however, Mr. Eric Dickerson is going to be, up there for me, number 3.
All right, Errol, make your choice. Who moves on to the joust?
All right. I got Speedy, definitely. Speedy's definitely the guy. And like I told you, Fish, I like the 3 guys you picked, but you're hosting it. So I can't really have you move on. If you'd ask me right now, I would pick you second. I think you had the second best team. So, but I'm going to go with Jabba.
All right. Speedy and Jabba move on. I'll take that compliment from His Highness in this game and move forwards. Everyone else, you are eliminated. Tommy and Nathan, thanks for playing. You guys could pop off to the backstage. Moving on to
By the way, I want
to
to give a shout out, by the way. Jim Brown is the greatest. Him and Barry Sanders are the 2 greatest running backs of all time. And then
I'm
I would
kind of
say
mad I didn't pick Jim Brown myself.
And then Walter.
Yeah, Peyton. Yeah, top 3. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I think so.
What about
right, so
Jim
second,
Thorpe, too?
He was great. He was a great running back.
Second round, the joust. This one's a fun one. Best special teams players of all time. This could be kickers, punters, return men, gunners, I guess, if you want to include them. I don't think anyone's doing that. But you could. So any special teams guys at all. Top 3. Let's leave it off with the King. Who goes first, King?
I'm going to go Jabba.
Oh, I got to go Devin Hester. Yeah. I got to go Devin Hester with the fact of his returns on punts and kickoffs and having the most returns for touchdowns that hasn't even been touched, which I don't think it'll ever be touched now with the way they've changed the rules. And I think that's just one that will never be touched ever again.
Go ahead, Speedy.
All right, I'll take Adam Vinatieri for this. Obviously, clutch kicker, great longevity too. Even after his career with the Patriots, obviously doing it with the Colts, resurrecting after the Mike Vanderjagt debacle in the playoffs, resurrecting that team, winning a Super Bowl there, and then even later on too, later in his career with the Colts, when Andrew Luck was there, he still had some really good numbers, top 10 numbers for kickers, even at almost 40 years old. So, gotta go with Vinatieri.
Back to Jabba.
Gonna go Justin Tucker. Obviously, whether he's in the massage room or not. Doesn't matter what he did on the field. We don't care about that, but his numbers speak for themselves and how his longevity and everything that he did, longest field goal and everything that he's done, Justin Tucker is in the conversation.
I'll go with a different returner, Dante Hall, another one, early 2000s, the Kansas City Chiefs, that was very electric, a little before Devin Hester. Not as good as Devin Hester overall, but still very shifty, great return guy, great speed and agility. Then was very fun to watch. I only got to see him kind of later in his career, but one of the most electric guys.
Yeah, the human joystick. Back to Jabba.
And I'm kind of sway this because it's a little different. I'm gonna go Pat McAfee.
Oh.
Because of what he's done, not only on the field, but how he made that position kind of sexy, and what he did in blowing guys up on the sidelines and just having that personality. I think he made special teams sexy, and I think that is a value that we look at. And I love my guy from Seward, Nebraska, and Sam Koch, who punted forever, but it's not as sexy as what Pat McAfee did.
All right, I'll round it out with another very good long-distance kicker as well. Sebastian Janikowski, one of the few kickers that were drafted in the first round, had a great career with the Raiders too. Long distance, I think it had like 5 60-yard field goals before. Now everyone's doing it. I think he really was the Raiders were a terrible team, but you're always could Janikowski set another record, break another record, because he had the longest one for a while until Matt Prater, I believe, was the one that broke it at 64, and then Tucker broke it
in Denver.
Yes, and he got to kick it in the altitude. Sebastian Janikowski's kicking out of a freaking baseball field a lot of his career, in Oakland at the Oakland Coliseum too, which I think made it very impressive as a whole, making those kicks that long. A lefty kicker too, you don't see a lot of those either. So I'm going to go Janikowski to round it out.
All right, Errol.
You forgot Slater, by the way. Wait for the page.
Forgot Ray Guy, the only punter in the Hall of Fame as well.
Yeah, Slater has been the best special teams guy over the last 10 years. He just retired. So I'm going to go with Speed. I would not put Pat McAfee there at all. I mean, I understand he's sexy, but not sexy enough to be one of the greatest special teams guys of all time. Just my opinion.
All right, so this is what we're going to do now. I'm going to bring everybody back in, and we're going to put you down below over here perfectly, just like this. And we're going to be the voters to see if the king stays the king or not. Let's show the
Speedy
final
beat
round
his ass.
topic.
Beat his ass, Speedy. Let's go.
You can do it.
Let's go, Speedy. Let's go.
All right. Nice words of encouragement, Nathan. Here we go. Round 3. Take on the king. What's the topic? Best coaches in NFL history.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Best coaches. Same rules apply. The king he chooses if he wants to go first or second.
Well, I'm going to go first.
Go ahead.
Because I have to go. Bill Belichick, the greatest coach of all time, no question, 6 championships. Yes, he had Tom Brady, but what he did with the Patriots, and really, he went from the Browns, he never won with the Browns. Then he was a defensive coordinator. He won 2 titles with the Giants. Just think about it. He's won 8 rings as a coach, as a defensive and obviously a quarterback coach with the New York Giants. And then he goes to the Jets. He works under Bill Parcells, one of the greats, no question. And then Bill Belichick makes a name for himself all the way with the New England Patriots, winning 6 titles. He's the one who drafted the great Tom Brady. He's the one that really, I mean, the AFC East was won by the Patriots for like 21 years. I mean, the dominance of Bill Belichick can't be spoiled. Bill Belichick.
I'll take Don Shula as my first one, winningest coach right now in NFL history. I also coached some great quarterbacks, obviously Dan Marino and Johnny Unitas. But Johnny Unitas, like a great longevity, moving from the end of the Baltimore and the end of the tenure into Indianapolis too, and then Miami too. Coaching in Miami with Dan Marino after and obviously the perfect season. You have to mention the perfect season with the 72 Dolphins, the only team to ever achieve it. That great defense that they had. Probably coached, I'd say at least 30 Hall of Famers between those 2 teams. So I would go Don Shula as my first one.
Errol.
Vince Lombardi. Lombardi Trophy, Green Bay Packers from 1959 to 67. I mean, 6 division titles, 3 NFL championships. Coach Bart Starr, some of the greatest teams we've ever seen, and one of the greatest minds the NFL has ever seen. I mean, everybody keeps talking about the Green Bay Packers and all the great quarterbacks they had. Well, this guy was the greatest mind in Packers history. He really redefined the coaching position, and everybody was trying to catch up to Lombardi, and Lombardi was the greatest until Bill Belichick taking that spot. So I'm going the one and only Vince Lombardi.
All right, I'll take for my second one, I'll take Bill Walsh, one of the offensive innovators in this game. A lot of the West Coast concepts that are used by Andy Reid and other great coaches in today's game. Bill Walsh was the guy that pioneered it, obviously doing with 2 different quarterbacks, with Joe Montana, then with Steve Young. Jerry Rice, the greatest receiver of all time, arguably the greatest football player of all time, and adjusted as well from the pre-salary cap era into the salary cap era too, and still putting together some contenders with the Niners as well, winning the Super Bowl in '95 when they got Deion Sanders. So I'm going to go Bill Walsh on this one of the more innovative coaches.
My final one is got to go. I know everybody's going to look at this, but Bill Parcells.
Kyle Shanahan.
Bill Parcells. I mean, the tree that he has had, just think about it. Tom Coughlin, Bill Belichick, Sean Payton, you name the tree. He's probably the greatest tree in NFL history. Go look at the championship. It doesn't lie. 2 championships with the Giants. Everywhere he's gone, go look at the defensive players that he has drafted. They're all-time greats. The guy is one of the greatest defensive minds of all time. He really redefined the defensive head coach, quarterback type of leader in what he did over there with the New York Giants. And then everywhere he went, Dallas, Jets. Go look at the teams. In a very short time, he turned those teams into playoff and championship contending teams. But he never stayed there long enough to win titles in those places. But I absolutely believe he's in my top 3. Bill Parcells! All
right, the last one I'll take is Chuck Noll, winning 4 Super Bowls with the Steelers, resurrecting that team. They were a poverty franchise for a while. In the first, probably 30 years of their existence, they had the hybrid team with the Eagles. They were terrible up until that 70s dynasty. And arguably a lot of the greatest teams ever, both on offense and defense. The Steel Curtain with some Hall of Famers on that. Obviously, Terry Bradshaw, Lynn Swann, John Stallworth, Hall of Fame guys, Franco Harris, rest in peace. Franco Harris, arguably one of the greatest teams ever. Probably that 76 season might have been the greatest team on paper with that Steel Curtain defense all around. Another guy that probably coached 30 Hall of Famers.
Stop.
In terms of an all-around
greatest teams.
In terms of an all-around statistical and talent-driven team, you could definitely make that case with that 76 Steelers
Stop
team.
using your analytics on some such lies. Such lies.
All right. So we have Errol with Belichick, Lombardi, and Parcells, and Speedy with Don Shula, Bill Walsh, and Chuck Noll. All right, I'm going with Errol. That's exactly the top 3. I think I would have probably had those 2 at the top 2. I thought it was either between Parcells or Walsh for 3, and I just remember a certain game where Parcells handed it to Walsh pretty well, so I would have went with him over him. So I'm going with Errol in this one. Let's go to Tommy with your Jabba, you're back. Jabba.
You know what? I want to go with Speedy because I want Errol to lose everything. But Lombardi has to be in there. Like that is, and love Speedy's analytics on everything, but I think exactly the three that Errol had. Like I love Speedy's in how he created a concept, but Errol, I hate to admit this, and I'm going to give you this one. You actually, I was proud of you. I was proud of you on this one, bud.
All right, so 2 votes to none. Tommy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Errol. Speedy, you're analytical with the coaches are of course top notch with everything that you put down in front of me. And I do of course agree with you on a lot of things what you said with Chuck Noll and Don Shula, but it's really hard to disagree that Vince Lombardi and Belichick aren't the number 1 and 2 when it comes to head coaches. So I'm gonna have to go with Errol.
All right, Errol, guess what that means? You don't have to hear from Nithin.
Oh, come on.
Oh, Nithin, what do you think, Nithin?
Arrow. I'm gonna pick an Arrow, so it's a clean sweep.
Oh man, a clean sweep. Speedy, you keep taking your shots at the king, and you keep coming up short.
I like facing off with Speedy, but the fact that he had the nerve to say that 76 Pittsburgh team was one of the greatest of all, that's a joke. That's not true. Not true at all. Not true.
I wouldn't go that far.
One of the greatest teams of all time.
They're in the conversation.
Maybe tail end of maybe 10 or 11. There were a lot.
They're in the conversation. Come on.
There were a lot of great teams. A lot of great teams. I don't know. I mean, you can. I guess if you want to argue it, I listen. I'm not taking shots at Speedy. I mean, if that's what he thinks, that's what he thinks. I disagree. If he would ask me, but
I think that there were a couple. Walsh had better teams. Shula's 72 team was better. So I just think even in that era, those eras, I think there were better teams. Obviously, the Steelers dominated, throughout the decade.
Harry Bradshaw is one of the most overrated quarterbacks of all.
Well, I mean, I would say they kind of opened up the offense in a way that other teams weren't doing back in that 70s era, and at the same time had a better defense than everybody. So when they got a lead on you, it was very difficult, and they were airing it out to get a lead on you. So it was a pretty good strategy for back in those days.
But that's when you had the pass pocketers too, like it different quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean it was obviously very different, but like as far as those days, that's what
I love Speedy's on the West Coast offense and what he presented. It's just like this.
He had to go that way.
I was wondering if anyone was going to say Andy Reid, to be honest with you.
No,
because he's climbing that list.
He's climbing. He's
not yet.
He's got to win another title. If he wins,
he's got to win one, or he's got to win one more.
One more.
You got to you put him up there.
One more. That's 4 championships.
He's in there if he wins one more for sure.
If he wins one more as quick as he has, I would put him there in the top 3, 100%. Adam Schefter reports that the NFL owners have voted to keep the Tush Push as a legal NFL play after not getting 75% of the vote to ban it. 24 out of 32 teams would have needed to vote for banning the play, but they only got 22 votes. Both Jason Kelce and Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie gave about an hour-long speech persuading teams why the play should stay legal in football. A lot of teams referenced safety concerns as the reason they wanted them to ban it. But both Lurie and Kelce explained why there are many other plays that are just as dangerous than that is still. The Packers and Matt LaFleur were the ones that started the petition to ban the play, and the coaches of other teams like the Falcons, Rams, and Lions also spoke against it throughout the offseason. The Eagles social media team trolled the Packers with a picture of them running the Tush Push against the Packers with the captain push on. The Eagles' success rate of the Tush Push was 82.4% last season, down from 2023 season when they succeeded 88.1% and 2022 92.3%. The reason why there's a difference is Jason Kelce. Jason Kelce really revolutionized that quarterback sneak Tush Push. And the only thing that's different about the Tush Push is they have 2 players standing behind the quarterback and pushing him. That's
But where did that come from?
No, it to me it was really the Eagles. They really redefined the quarterback sneak. That's what they did. I mean, if you look at what Josh Allen does in the NFL,
We've seen he goes to the guard on
Josh Allen
on the A gap or the C gap and goes there. It's completely different.
Josh Allen is 6'5", 6'6", and he's 260 pounds.
Gigantic, enormous human being.
Okay, you look at Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts soaking wet is probably 210 pounds. Soaking wet. I mean, obviously he has.
I bet he's more than that.
He's got strong legs. He obviously squats 650 pounds. Has one of the strongest legs in the NFL, and that's why the tush push is successful, even though he's not as big as Josh Allen. His strength, his leg strength, and his ability to push forward is what makes him very, very unique. But you have either a tight end and a fullback pushing you from behind and practically lifting you up. I mean, that's why the success rate is there. Now, again, going back to this year from the last 2 years, there's Jason Kelce. Jason Kelce is a unique individual. This is a all-time great center. I think people forget how great Jason Kelce is because Jason Kelce played on arguably the best offensive line in football for how many years? I mean, for the last 8 years, I mean, you have Peters, you have
Lane Johnson.
Lane Johnson. I mean, these guys are going to be Hall of Famers, first ballot Hall of Famers. How many offensive tackles or offensive linemen are first ballot Hall of Famers? Not many of them. They already have 2 guys and now 3. I mean, Jason Kelce is a first ballot Hall of Famer. 100%. These guys are the best at their positions for almost 10 years. So again, you go back and of course, Jeffrey Lurie's not going to say that it's illegal and he's going to say that it should be fair. And I think the NFL likes the fact that this is a challenge, likes the fact that the Eagles are going to go for it like this. Stop it. Find a way to stop it. Bill Belichick is the king of finding ways to work a certain play and try to redefine the way to defend it. Bill Belichick is the king of doing that. There's got to be somebody out there that's going to figure it out. When they do, it's not going to work. And then the NFL is going to the Eagles are going to decide, hey, you know what? I'm not doing it anymore. It's not going to succeed because once a coach figures it out, the whole NFL, the whole league is going to figure out how to stop it. Nobody's figured it out yet because it's very hard to stop somebody that is as strong as Jalen Hurts. I'm sorry, guys. When you know a guy can squat 650 pounds, just think about this. He squats as much as Saquon Barkley. Okay? Think about it. Saquon Barkley's legs are twice the size of Jalen Hurts. And this guy's a quarterback. And he's not as big, as I said, as Josh Allen or even Patrick Mahomes. And this guy's squatting 650 pounds. And he maxed out at one time, I think I've read, almost close to 800. This is a quarterback. So I just think it's very hard to stop a guy that's as strong and as fast and it has the ability and the athletic ability that he has. And again, the Eagles are not going to stop, and the league is not going to stop anything because the league knows that this has been going on for forever. Quarterback sneaks have been around forever. Stop it. Find a way to stop it.
Yeah, they tried to.
Go ahead, Speedy. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think they tried to even 2023. I think it was the Bengals owner, Mike Brown, I think that wanted to ban it even then too. And that's when all the discussions started really across the league. And yeah, there's a way to do it. It was funny. The shout out to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers social media team. They actually posted mechanics on how to stop the tush push because they've been the best at against it. Obviously, they did it in the playoff game. It was the infamous one. And I think they've stopped it the most among the teams so far. But there's adjustments that can be made with it too. And I think some of these coaches have started to be more creative.
You're a defensive guy, Speedy. If you were a defensive coordinator in the league right now, this is a good question.
Mm-hmm. No, you got to talk to Fish on this too because
I will. I got a question here. If you were a defensive coordinator right now in the NFL, how would you defend it?
So you generally
don't do what the other teams are saying to do. If you were a defensive coordinator and you're looking at from X's to O's, how would you stop it?
So
but hold on. What personnel are you working with?
That's what I'm going to explain. So I think you have to probably, like a traditional goal line defense is 3 defensive tackles. So I think you would have to add more if you're facing the Eagles. I think you probably would want four of them on the field. And then you would want 2 guys that are going to jump the ball like you would see on a field goal kick. Guys that can a speed linebacker, speed edge rusher that has the vertical to be able to jump it and try to do it from both sides. You have to make them adjust in some way, which you saw the Eagles do this year a little bit with Saquon, because Saquon is that good. They didn't really, I mean, Miles Sanders had the one good year, but he kind of fell off after that. So they didn't really have the other like second option to make that kind of thing work. So that's the way I would do it if I were, and again, you do it in different formations too. The defensive tackles, you could do sometimes like a triangle. You could do it maybe just 4 on the line. You could make it all different looks, because I don't think it's going to be a play that's going to succeed a lot anyway, but that's the way I would do it. Now, going back to the actual tush push thing, I think teams are starting to be more creative with it, where they're not even just doing their quarterback either. I think the Niners have done it a few times with George Kittle. The Cardinals did it a few times with Trey McBride, lining him up in the backfield and you doing the tush push, because they don't want obviously an undersized Kyler Murray to do it. So I think that's why the reason why it makes no sense all these teams want to ban it all of a sudden.
So look, the mistake that everyone's making, that Jason Kelsey pointed out, which is why I think this didn't get banned, is that it's actually the center's play. It's not the quarterback's play. It's not the guard's play. It's not the running back's play. It's not the tight end that you put in at quarterback's play. It's the center. The center is the one that makes this play work, because the center is going to do a technique he doesn't do on any other play. What he's going to do is he's going to dive underneath, intentionally go low, and try to get under the zero technique, defensive nose tackle, under his pads, and then just extend his body into him, therefore creating space for the quarterback to then move and then someone to push him in the back through the hole to get the 1 yard every single time, because you're just extending your body, creating that 1 yard of space. Jason Kelsey, super athletic center, able to get low. John Michael Schmitz, not a super athletic center for the Giants, tries to do it, gets hurt, misses half the season.
Yeah.
A lot of teams don't realize that that's really the reason they're doing it. I'm guaranteed they've been, what's his name? The Nebraska guy.
Cam Jurgens.
Jurgens, he got hurt a little bit.
But that's my point too of why I said I wanted you to come in from a coach's perspective, because now you're seeing Cam go in. And why did they sign Cam to a long-term extension? Because he learned from the best of what they did. And why did Jason Kelsey show up to the owners' meeting talking about how important this is in the game? Like, you got to understand, like, this is a part of the game. Like, we're not cheating. We're not doing anything. It's like, it's something that we take pride in. And when you take pride in something that you did, it is literally something that he loves and that he sacrificed everything on his body and won a Lombardi trophy. And now he teaches a kid that's behind him. Mind you, I'm not even dropping a Nebraska reference here, but he gets to teach a kid that was great in college too, but now gets to do it, and he gets to see the same thing and watch a man that is a first ballot Hall of Famer doing exactly what he's done. And this man stands up for the play that, mind you, we've all seen the quarterback sneak, right? But Jason Kelsey kind of did the tush push, but he showed up and let them know, like, this is something that is important. If you're not good enough to do it, sorry.
Well,
yeah, you need the body type and the prototypes to make it work too.
100%.
So Hurts is perfect for it, right? Errol, you were saying before, guys.
I would think he would be the only one that's perfect for it because of his strength, his ability, his leg strength, and his ability.
But if he doesn't have a center, is he gonna have? Is he gonna have that?
I think he could still do it. I think he's just so strong, and he has the ability to find the hole. I don't think.
But he's tried to go off all the gaps. He's never done the tush push. He's tried to go off the gaps and he got stopped all playoffs.
Yeah, so I agree, actually. If you don't have a center that knows how to do it, you can't run that play because it's not going to work. You need somebody that knows how to do that specific technique. It's unique. It's not a normal technique in football. So it's a specific type of athleticism that's required for that. That's why you see like a Trey McBride down there. You need to have really good quads and glutes and hamstrings. You need to be really strong in the upper leg. If you can do that and get low with your squats, you can't be one of these guys that do quarter squats and don't get down. You need to be the guy that gets down and your ass almost hits the floor. Those are the guys that you need in there. And those are the guys you need pushing to stay that low and have that power. Hurts and Barkley, probably two of the strongest squatters there are.
They are.
So it's not surprising that those guys, I bet McBride's a great squatter too. I guarantee you that's why those guys
Just
are
so
there.
you guys know something, Jalen Hurts, as far as from his waist down, is by far the strongest quarterback in the NFL. It's not even close.
Yeah.
It's not
right,
even
but at the same time, if he doesn't have the front inside. Do you think the Eagles would have signed Cam for a 4-year extension if he wasn't that dude to get that? Like, because he knows who's behind
yes and
him,
no,
right?
because you got to realize it's even though it's not their whole, even though it's a big part of their offense, it's not the whole offense. They still have to be able to.
No, but when you get to the goal line, Speedy, when you get to the goal line and you have a guy that has literally learned from the best that's ever done it, you wouldn't sign him to a 4-year deal.
Oh, that's understandable, but at the same time, would the Eagles have the same level of success if Kyler Murray or Bryce Young, like a smaller quarterback, was
agree
their
with
quarterback?
They needed an athletic guy that can do what obviously Jason Kelsey can do, and they have one, and that's why it's working. But I still think it doesn't matter who I disagree with Fish. As long as Jalen Hurts is 100% healthy, you're probably, no matter what, you're going to get it at least 75% of the time. If you're getting
just on a QB sneak, not a tush push or whatever you want to call it.
Even if you have a semi-decent center and he's trying to do the tush push,
Landon Dickerson could shift to center too.
I honestly think that because Jalen Hurts is so shifty and so strong, they're going to probably get it, I would say 75% of the time, no matter what. That's just my opinion. And the way to stop it is pretty simple. I mean, if you have three really...
You did it with Josh Allen. We saw it.
I'm just saying.
Josh Allen's not great. I don't think Josh Allen's great because I don't think he gets low enough.
No, he's big.
I think he's
he tries to use his body as
he's not as much of a knee bender. And so like one of the first things you get, like, as I get college coaches coming to ask about my high school offensive lineman, the first question they ask, is he a knee bender? Because it's about how low you get and the leverage you can get. It's a real thing.
Hold on, Fish. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, so like you need to be able to get 90 degrees, and you need to be able, like, as an offensive lineman, you don't stand up until the play is over. So you need to be able to run at full speed while in a sort of a half crouch. So you need to be able to stay low and move quick at the same time and have power at the same time as all of that. So it's not an easy thing to do. If you're a skill guy trying to do a line technique like this play basically is, you need to be able to stay low, be a knee bender, and have incredible power going forwards. There's certain exercises that show that, power cleaning being one of them, squats being another, and it's not surprising why the Eagles are successful. If the Jets want to use a guy like maybe Braylon Allen pushing from behind, and now you have a Justin Fields who's a little bit stronger. He needs to put on a little bit weight. He's not as strong as Hurts, but I believe if you guys might have a chance to do it, and teams that have more athletic, playing lower to the ground quarterbacks are the guys that I would want to try to.
And I want to get off the topic because we have a lot more to get into. I will say this: the Jets are going to use a lot of quarterback sneaks. That's why they drafted Mambu. The reason why they drafted Mambu is because Mambu is really, really strong, and they have Olu on the other side. They're two really strong anchors on your offensive line. And Mambu is just a beast. He's going to open up lanes. He's fast. He ran a 4.8 at the combine. He's going to split opening opportunities for guys.
But that doesn't do anything with you at the goal line.
It might. I mean,
your offensive linemen don't do anything on the goal line.
First of all, hold on one second.
No, I'm saying
it's not going to be on the inside of the line. He's a tackle.
No, he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to be. If you're opening up one side of the line, all he's got to do is run right through it.
Well, you would think that, right? And the Eagles have Saquon Barkley, and if anyone was a Saquon Barkley fantasy owner last year, you know that you didn't get half as many touchdowns as you should have got, because even though Saquon Barkley could have ran right behind Lane Thomas every time and got in, they did the tush push. Because it's an automatic play for them because of how strong Hurts is.
And I think,
so I think that's the thing.
I think Justin Fields is going to score a lot of touchdowns for the Jets this year because that's what they're going to do. And Justin Fields, it has a young offensive line that can push people back. And this is a very athletic offensive line. I think this is going to be one of the better, and I'm not saying this as a Jet fan, this is going to be one of the more talented young offensive lines right now in the NFL. So.
Quickly, before we get off it, I do have a sort of a solution on how to stop it. And we saw one team try to do it. We saw Chris Jones try to go horizontal and attack the ball. And the reason why he did that is because it's a Spags idea. And I'm thinking what he's doing is if you have horizontal pressure on the guy
to get
trying
away
to go
to
low,
get away from the ball,
it knocks him off his axis. And now the nose can just go forwards and push him back. And I think that'll work. But I think Chris Jones hurt himself because he got hit before he was able to do it. So he tweaked his back doing that. I think the move is you put two guys. You have Chris Jones and you put a linebacker behind him. So if he pushes him, the linebacker jumps over Jones and then knifes in and tries to
I was
grab
just
him.
about to say they get two athletic linebackers that can
I think that's the
cross
move.
the middle and
But it
push.
has to be within conjunction with affecting the leverage of the center. That's the only way to make it work.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to a sports minute. We still have the death of Jim Irsay. We're going to get into it, inside baseball and analytics. But first, our sports minute.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, another sports minute for you. It's Aaron Fishman. A few stories before we get into tonight's scores. The Chicago Blackhawks have found a new head coach in Jeff Blashill. Blashill was the assistant coach for John Cooper and the Tampa Bay Lightning for the past 3 seasons after a tumultuous 7 years as the head coach of the Detroit Red Wings. His time with the rebuilding Red Wings hopefully has Blashill prepared for what feels like a perpetual rebuild in Chi-Town, who hasn't made the playoffs since before the pandemic. While Duke is losing presumptive first overall pick Cooper Flagg, Konkanupal, and Kamen Maluak, they may be even better next season in their quest for the national title they fell short of this year in the Final Four, already having 3 McDonald's All-Americans in Carlos Boozer's sons, Cameron and Caden Boozer, and forward Nicholas Kamania. The Blue Devils got richer, now landing the top international prospect 5-star Dame Sarr to join for next season. He played for Barcelona last year professionally, is a 6'8" wing from Italy who impressed scouts at the Nike Hoop Summit in Oregon recently against elite competition, including his future teammates and heralded prospect and BYU commit AJ Dybansta. John Shire will likely have another shot at climbing the mountaintop next year with the pipeline of elite players flowing to Durham, North Carolina, and many returning players like Caleb Foster, Isaiah Evans, Patrick Gangba, and Washington State transfer Cedric Howard. And finally, Pittsburgh police have charged 21-year-old Ethan Kirkwood with supplying alcohol to a minor and faces 2 misdemeanors related to the incident last week where Kirkwood's 20-year-old friend Kavan Markwood, who was inebriated, fell over the Clemente wall in right field at the Pirates game over 20 feet to the ground, suffering significant, possibly life-changing injuries. Cameras at the ballgame identified the 21-year-old giving his friend the 20-year-old a beer bought from the stands, leading to these charges. In case you were ever wondering what harm could come from buying your friend who isn't 21 yet a beer, college-age crowd, here is your nightmare story. In basketball right now, 6:14 left in the fourth quarter. Thunder all over the Timberwolves, 102-86. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 33 points, 6 assists, 3 steals currently. And final tonight, a shutout in Carolina. The Panthers 5, Hurricanes 0. Florida takes both games in Carolina. It did lead the series 2-0, coming back to Florida. And in baseball, the Yankees earlier today 1-0 over the Rangers. Carlos Rodon, his 6th win of the season. And the Blue Jays defeated the Padres in 11 innings, 7-6. The Phillies shut out the Rockies 2-0. The Angels defeated the Athletics 10-5. Guardians shut out the Tigers 7-0. The Nationals come back and defeat the Braves 8-7 in 10 innings. And postponed are the Orioles and Red Sox to a later date. And still going right now in the bottom of the 9th, the Brewers have an 8-3 lead on the Pirates, and the Astros are up in the bottom of the 8th, 9-2 on the Mariners. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube on our Jabba and the Mouth handle, and on Facebook and Instagram under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we have a new producer of the show. Still learning the way through this. I'm a little lost myself. You're listening to Jabba in the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Thank you to Eric Hasseltine. He's been fantastic. Thank you, obviously, to all the fans that tune in to us every single week. We really appreciate you guys, and we like to give you the best content as we possibly can, and we like to thank all the fans for letting us do that every single week. Colts owner Jim Irsay passed away yesterday at the age of 65. There was no cause of death revealed, but the Colts knew about Irsay having many different health issues over the last 2 seasons and 2 years. Irsay was a big focal point of the NFL's mental health movement during the COVID pandemic in 2020. Irsay also has been very involved with both youth football programs and scouting programs for the NFL, including having a stadium host the NFL Combine every year. Irsay inherited ownership in 1997, shortly after his father passed away, and moved the team from Baltimore to Indianapolis. Since Irsay became the owner of the Colts in 1997, the Colts have the 6th best winning percentage in NFL history, in the NFL, and won Super Bowl in 2007. First of all, Jim Irsay is known for what his father has done. I don't know if anybody knows about the Baltimore Colts. That's what they were. They all, and I don't know, and it's a crazy story because the Baltimore Colts were moved overnight. Nobody knew that they were moving. He sold the team to Indianapolis. And the Browns, the Cleveland Browns, which were one of the most prestigious organizations in NFL history at the time, and the fans were crazy over there, they lost their franchise in 24 hours without even knowing. Was moved by a bunch of trucks all the way to Indianapolis. And then obviously the Cleveland Browns came back a couple years later, and they've been an absolute joke ever since they've come back to the NFL. So obviously you see the difference of the NFL and where the NFL is with some of these organizations and how they redefine teams after they move. But Jim Irsay has been one of the more nicer owners in NFL history. Now, obviously he's had the back end of his livelihood and who he is drugs. I mean, he's been caught with painkillers. He's been caught smoking marijuana, coming out over the years saying that he's been a hippie. I mean, the guy is a very well-known commodity for the NFL and stands up for a lot of the players of the NFL and stood out for a lot of different players over the years, even players that have been, drug problems, smoking problems in the NFL. He believed that the NFL should allow marijuana over the last couple of years. And obviously the NFL has slowly brought it to the league, obviously keeping them away from painkillers because the NFL for years of letting the players popping pills and doing things to their body that they shouldn't be doing. Now marijuana has become legal. And one of the main reasons why marijuana has become illegal is because of Jim Irsay. Jim Irsay has been a pure believer in marijuana and believes marijuana plants are also, he believed that it was going to be the future cure of cancer. So there's a lot of things about Jim Irsay you like, and there's a lot of things you don't like about him. He's very outspoken. He's thrown people under the bus. He doesn't like a certain amount of owners in the league. He's come out and attacked a lot of different owners in the league. And I think he stands for a lot for what the NFL has lost. I mean, he speaks up his own personality. He lets his personality be felt when he spoke to the press every single season and off season. He always spoke to the press. He never hid behind a door, and he was always out there speaking and saying what he thought the NFL should be and what the NFL needs to redefine over the years. And he also came out with the CTE situation. Yeah. He's already come out and said it. Well, he said it for years about CTE and how that the NFL needs to find a way to protect the players. He's also one of the owners that have come out and said that the NFL should support the retired players and bringing benefits to these players after they retire from the game. I think Jim Irsay is going to be missed because of his outspoken personality, but also what he stood for. And he stood for the players. He didn't stand for the owners. He stood for the players. And that's something that could be obviously commended. And a guy that is absolutely changed the league for the better.
Yeah, absolutely. And even some of the players that have tweeted about it, like mentioning the former and current players knew the impact that Irsay had with the players. And like you said, influencing on the marijuana, influencing on a lot of the off the field stuff. Yes, he was outspoken. Yes, he did some crazy things off the field for sure. We talked about it a couple of years ago. He wanted
Step
to
back, Speedy. You don't have to lean over the table.
He wanted to change the rules with the referees. I think we discussed like 2 years ago, and like that was one of the big rule changes. And yeah, since then there's been a lot of referee skepticism as well. But yeah, like you said, with the CTE, with the marijuana too. We talked about it when Sean Smith was part of the show too. Like the impact on marijuana on the NFL. Now it's really, really big. We're seeing all these retired players come out now, and the CTE situation as well. There's a lot of players that retired early on that Colts team. Bjorn Warner was a first-round pick, linebacker. Jack Muhort, who was a very good guard. I think he retired at 28 or something like that. Like that was initially that first wave. And a lot of that probably had to do with Irsay. They probably went to him and said, do you really want to continue going with football? Obviously it's tough on the team, but definitely an influential guy. Like you said, his father, very influential as well. And
his father was an asshole. Everything. And
well, yeah,
anybody that I don't know,
fan base.
I wasn't alive for his father. Obviously he stepped away from football before I even really was in to the football world. I mean, he was still involved, but
yeah,
I never knew who he was. I know who Jim Irsay was.
Sure.
What everybody has said about him, he was an asshole. Nobody
sure.
liked him.
No, there's definitely a lot of people that were deterred by him. But at the same time, obviously the Baltimore fans, obviously John Elway refused to play there. So there's people that turn him the wrong way, but definitely still making the Colts the brand that they were probably since, like I was saying, the Don Shula era. And then later on when Jim took over, obviously they drafted Peyton Manning and ran with that. They won a Super Bowl and made them a very popular brand as a whole. And like I said, with the scouting stuff too, like doing all the stuff with the scouting, with the combine too, like that's a big wave in today's game. So definitely a polarizing figure for Jim Irsay. Rest in peace.
Yeah, 100% to his family. Like 65 is way too young, and he did what he did. But he's I look at it too at the same way when you guys are talking about it, and the way he did things. He was kind of a George Steinbrenner, like of trying to like get in front of a lot of stuff, where it really is like you get those guys that are polarizing. Where I got to experience it with a man like that as an owner, and you want to play for guys like that, and that know. Like kind of the way things are changing, right? And mind you, my Bailey is like sitting at my lap right now in the studio, and I'm just like, what are we doing? But I'm like, get away from me. But I think he will go down as somebody that had a part in football that a lot of people haven't, because he was so organic about what he did. And I think that's real. And hate to lose a man at 65.
Yep. Influential.
100%.
Influential. And he was complete opposite of what his father was. Complete opposite.
Yeah. And I mean, if you look at it when he got from the Baltimore Colts, because he took him over in 72. And he wasn't his son, and he did things that were different. And that's why people sometimes don't like guys like that. And he did things different, and that's okay. And I really, really think like he'll go down probably not as one of the greatest owners, but he's going to go down as one of the most influential of how he's trying to change the culture of kind of what the game was,
I think he was different. And I think the players really respected him. I saw what Peyton Manning posted up on his social media after he found out that Jim Irsay passed away, and it shows you how important Jim Irsay was to Peyton Manning's career. And Peyton Manning was there for practically his whole career, and he really developed as a quarterback under a guy like Jim Irsay. And
Errol, what we've talked about too is like we've talked about owners and we've talked about other stuff on this show. Is how he allowed Peyton to kind of like do things and kind of stayed out of it, but let him do what he was, but still ran.
I also think that the mental health movement that he created for the NFL has been absolutely defined over the last couple of years. And I think he's really been a face of what the NFL has not really pushed over the last 20 years. There's a lot of mental health issues because of, brain trauma and all that other stuff.
CTE and all that other stuff. Yeah.
He's been a big supporter for it, and he's invested millions and millions and millions of dollars towards it. So to the Irsay family, may he rest in peace. I mean, he was a good man as far as what I've read. And I think he stood for a lot of the players. And I think that's something that Peyton Manning said on his social media. And a lot of different players have spoken, not only high praise of him, saying that they lost a father. So my heart goes out to the Irsay family. Oh, it's been a long one, guys. It's been a long one. And as we always do this every single week, we call this Inside Baseball.
Now let's go deep inside.
What?
I am excited. This is Inside Baseball.
All right, guys, welcome to another edition of Inside Baseball. We're going to be talking about some stories and some interesting things going on in baseball right now. The week of, well, I guess whatever the week is. Today's the 22nd, so for our Thursday edition. So we're going to start off with the guy you see on the screens, Kyle Tucker, and the contract sweepstakes that's going to happen this offseason. In case you haven't been paying attention, besides the fact that Aaron Judge has just dominated all the headlines here in New York, Kyle Tucker is probably the second best outfielder in baseball right now. And his current numbers, he's got a 164 OPS plus. He's got a 939 OPS, meaning he's got 12 homers, 14 stolen bases, batting .278, and his BABIP is actually lower than his batting average, so he's got positive regression ahead of him, Speedy. So he's actually should be doing better than he is what they're saying. 38 runs, 35 RBIs on that Cubs team. Look, he's an average defender. He plays mostly right field. A lot of Yankees fans want to fit him in for next year. Let's start off. Errol, you think this guy's going to end up in pinstripes?
Oh, I think so. The Yankees wanted him in the offseason, but the Astros would not trade him to the Yankees. And if it was going to happen, they wanted top-end prospects, and the Yankees were not willing to do that, as they did that with Soto. And look what happened with Soto. He bans and walks away, goes to the Mets, and they lose Michael King. So I think Tucker is one of the best outfielders in the league. I think the Yankees saw that. They spotted him from a mile away. I think everybody in the league knows that he's the high-profile player that's going to be available in the offseason. Now that Vladimir Guerrero is now off the hinge. So now he's signed up.
I will argue that, Errol, in the same aspect. So I would love to have him with what he's doing. But at the same time, what do we do with Judge at that time? Because Judge is way better in right field than he is center. So what do we do with him at that point?
Here's what I would do with Kyle Tucker. I would move Kyle Tucker either to center field or left field. That's what I would do. Keep Judge on right field. That's what I would do. No matter what you do, you can shake your head all you want. The Yankees need his back.
I think Judge is the one that moves. He's a better defender than Tucker. And left field has so much more ground to cover in Yankee Stadium that you kind of don't want the worst defender in left. Gardy always played left field because he was so fast, he would cover all that ground. And you need a guy with range like that. It's not that Tucker's slow. He's stealing bases. But as you're getting into your 30s, you probably want someone that's a little bit more spry out there and left at Yankee Stadium.
Hold on 1 second. They had...
we're going to have this conversation. We got a left fielder, right?
Yeah, they had John
we'll talk about that next, because that's going to be our next topic.
Okay. All right.
They had Giancarlo Stanton. They've had Giancarlo Stanton at left field for the longest time. I don't think it matters who's the left fielder. They're looking for his bat. You keep Aaron Judge in the right field position. He's been very successful over there. He's one of the best in the league.
But you got Bellinger for the outfield too, and then
Bellinger could go to first base. I think they move him to first base. I think that's
after Goldschmidt's contract's up, you
only 1 year.
The natural
unless
move.
they want to re-sign him.
But at the same time, if he balls out the same way, do you not re-sign him? Because you're going to get him cheap. You're going to get him cheap.
So you put Bellinger at center field, and then you put Tucker at left field. One way or another, the Yankees will make it work. I don't think it's going to be a problem. They're going to make it work. They want his bat. That's what they want. They want his
that
bat.
bat's pretty damn good bat to have right now. Speedy, if the Yankees don't end up with him, where do you think he likely goes?
I think the Cubs are going to re-sign him. Actually, I've always been
Not
under
a chance in hell.
I've always been under the impression of that. I think if he does test the market, it will be the Yankees. I don't think it's the Mets. I think the Mets are going to stick to their ways with what they have right now. They'll get some more free agents. I don't think they're gonna be cheap. I'm just saying. I think the Mets got Soto. I think Tucker's going to play the market like that contract. Obviously, he's not going to get as much, but
no, not at all.
He's going to aim still for that $500 million. I think the Mets are going to probably stick with their young core. I think they have a system there, so I don't think it will be them. Even though I would like it, I don't think it will be them. I think the Cubs, they're usually a top 10 payroll team. They were pretty active spending offseason like 2 or 3 years ago. They need more pitching than they do hitting, but I do think they keep him. I think the fans do like him.
I have this great fear that he's going to end up playing on the Red Sox. I just have this in my bones, and I'm going to have to see him because they can kind of use that position over there a little bit, and I can
reunite with Bregman too. That makes sense.
I could just see it going from one villain with the Houston Cheaters to the Boston Red Sox.
I think Kyle Tucker will get close to like a Brandon Nimmo type of deal.
So
he'll get
I heard
Brandon Nimmo's actually got a pretty good deal.
Jabba, I heard it might be $600 million.
Get them.
I heard
I think it'll be more in the 400 range.
I read that today. It might start.
I
with
saw
a 6.
that, but they're.
I know, but this is what's so. It's a ripple effect.
I was literally just with his brother last week.
It's nice money. Well,
and I'm like, he hasn't. I think he's closer to 200 than 400.
He'll get
no
400.
way.
I think he'll get 400 at least.
Well, because he's going to come out at the right time. Because we talk about Carl Pavano and all the other. If you come out at the right time without guys, now you get that perspective. I think honestly, he's a Brandon Nimmo type of guy.
Well, he's on pace for 40-40 right now, Jabba.
Brandon Nimmo offensively. Brandon Nimmo's very streaky offensively.
Oh, have you seen Brandon Nimmo's number? I know you're a Mets fan, and I'm a Nimmo fan because
it took him a while to get going. He's playing better now, but it really took him a while.
Well, trust me, I
saying.
get it, but understand what I'm saying is like he's not a $400 million player. He's not.
Well, we'll see what people are.
He's on pace for 40-40, right?
Yeah, he's on pace for a 40-40 season.
That's a 400.
And if you do that in a contract year with a close to 300,
that's what I'm saying is when you get into contract year, all these guys, you look at so many guys that have done this in contract years.
Oh yeah, you're not going to get that year from them most likely. That's why they're playing so hard.
But what we use is that's our contract year. So I'm going to ball out.
Yeah, that's why I always take those guys in fantasy, like I took Tucker this year. Let's move on to the reason why the Yankees won't be trading for Tucker or signing Tucker. It's because of the Martian, Errol, is heating up on that frozen planet, a planet over from us, past that asteroid belt and all the other things in between, and the moon and all that. Dominguez had a walk-off home run to give the Yankees another win. The Yankees are on fire right now. Dominguez is just under 800 OPS, which is got a 120 OPS plus, which means he's an above-average player already as a hitter in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I think league average is 102.
Yeah, so, Errol, what you think? I spelled his name wrong, 2 S's. The Martian.
I think he's a trade chip. That's what I think he is. I think the Yankees are going to use him as a trade chip if they
At
if they
the deadline, or what?
I think at the deadline or in the offseason if they're looking to add another bat or a pitcher. I think that's where the Yankees go because I do still think Kyle Tucker is going to be a New York Yankee. So there's no room for Jason Dominguez. If he really heats up, I think the Yankees have a piece that they can move to add a big arm or maybe 2 relief pitchers and an arm for a hitter like that. I don't know what Jason Dominguez is. He's finally heating up. He's still young. He's like, 21, 22 years old. He's a baby. But the Yankees obviously are looking.
20. He's 22.
What 21, 22, whatever. It doesn't matter how old he is. He hasn't done enough for me to think that the Yankees see him as a guy in the lineup. I think Jason Dominguez is one of the most overrated prospects the Yankees have had in a very long time. Maybe you all like him. I don't know what he's going to be at the end of the season, but if he has a good season, like you're saying it, as the Italians would say, you trade him. And I think that's where the Yankees are going to go.
Jabba, if you have a guy who's 22 years old and defensively he's just not there, does that come around on these young guys, or is he going to be a DH?
I honestly, it's weird for me too because I don't like giving guys names for what they're supposed to be. But then when you hear an Aaron Judge say, if we're going to get to where we're going to get, he has to be a part of it. So we're not in the clubhouse every day. We're not in there. And if Aaron Judge thinks that, I can't go against that. And he said that if we're going to get to where he's going to be a part of it,
So
is he going
Judge
to be?
Thinks he sees him like putting in the work the right way, if that's what he's saying.
And I think obviously he sees it. It's obviously one of those things. And I'll say this too, weirdly, it's kind of like a Kyle Schwarber thing. Because he didn't really have like a position.
Yeah,
and Dominguez is literally like, he's not a great left fielder, right? And so I'm like, what do you do with him? As Errol said, is he trade bait? Or because then you have Spencer Jones, you have George Lombard, you got all these other guys, right?
Him and Spencer Jones are going to go in a trade. I believe that.
Well,
to get a pitcher?
Yeah. I think the Yankees have an opportunity. I think Kyle Tucker is 100% in the Yankees' radar. On the Yankees' radar, in the Yankees' radar, whatever you want to say. I think that's where the Yankees are going to go in the offseason.
But they're not going to pay him $400 million. There's no chance.
I don't think so either. I think he's going to get closer.
They
to
won't pay him more than Judge. Is what it is.
I think he's going to get closer to $300 million. That's like between $280 and $300. That's what I think he's going to get. But
I'm going to say this right now on the show. He's going to get $240 to $260.
He's going to get.
All right. If we're going to make our bets, I'm going to say he's going to get $450.
You must be out of your goddamn mind.
10 years. Until he's 40 years old.
I say closer to.
Not because he's worth it, Jabba.
Fish, I'm going to fly there and
because of
punch
markets.
you right in your neck.
Jabba, I know you're jealous of this. Look, this is all the Juan Soto deal inflating the market value. And this deferred money allowing you to add $100 million onto a deal, and it's kind of like funny money to the organization. So now everyone has to do that if they want to compete. This is what we talked about last summer. This was going to happen, and it's already happening. That's what's going on. So everyone's deal is $100 million more than they're worth already today. That's what's happening because of that. So people are making a lot of money. Good for them.
That's why I say $300 million, because a lot of people think he's probably worth between 200 and 240.
I don't know, man.
He's going to get about 300. That's what I think he's going to get.
If you hit 300 and go 40-40 in a contract year, you're breaking $400 million.
I'll bet you on that. I'll bet you on
Speedy, I just wanted to ask you, Speedy. We're talking about Dominguez and wrapping up on him. If the Yankees do trade Dominguez, what is the position do you think that they need to most look at in a trade?
It's interesting. It's I think too early to tell.
Pitchers.
I would say pitching is the best way. I would go. Obviously, there's a lot of concerns with the way certain infielders have played this year. So there's definitely maybe a market to look at that, but I think pitching is the direction to go in. Marlins definitely. That's definitely.
Are we sure about Volpe, everybody?
No.
Volpe has some good advanced stats on his side, though, that I think still can give him the benefit of the time.
Speedy, shut the fuck up.
Java, I'm willing to give a young shortstop the benefit of the doubt.
Advanced stats at the same time doesn't get me W's.
True.
We're talking about W's.
The main reason the Yankees are
The Yankees
struggled at certain points.
The Yankees have a young shortstop coming up who's going to be really, really good. The Dominican.
So,
George
so
Lombard's
so that's my question.
Monster.
Yeah,
if that's the case, he's
gone
too then, right? Or he goes to second base,
Oh,
right?
Oh, Volpe?
Volpe's.
I think Volpe, if he doesn't figure things out this season, I think the Yankees think to move him in the offseason. I
don't know who the guy is. Maybe Speedy, you could tell me. But if I'm moving a combination of Volpe and Dominguez in a deal, and I want to get maybe a shortstop that's going to transition to third as he gets older and Lombard comes up, who would be the guy that I would want?
Yeah, shortstop is tough because a lot of them are really like either they're young players on struggling teams that aren't going to be traded. They'll probably either be signed. A lot of infielders, we've seen them deteriorate as they get older too. So that's what makes it difficult with the market right now. Obviously, the super lowest teams, the Rockies, the White Sox, they're not going to have any good value.
I have a name for you. He
What do you
gets
got?
hurt too much, but the left-handed hitting Corey Seager should be transitioning from shortstop to third base soon.
It's
and he's
interesting.
31 years old, and he would play
Isn't he with
very
the
nicely.
Texas Rangers. I think
Texas Rangers,
going anywhere.
right?
See,
off season, not now. Off season.
If you guys think that Tucker is a strong play, you want to take on another $300 million contract.
The Yankees are going to just fit in players.
They were going to give.
I think Nolan Arenado is a guy that they're going to bring to the team one way or another at the trade deadline. I think that's what the Yankees are going to do. I think that was the plan anyways. Nolan Arenado will be a Yankee by the trade deadline. And I think the Yankees are going to trade those two pieces for pitching. That's what the Yankees are going to do. They have Garrett Cole coming back. They've got one of the best pitchers in baseball in Fried. They've got Rodon pitching very, very well, but he's on and off every year. I think he had a starting pitcher and a relief pitcher, a top-end relief pitcher.
They need one more starter. They need
one more guy.
starter.
They need another dude.
I think
and that's what it is.
They're going to bring in a big dog with one of those guys, or maybe even both of those guys.
I tend to agree with you, Errol.
Jones in Pittsburgh is not doing very well.
I'm telling you right now, they're going to have to give up one of those guys. I don't know if it's Spencer. I don't know if it's George. Whoever they're going to have to give up one if they want to do something to get a third end guy. They're going to have to give up one of those guys.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I would say also maybe even besides Pittsburgh, also the Reds, if they continue being mediocre, maybe one of their young pitchers too is a possibility. They could trade for. I don't think Green, but maybe one of their young guys. I think they'll stay contending, but
I will say, and you guys say this, they're going to have to get somebody that is big league ready.
I know exactly who they're going to go after, and I'm telling you right now.
All right, let's hear it.
It's Michael King. Michael King is the guy that the Yankees are going for. They're not going to be able to bring him back. And we all know the Padres are all in to trading away pieces. I'm telling you right now, Michael King is the guy.
I know you love Michael King, but he's only gone 6 innings twice this year.
It doesn't matter. The Yankees, that's a Yankee prospect. The Yankees love him. And Brian Cashman was very upset when they had to trade him because he didn't want to trade him in that trade.
Fuck Brian Cashman.
I know you don't. But I'm telling you, Michael King's the guy. I'm telling you why.
All right. So here's a guy that's older than everyone on this panel right now. Rich Hill, Jabba, is making a return to Major League Baseball at 45 years old. Listen to this. He went down. He's for Kansas City. He was in the faced the ACL Cubs minor league team. Retired all 12 batters, striking out 7. Rich Hill coming back.
When you know what you're doing, it's different. When you're pitching against kids that have no idea, and Rich is literally a dude that just knows what he's doing. He doesn't try to go out his realm of what he does, but he's going to spin it he's going to do what he does. And why is he still in the game right now? Because he's still productive. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Rich Hill, like, God bless him. He's still grinding. I'm not even 40 years old yet, and he's still doing it. I'm playing catch with my son, doing all those things, and he's still going out and getting dudes out. Like, could I get dudes out right now? 100%. Do I want to do the grind? No. But he's 45 and still grinding.
Rich Hill's got to stop this crap.
Shut up, Errol.
Nick's trying to come back to. Nick's throwing and doing all that other stuff, and I keep telling Nick, you want to throw your arm out again? You're 34 years old. Stop this.
Who cares? Who cares? He's still going to get league minimum, which is $600,000.
I don't think he's
Good
coming.
point.
I don't think he's coming.
I think Rich Hill's coming for Jamie Moyer's record. I think he was 49 when he was at the end of his career when he was with the Phillies. The oldest I remember for a hitter was when he was with the Mets with Julio Franco when he was 48.
Breaking news. I got to go back off now.
All right. Let's go into the next one. I wanted to bring this up because I find this story hilarious because it involves former Yankees and Mets legend Luis Severino. Apparently, the A's clubhouse, and they're in what, Sacramento? Is that right? The A's this year? Mm-hmm. It's so bad that like the clubhouse is on the other end from the bullpen. They can never get anything they want.
Can't get there.
They can't get there. All the pitchers are miserable, especially Luis Severino. This is his quote. I just need to figure out a way to pitch good at home. I feel like if I only pitch on the road, I'll be freaking Cy Young. But I need to get better at home. He's 0-4 with a 6.75 with 14 walks, 29 Ks at home and away. He's got away. He's got 2 earned runs in 25 innings, 6 walks, 16 Ks, no homers, a .72 road ERA. Jabba, you ever have splits like that, or know anyone that was just like that different home and away?
Yeah, I mean, there are parts of it where it's like, the parks that you pitch in that you pitch well, and there's some that you don't, and that's just part of it. But when you actually call out like a team or you call out like what it is, I mean, it's real difficult to kind of distinguish, like, are you pissed or like, hey, I sucked pitching in Anaheim. I sucked. I was terrible. I didn't like pitching there. Great. But I just wasn't good. So I don't know where he stands in that, if it's a mind thing or if it's just like, I just know I don't pitch well there. I honestly don't know.
Luis Severino's got to stop this crap. Stop bitching and moaning. You decided you wanted to go there and take the money. You rode with it. Complain. Go out there and pitch and stop bitching.
But he knew going into it, Errol, like he knew they didn't have a home stadium. Like he knew what it was.
He needs to grow the hell up.
I don't think anyone really knew the effects of how drastic it would be, like that much of a hitter's park. I think everyone knew.
No, I understand, but
5th best hitter's park in baseball this
I was
year.
going to say, like, I think the big drop off from the pitching part that Oko was.
But exactly what Errol said, it's like he took the money, and that's where he went.
Pulled it out of this comes from the coach, guys. Definitely weird look from the rubber to home plate where the walkway is behind the dish. The press box is off center, and that can kind of give you an optical illusion of maybe the plate being in a different spot per se.
That's 100% truth. And I will tell you, there are so many places where I felt like when I was on the mound, I felt closer to the plate or I felt further from the plate. And so that plays a part just because just visually, like you guys have never stood 60 feet, 6 inches, right? But for us standing on the mound, you don't stand 6, you don't even have 6 inches, Speedy, relax.
I wonder if he has 3 inches.
So for us though, it's like visually, like what you guys don't understand, like when we get on a mound, we know, like we feel like we're throwing harder, or it's like, damn, I feel like I'm throwing from the outfield. And that's the way it is. And exactly what you said is like they have this and this and this and this. It just feels different when you're actually throwing a baseball, and we're still standing 60 feet 6 inches. But everything behind you makes you feel like you're throwing longer or shorter.
Yeah, it's really crazy. They have the third highest home ERA in the majors. They actually started pretty hot for the A's.
Move on.
But we all know they're not going to finish over 500. And with having a home park like this, Errol, they got to be there, I think, until 2028. Is that right? Until the stadium's built?
I don't know.
I think
And
so.
honestly, to be honest with you, with the Oakland Athletics, I don't care. I mean, the organization's a debacle. They're just as bad.
How do you think they're going to do when they move to Las Vegas, though?
I mean, they should suck like for the next 3 years, get the top overall pick in the draft, and then just load up for Vegas.
I think they're going to have a lot of money because Vegas is going to draw a lot of people, and it's going to sell.
Yeah, 2028.
It's going to sell a lot of fans because look at all the Vegas teams, even the Raiders right now. Even though they're a debacle of an organization,
They're not going to be the Knights that win in the first year. I get that.
Different, I think, between the front office structure and the
baseball
revenue.
is different from hockey.
Yeah.
The NHL pretty much hands these guys the best players on each team. So when they do these entry drafts, you can only hold on to like 5 or 6 players, and then everybody else.
Wasn't the first year of the Golden Knights?
Yeah.
They had Marc-Andre Fleury, right?
Yeah, and at one point
Yeah.
he
He wasn't bad at hockey.
Yeah, he wasn't terrible, and he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, right? And they won in the first year.
Look at the Florida Panthers, their expansion year. Who did they draft first? John Van Beesbrook. And he took them in 96, 97 to the Stanley Cup Finals on his back.
On expansion.
On an expansion team. So
Yep.
and 3 years they were in the NHL Finals against Colorado. They got swept. But he's the one they rode him all the way to the finals. Who is their best player besides Van Beesbrook? Scott Mellenby, okay? And Van Beesbrook rode him all the way to the finals. So, honest to God, it's all about, with the NHL, it's all about how they get position and who they get from
Hey,
the
we're inside baseball. Shut up about hockey right now.
Just saying. Go ahead, let's go.
All right, the sad part of Inside Baseball, the injury report. Jared Jones, it's not working with the elbow. It's probably not going to be Tommy John. It's probably going to be the new internal brace surgery everyone's doing. But he's done for this year and probably most of next year. They were supposed to be the dynamic duo, him and Skeens. Errol, what are they going to... We hear rumors about Skeens being on the block. They're saying he's not. The timeline's not good with Jones going down for that team.
If I was a team right now, I would make a trade for Jared Jones and sit on him. That's what I said about the Yankees. I'd sit on him because 2 years, he's young. 2-3 years from now, the kid's still a baby. He's 25 years old, and the guy's got a tremendous amount of potential. Obviously, it's not going to work in Pittsburgh. They like to trade away pitching prospects. If you're a team like the Yankees or even the Mets or even the Red Sox, I'd sit on him and trade for him and wait until he's ready to come back, and then you have yourself a gem. That's what I think I would do.
So there's been we're going to talk about a couple of other, we're going to talk about a different national in a second, but I want to talk about Dylan Cruz going down with an oblique injury. Was just starting to heat up a little bit. Obviously, high profile pick along with Skeens in that draft a year and a half ago.
Same draft.
Same draft. They went 1-2.
Well,
right?
they were going back and forth who was going to be 1 or 2. I had an argument. I wish Carter's getting his haircut right now. I wish I'd had this argument with him because he was like, oh, Cruz is going to go 1 because he had like 435 with like 26 and whatever in college. And I'm like, no, you're going to take an arm first. You're going to take an arm. But Cruz has proved what he's done. And I saw the other day too, like, I love watching these young kids. Like I told you, like, now this is a great time. Like, we're going to do a CWS special and all the other stuff. These guys in the CWS, when they get there, it's completely different. Like, they get to a different realm. And when you get guys like that, like Skeens at LSU, he started at Air Force. Cruz, LSU. Like, you get those guys. And they're different. But when they come, And I've heard all the Paul Skeens, like, there's nobody in baseball, and I've heard from all of the broadcasters and everything, trade. There's no team that has enough to trade for Paul Skeens right now.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
There's not one team.
So as far as Cruz goes, I think that team is just stockpiling talent. We'll talk about Abrams in a second. Before we get there, it looks like the end is near for the great Justin Verlander. He's got a pec injury going on the IL. Numbers are just not Verlander-esque. 4.33 ERA, 1.404 WHIP currently.
But Fish, what
41 strikeouts in 52 innings. It's not the same guy anymore. He's 40 years
Fish,
old.
what have we said?
Oh, that's what I wanted to bring up.
You don't beat time.
You can't, can you? Even the great Justin Verlander.
And he's one of my dear friends. And I love him, Kate, and his kids. I love all of them. But I'm telling you, I love the man who he is because he's a predominant, absolute competitor and wants to be the best. But I'm like, dog, you can't do it now. Like, we're out of the game. Like, we're out. Like, you can teach and do all these things, but you got to understand, like, the game has passed you. You're 42 years old. And I love him to still being able to do it. And he had an absolute unbelievable career. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. But at the end of the day, like, you're done.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Like, but it sucks when you're done. Nobody knows that feeling as a professional athlete when you're done. And when you get that feeling, it's like, I never wanted to feel it on the field. Because I'm like, I'm not good enough.
Still want to have that fastball at the end. I hear you. Errol, what do we make out of this wonderful career of Justin Verlander coming to an end like this?
Who cares? I hated him. I'm a Yankee fan. Couldn't stand Justin Verlander because he killed the Yankees. No matter where he went.
Killed everyone, man.
I'm done with Justin Verlander. Thank God I don't have to look at his face anymore. By the way, he followed me on Twitter. So.
That's interesting. Speedy, I saved George Kirby's return for you. This is a pitcher that pitched over 190 innings 2 years in a row leading into this season. Had some injuries, little worries about the arm in the beginning of the spring. What does his return mean for this Seattle pitching staff that lost Logan Gilbert?
Yeah, that's definitely much needed because a lot of these other guys have had to go longer than you wanted to for younger pitchers to go into games. Obviously, Brian Woos had a fantastic year, and they have other really good talent too with Bryce Miller. I think there's less pressure on them. Again, Kirby pitching that many innings, you wonder for somebody that a smaller build on him. I think he's only like 190 pounds or something like that. He's a smaller pitcher. It probably gave out eventually. He had a step back, I think, twice.
20 pounds more than you.
Yeah, and I think he's a very talented pitcher, and I think he still will, if he can continue to stay healthy, will still age well. He's still young. He's got good stuff. He had good stuff when he was a young pitcher, even when he was with the Tigers before he was traded over to Seattle. Jabba, one of your teammates, we had on the show, Brian Pena, who's
I want to hit it.
very good personality. He was actually scouting with him because he's now managing over there in Detroit with the single A team. So he knows that how good he can be, and his upside's definitely there. I think he still has a lot of room to grow, and I think Seattle definitely needs it in a tight race with the Astros right now in the AL West.
They call me the ladies' man and Mr. Steal Your Girl.
All right, let's wrap this up. I want to talk about 3 breakout hitters and 3 breakout pitchers, names that are going to become household names in baseball that you need to know, and they've already shown that you need to know their names this season. Pete Crow Armstrong leading it off. Let's reverse the order. Speedy.
Yeah.
This guy was known for his glove. His bat this year, I'll give you the stats. Right now, he is hitting, where is it? He's hitting 279 with a 313 on base, but 553 slugging and a 141 OPS plus. He's got 12 homers and 14 stolen bases and playing Gold Glove center field.
Yep.
Mets former first-round pick, Pete Crow Armstrong, and now
That's
he's
why I
hitting
brought him up to you.
hitting that full potential. Obviously, traded for the half a year of, or really 3 months of Javier Baez, and then he let him walk, which I guess turned out to be a good decision at the time because he struggled in Detroit, but now he's actually hitting well this year. But Pete Crow Armstrong, this is exactly what we expected out of somebody like that. Like you said, a great defender, potential for that 5-tool player if he can keep this hitting up too. He's really been a nice spark, along with what we were talking about before with Tucker, really leading that offense, which has been the best offense in baseball so far this year, the Cubs.
All right. Let me move on to Errol. Errol, you got 5 names up there. You pick which one you want to talk about.
Hold on, Errol. I got something for you.
Go ahead.
She's waiting for. Are you gonna say?
I'm waiting for my guy Riley Leonard to come on.
I know. We reached out to him, and he's working right now at rookie camp. So I'm trying. I'll get him. Don't worry. I'm working on it. I don't hear her. Jabba.
I don't think she believes you.
Jabba didn't want to reveal.
What was that? I didn't hear him.
He muted himself.
Not Jabba's.
All right, Errol, you want to bring up? We'll just each take one of the guys.
No, I'm not muted. Here you go.
How hard do you have to try? How hard is it?
Well, as hard as
do
Speedy
your
has
job.
as hard as Speedy has to, find his little thing, wherever it is, in that bush. I don't know.
All right, get out.
All right, we're kind of going off the rails.
Yes.
I will have Riley Leonard on this show. I
All right.
issue. Riley Leonard will be on this show,
Bagel hole.
including
All
that
right.
big hole.
Errol, who you want to talk about? We got a couple of hitters, a few pitchers here. You want me to give you some of their stats? Because Hunter Brown's stats are out of this world right now.
I'm gonna intrude on this one. Like Pete Crow Armstrong, like he's a dude, but he also his mom was the mom in Little Big League, so baseball's been a part of his life for as long as he's known. Like if you ever seen Little Big League, and all of our fans that watch it, that's the mom. That's the mom.
That's a great movie
his mom.
from my childhood. That's fantastic. And Jabba, you actually mentioned C.J. Abrams to me earlier today.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about what you like about this young guy.
CJ, you know what? It's crazy too because I was looking at his stats too, and he took over Bobby Witt in like shortstop in like the things that he does. And there's not a real, like, a big, I guess, conglomerate of what he's done. But, man, I think he's going to be really, really great if he continues to do. I think C.J. Abrams is going to be, I think he's going to be Bobby Witt-esque.
Yeah, it's
he's not going to he's not going to steal as many bases, I don't think. But I think he.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I like Jesus Luzardo. Okay, he's
Ooh.
5-0, 195, 67 Ks. I just like the name Jesus. So hey,
Well,
maybe
he pronounces it Jesus.
yeah, I like Jesus, and maybe he's Philadelphia's Jesus. So
There's billions of people who feel the same way as you.
Well, they have Wheeler. Zach Wheeler is one of the best pitchers in baseball. Now they have a young kid like Jesus or Jesus, whatever way you want to call his name, and he's putting up the numbers. And I think Philadelphia needs that second tier pitcher. I know everybody's going to look at their lineup and they're going to say, wow, that lineup is deadly. And by the way, Kyle Schwarber is one of the hottest hitters in baseball right now. But I am going with Jesus Luzardo. They need that pitcher. They need that young left-handed, type of pitcher, and they got one in Jesus Luzardo.
Who's also leading all pitchers in WAR.
In
with
WAR, yeah.
2.2 right now. Really impressive by him. Hunter Brown, maybe more impressive to me. He's a little bit behind in WAR. Speedy, this is a guy that we had talked about as a possible riser at the beginning of the season, a guy to look at.
Jesus.
And right off the bat, he's injecting himself into the top pitcher in the American League conversation. Where
Woody
do you
has
think
no
this is a
Woody.
real breakout with Hunter Brown? Can he be this ace?
Yeah, it was weird because he got a lot of hype
Butt plug.
last year, and he had that really bad first 2 months of the season.
Really
And then
bad.
I think after that stretch, he's probably been a top 15 like overall pitcher in baseball, and I think it is sustainable enough if he can stay healthy. Now, again, another one that's kind of a smaller build, so I don't know how, again, with his velocity and stuff, how it'll age, but I think for what the Astros need, he's really doing a nice job this year. I think it is sustainable.
And just to wrap up the rest of these guys, Cal Raleigh, Jabba, what's his nickname?
The Big Dumper.
The Big Dumper. Well, the Big
I am a
Dumper's
legend.
having a big season.
I have no
16
talent.
homers, 177 OPS plus as a catcher, 370 on base, doing it all. This guy's for real power, and they gave him a contract. They knew what they were doing, and he's rewarding them. And Mackenzie Gore has been a prospect that has been really kind of mostly down as far as up and down, mostly down since he's been in the league, but the stuff has always been there. Well, he's leading all baseball starting pitchers in strikeout rate, 13.42 per 9 innings. He's like a top 15 pitcher right now. But that strikeout rate is close. This is a guy that you need to know the name of. And guys, that has been Inside Baseball.
Nationals are doing great with that Soto trade. You got Abrams and James Wood and Gore in that deal.
On the same deal.
Yeah, that's winning.
Sounds like a melon ready to explode, as our friend Scoops would probably say. By the way, before we get
Poops? You mean Poops?
Oops, dumpster,
Big Dumper will be perfect for him.
No, dumpster. I call him dumpster fire. He definitely.
He's done all right tonight. So we don't dumpster fire him yet.
You take a lighter and you just let him just like lay one off, and it probably shoots, right, Speedy?
I don't know.
Have you ever?
This is his and yours area.
I fart at Speedy all the time, so I let it go. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, our final segment of the night is analytics.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And now it's analytics.
I want everybody together to go ahead and say penis, 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 vagina,
Vagina.
I'm not doing any freaking tag team crap.
What a great addition. Guys, welcome back to Analytics, a quality educational experience. Yes, tonight we will have yet another matchup between Errol Marks and Speedy Petey. And what is the game? Well, I'll tell you. It is a mystery term that they need to solve. Each one of them is going to give each other clues. Whoever solves it in the fewest amount of clues is the winner, except the terms are different. Speedy is going to have a mystery sports analytical term for Errol to solve. Errol rarely enjoys those terms. These are not the terms he knows from growing up. He's an eye test, sentence structure, eye test man. Errol is all about the traditionalist type of observations of sports. So he's not going to know this term. He's going to try to solve it. And on the other hand, Speedy does know all these terms. What he doesn't know is what he always affectionately calls gross sexual crap. Yes, these will be sexual innuendos. Speedy will have to solve. They will each get up to 3 clues. Whoever solves it in the fewest amount of clues is the winner. If they do solve it, they have to use it correctly in a sentence as the tiebreaker. Are you boys ready to play tonight?
Let's go.
I know Nathan's ready.
All right. So, Speedy, let's get it going. We're going to get the music on for you for tonight's sports analytical term.
All right, so it's back-to-back weeks. We're going with football. This is AYPA.
AYPA.
Percentage.
Nope.
Denied. Wild guess round not working out for you, but now
AYPA?
Yep.
And this is for what?
Football.
Yards.
All right.
Yards is correct.
It's going to be a tough one. He picked a real ball buster for you this time. Maybe you did as well with your analytical term of the evening.
Belching.
Really? Really?
Wild guess, Speedy.
Java is not a fan. I'm guessing it's something that's very nasty. Sounds like belching, so I don't know if it's some kind of modification of that.
modification.
Let's say it's a man kissing a woman and then burps in her mouth. I don't know.
What?
No. All right, so those are wild guesses. No clues involved. Now we will go to the part where you have a chance. Speedy, give Errol his first clue for AYPA.
All right, so it is a quarterback stat, and you got yards already right. And if you try to throw the ball, what's another term for that starts with A? Another term for try.
Go for it.
Attempt?
Attempt is correct. Yep. And then the other A is another term for skewed.
Say that again. What is it?
So the other A, the first A.
No. What is the
AYPA.
AY?
So it's blank yards
Attempt?
per attempts is at the end. That's the second A. So the first A is another term for skewed.
I don't know.
All right, you're getting close, though. We'll come back with another clue next time. But, Speedy, you're going to have to make some ground up right here. Errol, give him his first clue for felching.
You can sip it somewhere.
Oh, God.
Gosh.
I see Jabba is not a fan of this.
I'm not a fan of this either. I don't want you to get the impression that I am.
I don't know what type of liquid, bodily liquid.
Nathan, on the other hand.
Yeah, Nathan's probably a big fan of
You can sip it
this
somewhere.
concept.
You can sip it somewhere.
Okay. I'm trying to think it's, I don't think it would be blood. I think it would be urine. You sip out of somebody's body.
I mean, it has to do with that, yeah.
Yeah, I figured. It's freaking gross. I don't know what else it would be, though. Not unless it's like you put a drink in your mouth and then like start freaking doing intimate things on a bar.
What?
Like maybe both of them put a drink in their mouth, make out at the same time with the drink in their mouth, and then like climb on the bar and do intimate crap. I don't know.
What the? Oh my god.
No, that's not it. We're gonna go back now to the sports term. Speedy, clue.
All right, so the last A, or the first A, my bad, is so a common terminology in sports for any sport. If you want to make a change after an intermission or a half, you would make an
adjustment.
All right, so yeah, adjusted is the term.
Okay.
So
that's close.
Yeah, no, it's fine. So it's adjusted yards blank with a P attempt.
You just gave it to me. I never said yard.
You did. You said yards in the beginning.
Adjusted yard.
And now a P attempt.
Errol, come on. When you throw a pass, what do? It's 10 for 12. What is that pass? You're what to attempt?
Wait, are we trying to get him to? That's Speedy. Just give it
How
to
many
him.
tries do I have? How many do I have left?
You have one, he has one left, right, Fish?
No. Speedy, you gave him the term. Like the P is just like a slash
Well, okay.
in reality.
Adjusted yard attempt.
Well, what's the slash mean? What do you say when you have a like AY divided by like A is what it would look like.
Equal?
Divided, bro.
I don't know. I don't got it.
All right, we'll have to wait for another clue. Where is it? Here it is. All right. Moving on back to Speedy's clue.
Speedy, think about the thing you always talk about.
All right, here we go.
Buttholes.
It's a good clue.
You need a straw. You need a straw.
All right, we'll go on the Jabba theme.
Well, you don't need a straw technically, but
Well, it's definitely a piece of it.
So you
Siphon.
You
technically.
I sipped freaking gross pus or other human waste out of a woman's butthole.
No.
I mean,
Maybe
close.
That's kind of right. As
Scoop
said, it's kind of.
You're gonna need to be all right. So Speedy, you need to be more specific about the gross substance. You need to define it more specifically.
What is it that they're siphoning out of that gross substance?
I don't know. Yeah, freaking.
I've
You
heard
gotta
it's
remember,
really- I've heard it's really structured.
It's a sexual innuendo. So think about how that works.
I got it. Thank you. Cheers.
Speedy.
You're so close. You're so close.
Put it all together, man. Put it all together.
The guy that is sipping jizz out of a woman's butthole.
Yes!
Speedy.
Yeah!
That is correct. But now, as we all know, in this game, there is one last thing that has to be done. You have to use it correctly in a sentence. Speedy.
No, I'm trying to remember what the term was.
It was called felch.
Can't say it. Can't say it. He's gotta remember.
Oh wait, it was oh no, I was rhymed with belching. Felching, yeah, that's right. Nathan was felching an average of 13.1 of his hot ladies per year.
Come on. That's not that good. That's not
Speedy.
good.
And then
What
he
do you mean,
and then he followed up
41?
by,
He can't fit.
and then he followed it up by putting some butt plugs on them.
Okay. Fair enough. Errol, we're going to give you one last shot here. Oh, wait, no, that was the second clue, right?
That was it.
That means, despite that sentence not being great.
Wait,
Speedy,
come on,
Petey, you are...
I have to incorporate Nathan. He's here.
Speedy, you put it together.
Oh, he got it
and
on 2 clues.
Yeah. And he put it together, and he didn't put the sentence together, but he put it together previous.
The only thing I will say is that it's generally not used in the term of a woman's behind, but another man's behind.
That's true too. And you guys gave.
But
him
it could be both technically. It just says a partners.
You gave him the answer. You guys, structure. You said what he always says. So, anyways, congratulations.
That boy Speedy.
Way to go, Speedy. Speedy, how many wins is this for you now?
2.
No, I think it's 3 now.
I think it's 3 as well.
Oh,
I think this
damn.
might be 3.
Potentially harmful.
I got 1 technically with like what I did with the Holly Berry sentence, but I don't really count that one too. So it's I guess it's technically 4, but
Now here's the thing.
Hold up.
I'm supposed to give him the clues, not you guys. Okay, so you guys got to cut it out.
Well, we're trying. We got to help him.
I'm just saying.
To be fair, he did get pretty far on his own.
He did. As soon as you said the structured thing, he knew exactly what it was. I mean,
Well, it's because it was a perfect clue for him. He
it's the only
memorized all
clue
our
for him.
drops.
Well, because you guys only go to butthole. You guys only go to buttholes.
It's a good point. Something about that part of Long Island.
First of all, the craziest sexual terms are from the butt. It's a fact.
Errol, you always talk about buttholes, anyways.
Every single sexual, terminology comes from the butt. It's a fact. Go look it up. I mean,
So does
90%
Brittany like it in the butt too?
No, and I don't know why we're talking about this on live radio. Anyways,
Hey, we're asking. We're all in relationships.
yeah, well, that's definitely something that we shouldn't be talking about. And Brittany just said disgusting. Anyways,
Hey, that's why Fish doesn't have kids, because he's smart.
I doubt that's what Fish is doing. Maybe that's how Jim. Maybe that's how Jim Irsay died. I'm just kidding. That was mean, but it doesn't. It's definitely interesting.
Fish,
Anyways,
tell your wife we apologize.
She's definitely asleep.
She's sleeping. The
My
crack.
wife is. I don't know what she's. I don't know. She was walking around. I don't know what she's doing now.
Oh, she wants to. She definitely needs a piece of Riley Leonard. It seems, but
I guess that's her hall pass.
yes, I think so. Well,
I don't care if Java dreams either.
as we all know,
If you can make that happen, I probably will get.
Java, you don't need to, you don't need to trim anymore. The Yankees changed their facial hair policy.
I know. I'm good. I'm good. Right?
Anyways, that's it for our show. Thank you to all the fans. Thank you to our friend Eric Hasseltine. He was fantastic. Tommy Scoops, his first time as a producer. Not bad.
Atta boy.
Gonna clean it up, but not bad. Speedy, being the helper that you are. Just make sure that you're shaving in many different areas. Anyways, thank you to all the fans on social media. All of them. Spotify, Apple, Twitch, everything. Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, all the guys, all the girls, all the gals that are following us on social media. Oh, and definitely our one and only Spotify video. Thank you to Blue Wire as well. Thank you for them. Thank you to them, and thank you for them for letting us do what we do best, and that's entertain you guys for 4.5 hours, 5 hours. It's ridiculous. But anyways, thank you to all the fans. I'm done. I'm gone. Do we have anything on Monday?
Not Monday, but we do on Thursday. Returning to the show is former Falcons and Ravens All-Pro fullback Ovi Muhaley will be back with us.
Speedy, we should teach him.
I'll get one. I'll get one for Monday.
All right, felching, Speedy. Can we tell him?
I'm not encouraging felching.
All right, so when he comes on,
Again,
we're going to bring him felching. We're going to bring
I'm not encouraging that to freaking Ovi.
No, I want you to ask him what felching.
I'm not asking Ovi what felching is.
I will ask him. And
you can ask him if you care so much.
And when he tells me that he doesn't know what it is, what are you going to tell him?
That I'm going to say my sentence.
What is it?
Nathan was felching with an average of 13.1 of his hot women per year. Then plug them in with butt plugs, and after he puts them on a leash.
I like anal.
A lot of hot ladies.
A lot of hot ladies, as he always says.
A lot of hot ladies.
Anyways, that's it for our show.
Right.
The one and only Nith, as he likes to take what. Anyways, good night. Bye.
Love you guys.
Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
This is Mario Andretti.